We'll go now to our guest, Caleb Moppin, who's joining us today. Welcome to the show, Caleb.
Sure. Glad to be here as always.
Great. So let's start with Venezuela. What we know at the moment is the U.S. military has deployed warships, surveillance planes, and attacked submarines to the Caribbean, and has already attacked boats it accused of smuggling drugs. What does this suggest about the scale and seriousness of U.S. military preparations near Venezuela?
Well, this has been ongoing for quite some time, and it seems like a series of provocations. There were a couple boats that were sunk. The latest is that the USA has violated Venezuela's airspace. However, if the USA were going to actually attack, you think they would have done it already, right? This is just kind of a prolonged game of provocations. Now, as I've said many times, if these boats were indeed drug smuggling boats, they wouldn't have sunk them. They would have seized them as evidence because documents from the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency confirm what is also reported by the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime. Venezuela is insignificant in the international drug trade. And the claims that we're hearing from figures within the administration to justify this military buildup off the coast of Venezuela, claiming that Venezuela is, quote, run by a drug gang. I mean, these kind of things are ridiculous. They don't match what's being said by international crime experts. And Venezuela is not a drug-producing country, and it's pretty insignificant when it comes to the international drug trade. However, Marco Rubio in particular, he is very much from the what President Maduro is calling the Miami Mafia, but the anti-Cuba lobby, the anti-communist lobby of Latin American exiles, and this is them exercising their strength as one particular faction within the current administration.
Right. Some current and former U.S. officials contend that the the unstated goal is to force Maduro from power. How does this align or conflict with Trump's campaign promise not to involve the U.S. in foreign wars?
Well, it's interesting because that's, I mean, maybe that's not directly stated, but that has been the objective of U.S. foreign policy ever since Maduro took office during the Obama administration, and prior to that, under the leadership of Hugo Chavez. U.S. media has considered the Venezuelan government to be a dictatorship, regardless of the fact that the Carter Center observed their elections and saw that the elections were conducted in a very transparent way, in which it was very clear that Hugo Chavez and the successor Maduro have the consent of the governed. Regardless, the claim that the Venezuelan government is a dictatorship, even though, I mean, I've been there, I've seen how the opposition is advertised on television. The opposition has rallies and demonstrations. They participate in the elections. They have their own election observers. The idea that Venezuela is a dictatorship just doesn't match reality. That's been the U.S. foreign policy narrative since at least 2002, if not earlier, and it doesn't match reality. The important thing to remember about Venezuela is the reason that the United States has not been able to overthrow the government of Maduro. There have been a number of attempted coups. There have been, various figures who were paid off by the United States who tried to overthrow the government. There was one individual who seized an airplane and dropped bombs on the Supreme Court of Justice building. And there have been all kinds of provocations. They haven't succeeded because there is a very, very loyal base of the population. Basically, Venezuela is a third. There's a third of the people that I would say that are anti-government, that feel that Maduro is corrupt, that feel that Maduro's ideology of communism or Marxism or socialism is not acceptable. Then there's a third of people that say, well, Venezuela has improved because of Maduro. And they point to the fact that, that when Hugo Chavez was first elected, Venezuela had only 12 public universities. Now it has 32 public universities. They point out that when Hugo Chavez was first elected, there was about 20% illiteracy in the country. Now the illiteracy in the country has been eradicated, and a huge amount of infrastructure has been built. So there's a third that feel that, okay, he's improved things. But then there is another third, this final third of the population, that are extremely loyal to the United Socialist Party and its ideology. And you will find those folks in the collectivos and the communes in central Caracas. And those folks, many of whom are dark-skinned indigenous people, many of whom are in one of the more hardline political parties that's aligned with Maduro, whether it's the Communist Party or the Homeland for All Party. There's various parties that are part of what they call the Patriotic Pole. And those folks will go down. They will die for Maduro. And they told me as much when I was there, when I was in Comuna Pinal, which is the Beehive Collectivo, the Beehive Commune in central Caracas. I met people who told me, I mean, these are teenagers who they say Chavez was their father. They watched Hugo Chavez on TV every Sunday as a child, and they learned to read and write, reading the works of Marx and Lenin and others. Talked to them, by Hugo Chavez and by the revolutionary movement. And those folks, they tend to be very religious and socially conservative in addition to their communist ideology. Abortion's illegal in Venezuela. They don't have gay marriage in Venezuela. And they tend to mix the communist ideology with Catholicism. I remember them telling me, God put us on this earth to die for the revolution, to die for Hugo Chavez. We will never let a counter-revolution happen. And the fact that they have that layer of people that are so dedicated and loyal to them, there's a section of the population that is armed and locked and loaded, and it's almost like a country within a country with the collectivos. That's what makes me think the Venezuelan government is going to remain in power. They have a section of the population that is solidly loyal to them and armed and ready to fight.
Right. A Venezuelan businessman told, there was an article in the New York Times, who said, you kill Maduro, you turn Venezuela into Haiti. And then the other business leaders warned that if Maduro's government collapsed, armed actors in the region, including the military, Colombian guerrilla groups and paramilitary groups, could join a battle for the spoils. What risk does this raise for Venezuela's future stability?
Well, I mean, I think that what was said there is a very obvious reality, that the results of the United States overthrowing a government tend to be chaos and instability. Honduras had a socialist president, and that socialist president, Manuel Zelaya, was toppled in 2009 by Hillary Clinton's State Department. And as a result, Honduras has one of the highest murder rates in the world. It's been a mess of drug gangs and chaos ever since. And you look around the world to other regions, I mean, the result of the United States overthrowing your government is not, the country becoming stable and prosperous. It tends to be sectarian conflict and war, et cetera. Now, what is also important, though, about that statement is that Venezuela is getting a lot of support they wouldn't normally be getting because Trump is in the White House. The government of Colombia, the government of Chile, there's a lot of forces around the region that would probably line up with a Democrat against Maduro. But because it is Trump who's in the White House, they are at this point saying they would support Maduro and they would back him and they would resist, militarily they would resist. The other thing is that Russia and Venezuela have now just signed a 10-year military alliance. So basically Russia would send troops to Venezuela. That's, basically been stated. Russia would send troops to fight for Maduro in Venezuela if it came to that. And that's what makes me think the United States will not get involved. China is also very, very close to Maduro. The other thing, though, that's interesting, though, is if you listen to the statements that Maduro makes, though, he doesn't call out Trump. He calls out Marco Rubio. And he often speaks to Trump in a very sympathetic way. After Trump faced the attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania, Nicolas Maduro actually made the statement. He said the same forces that killed Kennedy and the same forces that have tried to kill me just tried to kill Donald Trump. And then consistently, Maduro doesn't condemn Trump. He condemns Marco Rubio. And I think that that's because Maduro has picked up on the fact that there are big divisions within the administration. And he is being smart about this. He doesn't want to make an enemy out of Trump. He just wants to perhaps point to and further alienate Trump from figures within his administration that are hostile, like Marco Rubio, which I think is very, very interesting.
All right, Caleb. So perhaps we can turn now to President Trump and the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, meeting all the U.S. generals and members of the military on earlier this week. And during an hour-long talk, President Trump declared at Quantico that the US is facing a war from within and described it as no different from a foreign enemy, but more difficult. How does this framing change the role of the US military in domestic politics?
I interpret that meeting that happened as very reflective of the deep divisions within the U.S. military and intelligence apparatus right now. It is no secret that Trump lost the 2020 election largely because the FBI suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story, a story that we all now know was true, right? That Hunter Biden did indeed have a laptop that had all kinds of corruption on it, but the FBI went around to the different agencies and said, don't report this story, it's Russian propaganda. Well, it wasn't Russian propaganda, it was true. And the FBI is an agency Trump does not trust, and the CIA is an agency that Trump does not trust. However, Trump really likes ICE, and the people that are in the Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency are loyal to Donald Trump. And you'll notice that, ICE has been sent around the country, and in some cases, they're not sent to round up immigrants. They're actually sent to deal with political unrest and deal with political, protesters and others. There's been, situations in Portland where ICE officials are on the streets or ICE officials are transferred to the Department of Homeland Security, giving them the ability to move against protesters, and that ICE is loyal to Trump. FBI and CIA are not. Now, the FBI is, headed by Kash Patel, and Kash Patel has done a lot of firings and has done a lot to try and pivot the FBI to be more loyal to Trump. But largely, the agency is not loyal to Trump. And I view this meeting that happened, this was the head of the new Department of War. This was the Secretary of War, not the Department of Defense, but the Department of War, right? This was him basically laying down the law and saying we're going to be loyal to Trump, and making clear that that the opposition to Trump from various figures would not be tolerated. I will say that to some degree or other, this was Pete Hegseth, almost just kind of building up his own reputation. I mean, showing off how into physical fitness he was and other things. And this was a political show. There was an attempt to make it sound like, he was gathering all the military generals because they were going to go to war or something. That wasn't the case. And I will say that Russia, interestingly, Russia has really made a point of, just kind of calling Trump's bluff. Trump is saying a lot of very, very negative things about Russia, and he's sending more weapons to Ukraine and stuff. And Russia's position consistently is actually things are getting better. Just ignore this. This is Trump just being brash and trying to be a hard negotiator. And it's kind of amazing to watch Russia, just call Trump's bluff and basically just say, yeah, we're not scared of what you're saying, and we're not worried about it. It makes you wonder how weak Trump is going to be at the negotiating table. The war in Ukraine is going to end at some point soon. The question is, on what terms will it end? And Trump is trying to get as much out of Russia as he possibly can, but it looks like Russia is not going to budge an inch. Russia is just saying, look, we don't buy it. Trump is headed to South Korea at the end of the month, and we'll see how that develops. But the war in Ukraine is going to end soon, and Trump would like to be in as strong of a position as possible when that war ends and get as many concessions out of Russia as he's going to get. Russia doesn't seem to want to give those concessions.
Right. Going back to more domestic things, I was worried about what he said. Trump told the generals, we're going to straighten them out one by one. This is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. It's a war too. What risk does this pose for civil military relations in the US?
Well, again, it seems to be a big layer of support for Trump is the military brass, but beyond the military brass, it's rank and file soldiers. And those parades, remember the military parade that Donald Trump did that was so widely condemned as a sign of authoritarianism, that was very much Trump sending a message to rank and file soldiers. I'm your guy. I love the military. I'm proud of what the military does. I'm going to put on a big parade in Washington, D.C. to show off the military and how amazing the military is. And that was something that Trump was very much trying to pull off. And I would argue that the parade, to some degree or other, it looks like it was sabotaged because the U.S. military didn't really put its best foot forward in that parade. And that was the same day they had the no rallies across the country. And I understand there'll be more rallies later this month around that no theme. And that Trump very much would like to position himself as the guy that rank and file soldiers look up to. You know, it's interesting. In the U.S. military, there is very much a barrier between the civilian population and the military. The word civilian will be used as adjective in the military, right? If someone has an attitude about things they don't like, they'll say, well, that's a civilian way of doing things. That's a civilian view, right? And the U.S. military, to some degree or other, is walled off from the population at large. It has its own perspective. It tends to be drawn from, economically impoverished, sections of the country, and especially from the south of the country. Disproportionately, I mean, for a long time in U.S. history, the military has had a huge overrepresentation of the southern states. Black folks and white folks from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, places like that. The South is disproportionately represented, and the military is voluntary, right? It's not a drafted military, so you don't have a cross-section of the U.S. population. You have Southern folks from lower economic backgrounds, and they have kind of developed a culture in and of themselves that is very, very separate from the rest of U.S. society. And Trump would like the people that are caught up in that culture that is separate from the rest of U.S. society to be on his side.
Yeah. Secretary of War, Pete Hesketh, said the military would untie the hands of our war fighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. What does that kind of language mean applied to a domestic unrest instead of foreign wars? And where is Posey Comitatus Act of 1878 in all of this, which restricted use of the military as a domestic police force, when at the same time, a New York Times poll found that 51% of voters are more concerned about Trump using the National Guard to intimidate opponents than about crime in Democrat-led cities. So what does this reveal about how the divide the public is over Trump's vision of security?
Well, Posse Comitatus was a law that was part of the founding of the United States, and it was rooted in the Roman Empire. In the Roman Empire, there was an understanding that the army of Rome could not march inside the city, that the army had to disband before it entered the city of Rome in order to protect the Republic. And when the Roman Republic fell, that was gotten rid of. But part of what preserved the Roman Republic was that no general could march his army inside the city. And so the founders of the United States, who were very obsessed with the Roman Empire, the most popular book, and there weren't many books back then, right? The printing press was a very new invention. There certainly was no internet or television. One of the most popular books at the time was Edward Gibbon's 8-volume Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire. And all the founding fathers were reading every section of it. And so they were obsessed with how can we create a republic. That's why a lot of the buildings in Washington, D.C. have columns. The streets of Washington, D.C. imitate Rome. A lot of the cities, that were built during the time of the founding of the country have Roman or Greek names. And Posse Comitatus was that law. Now, Posse Comitatus has been gotten rid of a long time ago. I mean, it just doesn't stand. It's kind of a relic of a different time. The Ku Klux Klan Act after the U.S. Civil War enabled Ulysses S. Grant to send the U.S. Army out to fight the KKK. And that was, taken to the Supreme Court. They said, well, are you really able? Shouldn't the police have to fight the Ku Klux Klan in Tennessee? And the Supreme Court said, well, it looks like Ulysses S. Grant, the KKK is kind of an insurgency. They're neo-Confederates. They let him do it. And the U.S. military does operate within the United States. Now, that is contrary to the vision that the Founding Fathers had, most certainly, but things have been moving, for the last 100 years really against that. Now, the Constitution of the United States does allow for the U.S. Congress to declare a state of war, right, a declaration of war, but we haven't done that since World War II. And when war is declared by Congress, the entire Bill of Rights, everything goes on hold, right? There is no free speech. There is no freedom of assembly. The country is in a state of war. And the USA hasn't done that since the Second World War, even though we've been involved in many conflicts, because at that point, democracy is kind of put on hold and nullified until we can defeat the invader. The Constitution also does allow, though, for domestic insurrection. It's not just war, it's domestic insurrection. So if Congress were to declare a state of domestic insurrection, at that point, democracy would be on hold, and we would, the military could go everywhere and defeat the insurrection. We have to all keep all of this in mind. Really, the issue is Trump centralizing power. Trump feels that the large majority of the rich and powerful are against him, and he's not wrong. Kamala Harris is trying to do a reboot, and she basically called for titans of industry. She called it titans of industry to act as the safeguards of our democracy and stand up to Trump. And she was saying that capitalism guides and is the safeguard of our democracy. And she called for the rich and powerful to move against Donald Trump, more or less. And there's probably a majority among the rich and powerful in the United States that oppose Trump. And so Trump is being very defensive and trying to centralize his control over the military and policing agencies. That's how I would interpret these activities.
Kelly Maupin, as always, insightful, illuminating, and grateful for your insights. Thank you for coming on the show this afternoon.
Sure thing, no problem.
Now, in response to the fall of the Soviet Union, huge changes took place throughout South and Central America. The first big change is that economic neoliberalism, which is a drastic reduction in social programs and the role of the government in the economy, escalated. What had already started in Pinochet's Chile and somewhat in Argentina during the 1980s spread throughout the entire continent. In Bolivia, the oil and actually the water of Bolivia was sold off to American corporations. So it was actually a crime in Bolivia if you collected water on your roof. They were stealing from like Nestle or Coca-Cola, like American companies. In Venezuela, most of the revenue from the state-run oil companies stopped actually going into the public budget. It basically just went to American corporations. They were getting all the profits from Venezuela's supposedly nationalized oil company. And as a result of that, garbage collection kind of stopped in a lot of areas. You couldn't get your garbage collected. The electricity in a lot of neighborhoods would just go off for weeks because the government didn't have enough of a budget to actually pay to keep the electricity on. And that all over South and Central America, you got these really free market extreme policies that were being implemented. And very famously, Milton Friedman of the Chicago School of Economics, who was the one who was associated with these policies, he famously said that his enemy in Latin America was not Karl Marx, it was Juan Perón. And he was referring to the fact that there were these large kind of social democratic welfare states that were aligned with the United States that were not communist that had sprung up during the Cold War. And he wanted to get rid of that. He wanted all the countries of South and Central America to be completely unregulated free market countries, and that it was no longer necessary to allow these countries to develop more social democratic systems. That was the first big change that happened in Latin America after the fall of the Soviet Union. The second, though, is that the military juntas and the Bonapartist dictatorships that had sprung up during the Cold War, they started to loosen up because there was no threat of communist revolution. So, this idea that you needed to have an absolute military rule, that started to fade away. And that there were a lot of sections of the ruling classes of these countries that did want things to be more loose. And so the communists had been protesting for democracy and for free speech and things like that. All of a sudden, throughout South and Central America, they had a lot of allies among the richest people in countries like Chile and Argentina and Colombia, for example. All of a sudden, they had a lot of allies who wanted to have a more liberal democratic model and not have an absolute military dictatorship because there was no need for it, because there was no danger of communist revolutions happening. So at the same time you have economic neoliberalism spreading through South and Central America, you also have the free elections taking place. And suddenly, it used to be, there were times in these countries where if you so much as said that you were a communist or were caught with a communist leaflet, you could be killed. Well, now, suddenly they're having free speech and they're having free elections. So, based on that, the communists of South and Central America drastically reoriented their tactics, right? During the 1970s and 80s, Cuba and other socialist countries and various communist parties throughout South and Central America had been pushing for guerrilla warfare. They had the Tricontinental Congress that was in Cuba, and you had the FARC in Colombia. You had various armed groups throughout South and Central America that were encouraging people to take up guns and try and wage some kind of rural people's war or Che Guevara-ness kind of thing. Well, now, as these countries were moving toward more of a liberal democratic state, and at the same time that economic neoliberalism was devastating the urban areas, instead of being in the countryside and trying to organize some kind of armed uprising in the countryside, the communists started operating in the urban areas and building united fronts against neoliberalism and cuts in social spending. For example, I went to one neighborhood in Caracas in Venezuela, and they talked about how in the 1990s the electricity wouldn't come on for weeks. So the local church and the Communist Party and the Social Democratic Party and local people that weren't involved in any party, they organized a strike. So everyone in the neighborhood didn't go to work until the power came back on. It was understood that everyone who lives in this area, they're not going to go to work until the power comes back on. And lo and behold, the government had to then turn the power back on. They talked at one point, the garbage wasn't being collected in this particular neighborhood. So the Communist Party started collecting all the garbage, and they took it and they dumped it on a major highway, and they poured gasoline on it, and they lit it on fire. And so, lo and behold, the government started collecting the garbage. And basically the idea was to build a coalition against neoliberalism and against the IMF and the World Bank, which were loaning money to these developing countries and then mandating that they completely gut their public sector, right? So, you know, they basically polarized these countries between, you know, are you for neoliberalism and the cuts in social spending, or are you against it? And there are a lot of very wealthy people in Latin America that were against it, right? Because it was devastating the local economies. A lot of the people that had big corporations in Venezuela, for example, they were being put out of business by American corporations that were just coming in there, and they wanted the Venezuelan government to protect them. They had an incident in Venezuela called the Caracazo, and that was after there had been cuts in government funding for public transportation. They were forced to raise the costs of public transportation drastically. The people went out and rioted and rebelled against it. It was after that you had a Venezuelan political figure known as Hugo Chavez who attempted to carry out a military coup and overthrow the government in response to these cuts in social services. Now it failed. He was then thrown into prison. And Hugo Chavez, interestingly, did not call himself a socialist at that point. He said he was against both capitalism and socialism. He was for what he called the third way, which would be the government doing whatever was best for Venezuela. It would be neither capitalist or socialist. He went to prison in 1992, got out of prison, and announced that he would never try to overthrow the government again, never engage in violence, but instead he would build a political party. And so they built a new political party called the Movement for a Fifth Republic. And it was a very popular political party, again, not advocating socialism, advocating the third way, what was best for Venezuela. He got elected. He won the election in 1998, took office in 1999. Shortly after Hugo Chavez was elected, there was huge mudslides in the country, and a lot of homes were destroyed. And so Chavez, being a former leader of the military, he got on television, and he said that he was sending the military to help the people who'd been afflicted by these mudslides. And then he called on people all throughout the country to be patriotic and to do everything they can to pull together to help their brothers and sisters who'd been, had their homes destroyed by these mudslides. And doing that had never been done in Venezuela's history. The military had never been mobilized to go and rescue people whose homes had been destroyed by a natural disaster. And a lot of people really responded to this and were deeply moved to have the president of their country encouraging them to go out and volunteer and help people. You can remember a couple of years later, after 9/11, George W. Bush got on TV and said, if you want to help the victims of terrorism, go shopping. Well, Chavez wasn't telling people to go shopping. In fact, he had them organize these things called Bolivarian circles in their neighborhood, where they would coordinate volunteers to go into the area. And the whole country just got kind of worked up into this fit of patriotism, and they just loved what Chavez was doing. And so then, in the aftermath of this mudslides incident, Chavez got the country to ratify his new constitution. And Venezuela changed its name to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It was the fifth republic in Venezuela. A new constitution was created. He actually had a TV program called Hello President, where he got on TV every Sunday and he took calls from average citizens. He answered their questions. And lo and behold, he became very popular. After 9/11, the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, he showed pictures on his television program of innocent children who'd been killed by the bombs in Afghanistan. He said, obviously 9/11 was a horrendous crime, but it doesn't justify the killing of these children in Afghanistan. What George Bush is doing, invading Afghanistan, it was actually the Saudis who did 9/11. This is wrong. Shortly after that, Chavez then appointed a member of the Communist Party to his cabinet. Because the communists had been so key in getting Chavez elected, he appointed one of them to be in his cabinet. So then in 2002, there was an attempted military coup against Hugo Chavez, and the rank-and-file soldiers rose up and put Hugo Chavez back into power. And shortly afterwards, 2003, Chavez announced that the country was moving toward what he called 21st century socialism. And they became a lot closer with Cuba. Chavez changed the nature of the state-run oil company so that all the profits from Venezuela's oil would go into the public budget. He then started using the money from the public budget from this oil that was being sold to build free healthcare clinics. Brought in Cuban doctors that would give free healthcare clinics to people in low-income areas. He also brought in Cuban literacy teachers and he ultimately wiped out illiteracy in the country. In 1998, when Chavez was elected, Venezuela at that point only had 12 public universities. Today it has 32. He used the oil money to build these public universities. He also started funding small businesses and enabling people in Venezuela to start their own businesses. And he built these things called colectivos or communes, which are kind of cooperatives and areas where people kind of held things in common and lived. And shortly after that, you had Bolivia taking a very similar transformation. In Bolivia, there had been a wave of protests and strikes by miners. There had been a mass movement calling for the natural gas to be nationalized and the profits from the natural gas to go into the public budget. And just as the election of Chavez in 1998 was a referendum on neoliberalism, the election of Evo Morales, that was also considered to be a referendum on neoliberalism. And he also passed a new constitution in 2008. The Morales government built a massive amount of roads throughout the country. In Bolivia, there's a lot of sections of the country that had no roads. So he, used the public budget to start building roads. They brought electricity to parts of the country that had never had it before, and they started providing assistance to small farmers. They regulated the price of food and fuel, and poverty has been greatly reduced. They nationalized the oil and natural gas, and it's interesting to note, Venezuela has been having quite a few problems lately. But actually, the highest rate of gross domestic product growth in South America in 2018 was in Bolivia. It was the Evo Morales government has actually presided over the highest rate of economic growth. When Morales was first elected, 16% of the people of Bolivia were illiterate. But now UNESCO confirms that at this point Bolivia has no adult illiteracy. They've cured adult illiteracy. They also opened a huge number of hospitals. A similar situation happened in Nicaragua. You have the Sandinistas, right? They led the revolution in 1979. They led the country throughout the Civil War in the 1980s. They've been voted out of office in 1992. Well, in 2006, they ran for office once again. They were elected, and they eventually joined Nicaragua with Bolivia and Cuba and Venezuela in what they called the Bolivarian Alternative of Latin America, or the ALBA Bank. The Sandinistas, they oversaw huge reductions in poverty. They created a state-run bank that started lending people money. They had a policy of actually enabling people to be what they called micro-entrepreneurs. That's to start their own business, but they would get a subsidy from the state. Just like in Venezuela, they had the Bolivarian circles. In Nicaragua, they have these things called citizens' power councils. The community is mobilized, they distribute food, and they've overseen an overall increase in the living standards. And actually, in 2016, the World Happiness Index of the UN said that Nicaragua had the highest rate of happiness growth of any country in the world. It was in Nicaragua. And they're also at this point working with China. China is pouring a lot of money into Nicaragua to build a new canal that would counter the Panama Canal. So the United States kind of sort of has control over the Panama Canal. They could block it off in some kind of military situation. Well, now China is working with the government of Nicaragua to build a canal through Nicaragua that would be an alternative to the Panama Canal. There's a pattern that plays out. There's like 4 things that happen. First, the election takes place as a referendum on neoliberalism, with communists, social democrats, and domestic capitalists unifying into a single bloc against the World Bank, the IMF, and domination by US and Western corporations. Then, a huge state apparatus is created for the purpose of stimulating the economy, with the state ultimately controlling revenue and subsidizing corporations and ultimately controlling them that way. 3, you have the creation of a mass movement in the country to support the state's agenda and carry it out on a local level. And then 4, the state overall begins setting the economic agenda for the country and planning the economy. So that's section 3 on the Bolivarian Revolution in Latin America.
Hey folks, so I want to tell you all a little story. When I was a university student at a small liberal arts college in Ohio, a number of my classmates were from Brazil. They were exchange students from Brazil. And at the time, the president of Brazil was Lula da Silva from the Workers' Party. He was a social democrat, kind of part of that pink tide, kind of a socialist. So I decided to ask these college students at my university who were from Brazil what they thought of Lula da Silva, the president of their country. And they said, he's horrible, he's awful, he's a dictator. And I said, Lula da Silva is a dictator? I said, doesn't he get elected? And they said, yeah, they said he gets elected. But the only reason that Lula da Silva gets elected is because we have this law in Brazil that everybody gets to vote. Everybody gets to vote. And all these people who have no business voting and are stupid and don't understand politics, they all vote. And I said, okay, so you're telling me that he gets elected, but all these people who vote, they vote for him. They do vote for Lula da Silva. And they said, yeah, and that's because he just gives them all jobs. He gives them all jobs. All these poor people, they vote for him, he gives them jobs. It's like bribery. And I said to them, well, gee, here in the USA, we tend to like it when politicians give people jobs. And they went on and on. They talked about how, oh my goodness, Lula da Silva, at one point before he was The president of Brazil, he had been a delivery man. He had delivered packages for the postal service. They spoke about Lula da Silva. They hated Lula da Silva. They insisted he was a dictator. And they had utter contempt for him. But the arguments they were making were pretty ridiculous. And, you know, Brazil is, you know, it's in South America. They speak Portuguese. But if you go throughout South America, the right wing of South America, the folks who admire the United States and work with the United States to covertly topple socialist and progressive leaders, that's how they think, right? And these right-wing Venezuelans, you talk to them, you listen to them, you engage with them on social media. I gotta tell you, you're wasting your time. But they just are not in touch with reality. For example, they will claim and insist that every election that has taken place in Venezuela since 1999 has somehow been rigged. The fact that the United Nations observed elections in Venezuela in which Chavez and Maduro and the United Socialist Party won. Oh no, the United Nations is in on the conspiracy, or that's fake. The fact that the Carter Center observed elections. Oh no, you know, it's all a conspiracy, it's all fake. You know, they're not dealing with reality. They have one argument, right? They have one argument against the Venezuelan leadership, and that is everyone knows they're bad. That's their argument, right? You turn on the TV, they call Chavez and Maduro dictators, and everybody knows they're bad. So if you don't agree with them, you know, who are you? How dare you say that? And you're white. And then they throw at you, oh, you're white. You're a white American. Well, there you go. But if you look at the details, these folks are really not representative of the people in their country, right? And this applies to basically all the people in the United States that are from socialist or formerly socialist countries. They have done polls all across Eastern Europe, in almost every former socialist country of Eastern Europe. Russia, Lithuania, you know, Romania, Albania, where people overwhelmingly, in every single one of these polls, whether it's from the Associated Press, whether it's from Pew or different polling agencies, they have shown that people say that life was better before the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, before the fall of socialism. Overwhelmingly, whether it's Russia, whether it's Romania, whether it's Poland, people say life was better under socialism. But yet, you will meet people in the United States who will insist that everything is so much better now that the fall has happened. They're not in touch with their own country. People who come to the United States and flee from socialist and revolutionary countries, they don't represent their entire populations. They don't represent their experience. You know, they represent themselves. They represent the people who get visas to come to the United States. And let's be real, when you come to the United States, if you were to go around and say, you know, socialism is great, capitalism is bad, people are going to look at you pretty weird. And if you're from another country, right, you're already kind of an outsider. You're not going to get rewarded for talking that way. But if you come here and you say, oh yes, the communist system, it was awful, it was evil, people are going to go, oh, see, great, and isn't America great, we just let you in, and you're going to get rewarded. I'll never forget being on a train in New York City, and this was at a time in my life when I was selling socialist newspapers, and there was a woman from Romania on the train, and we were selling, you know, Marxist newspapers, and she said, oh, I lived under communism in Romania, it was horrible. And then I said to her, but isn't it a lot worse now? And she paused for a moment. And she said, yeah, actually, it is a lot worse now. My family tells me now, you know, people don't have jobs and everything's falling down. And overwhelmingly, she agreed that life was worse in Romania since the fall of socialism than it was before. But she'd never thought of this before. Why? Because she wasn't rewarded for saying it. And right-wing Venezuelans, you listen to them talk, right? Every election was rigged. Every single election was rigged. There's no way anyone in the country could ever support Maduro or Chavez. Yeah, you listen to them, you know, nothing good has ever happened. They never acknowledge that there are any sanctions on the country, never acknowledge internal subversion of the country. Oh no, it's all just the evil dictator. It's the evil dictator. They were there, they saw it. They're not operating in the realm of reality, and they do not represent the people of their country. You know, I've been to Venezuela, I've walked through the neighborhoods in Caracas and the colectivos and the communes. There are people there who are loving and very, very dedicated to defending Bolivarian socialism. However, here in New York City, there are people like Joanna Hausman and others that are very, very wealthy and hate everything that socialism stands for. Right? And they have different views. You know, wars tend to have two sides. When there are big, dramatic social revolutions in the country, there are two perspectives. And it's important to keep in mind, a lot of times they throw out this personal anecdote. Well, this thing happened to me. My family member had this happen to them. Bad things happen in revolutions. You shouldn't dismiss that. There's no need to say that they're lying. I'm sure that there are bad things that have gone on. But remember that the people living in the United States, the people who've come to the United States, they do not represent the people of their entire country. They represent their own perspective, and they specifically represent those who can get visas, come to the USA, and have a pro-US viewpoint overall. You know, if you're a radical socialist revolutionary in Venezuela, the US government's not going to say, you know what, here's a visa, come live in the United States and spread your ideas here. Of course not. And one thing I also want to point out is that, you know, regardless, right? Regardless, say that everything that they said about Chavez and Maduro was true, right? Say that Chavez and Maduro, they wrecked the country, they're killing millions of people and right? Everybody can look at the record of U.S. military interventions around the world. Iraq. Nobody would say that Iraq is better off since the USA toppled the Iraqi government. Nobody would say that Afghanistan has been better off for the last 16 years since 9/11, since the USA invaded. Afghanistan's gotten far worse. It's now the center of the global drug trafficking industry, right? I mean, it's warlords and gangs and drug cartels and ISIS and Al-Qaeda are running the place. It's far worse. Libya, right? Libya, you know, you want to talk about Gaddafi being bad? Well, now things in Libya are so bad at this point that people are getting on rafts and drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya since the United States and NATO went in there and toppled the Libyan government. So even if you accept them at their logic that Maduro and Chavez are bad, what they're calling for will make conditions worse. It doesn't result in making life better. The Iraqis are not better off. The Libyans are not better off. The people don't benefit from these regime change operations. They tend to be worse off than they were before. But these people don't care. And that's what you need to remember, right? When you watch these right-wing Venezuelans that are rallying with Trump and saying, send the troops and all of that, they hate their own people. And I am not joking about that. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic or inflammatory, right? There is a lot of racism in Central and South America. There's this belief that the whiter you are, the better you are, right? And if you listen to the Venezuelan opposition, the way they see it is Chavez and Maduro, they represent people that are quote-unquote inferior, right? And they really do want to see their own people dead. They want bombs to fall. They want all the people in the collectivos and the communes who've gotten free healthcare and free education from the socialist government, they want them to die. These people hate their own people. There is a huge amount of self-hatred coming from the opposition in Venezuela and all of that. They want all the people in Caracas, all the people in the collectivos, they consider them to be scum and they want them dead. They do. I mean, that's the reality, right? They called Chavez a monkey and invoked the fact that he had African heritage. And these folks hate their own people and basically want genocide against their own people. I mean, read what the folks from the Venezuelan opposition have said about indigenous people. Read what they've said about the people in the Chavez movement. These people that are in the United States, the wealthiest of the wealthiest in Venezuela, they represent a section of their society that riles in hatred for another section of society. They want their own people to die. And they know that. They know what happened to Iraq. They know what happened to Libya. They know how things have been going in Central America since the Contra Wars in Nicaragua and since how Honduras has been since the USA toppled the government of Honduras in 2009. They know that it makes life worse. They don't care, right? They hate their own people with a passion. And that's something you have to remember. These are self-hating Venezuelans that you're listening to. These are people who want other people in their own country to die for disagreeing. I don't like Trump in a lot of ways. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't want any Trump supporters to die. I think they're Americans just like I am. I disagree with them politically. Not these folks. These folks want a large percentage of the population of their own country to die. And they openly state it, right? So remember that. Right-wing Venezuelans don't represent their own populations, their own countries, just like people from Eastern Europe, just like people from China. The people who flee from a socialist country to the United States, they speak for themselves. They don't speak for their country. And that doesn't change. And just because they say, well, I'm from there, I've seen it, that doesn't change things. There were a lot of people who went to the Jim Crow South when slavery was in existence, and they thought it was wonderful, it was beautiful. In fact, there's Hollywood movies, Gone with the Wind, saying how wonderful the Jim Crow South was. That doesn't change reality, right? That one person's objective, subjective experience does not define reality. So don't listen to right-wing Venezuelans. They have their own agenda. They want to bring a war to their country, and they're here to carry out a task. And if they were genuine and concerned, Even if they didn't agree with Chavez, they wouldn't be acting the way they are. They wouldn't be yelling, send the troops. They wouldn't be calling for the military destruction of their own country. These are dishonest people. These are warmongers, you know? A fishmonger sells fish. These people sell war. They are war salesmen. And don't listen to them.
A coup reminiscent of the attempted coup of 2002 is in the works, according to President Maduro of Venezuela and supporters of the socialist government. The opposition seeks to take over the capital on September 1st as its efforts to force a recall vote pick up. Opposition members have been arrested after explosives were found in their possession, while one has even admitted to using an economic boycott to oust the Maduro government. While the economy and Venezuelans suffer, the United States stands by the opposition by imposing sanctions and pressuring regional bodies like Mercosur into refusing Venezuela to take over its pro tempore presidency. At issue, according to many, is capitalist America's hatred for socialism and many Latin American governments. That and more in this debate.
Venezuela's opposition has called for a nationwide rally against the government. The organizers of Thursday's event are seeking to pressure electoral authorities to hold a recall referendum. If held and voted for, President Nicolas Maduro's 6-year term could be cut short before it ends in 2019. The opposition leaders are persuading people to attend the rally to end an economic crisis Maduro is accused of causing.
The change is coming, not because the opposition is promoting it, not because the officials are allowing it. The change is coming because the people need to revoke the hunger, revoke the insecurity, revoke the lack of medicine.
The planned demonstration triggered a political showdown on Wednesday. Thousands of government supporters took to the streets of the capital Caracas to condemn the opposition and its efforts to topple the government. Addressing the crowd, President Maduro warned that opposition leaders could be incarcerated if they incite violence during the rally.
Whoever is involved in the coup, whoever calls for violence, has to go to jail. Cry or scream, they will go to jail. Fascists.
Maduro called the opposition leaders, quote, putschists that are after destabilizing the situation.
What Maduro has won is that he's won the opposition not to try to repeat the events of the 11th of April 2002. Not only that, even people within the opposition fear that some people in this demonstration might be tempted to do what happened on the 11th of April 2002, because there would be elements within the opposition who would like to bring down President Maduro long before the recall referendum. So this warning of President Maduro, there's a reason for it, because this has happened before April 2002, and he has warned the opposition not to try to repeat a coup attempt as it happened that year.
Oil-rich Venezuela is highly dependent on revenues made through the export of crude. The country plunged into a devastating economic crisis after global oil prices dived to record lows last year. This caused a severe shortage in food, basic goods, and medicine. The country is now struggling with an inflation rate of some 700%. President Nicolas Maduro took power in 2013, succeeding highly popular Hugo Chavez, who passed away in the same year. The planned protest rally could escalate the ongoing crisis in Venezuela, which the opposition blames on the government's policies. President Maduro, however, says the planned protest is part of a conspiracy and a U.S.-led coup attempt that seeks to bring down his leftist government.
Let me now introduce our guests. We're joined by political analyst and journalist at RT, Caleb Maupin, who is joining us live from Washington. And we're also joined by journalist and founder of Aculco Radio, Ms. Gloria Gomez, who is joining us live from London. Thank you both for joining us for this debate. Ms. Gomez, I'll start with you. How do you feel about the political and economic crisis as it currently stands in Venezuela?
Hello?
Gloria Gomez, if you can hear me, I wanted to ask, how do you feel about the current political and economic crisis in Venezuela?
Well, it's very sad. I think it's about food changes, and saying people are right, and they need changes. I think at the moment the country is a disaster. Although Chavez's ideology to change the country and to have a better country, a more social country, it wasn't true. And I feel that the country has been destroyed by different ideology, and also is the 9th most corrupt country in the world. And people, friends of mine, family, who used to live there, are really, really upset. They don't know what to do. They got families, their houses, Everybody's back in Europe and Spain and England without jobs, without life. And I think that destroys not only the country, but the family, the friends, the people around. And I just hope that Maduro understands that he cannot cope anymore with Venezuela and changes need immediately. That's my opinion.
Okay, so Caleb, that seems to be the popular opinion, at least according to polls, that Maduro needs to go, the economy needs to be fixed, et cetera, et cetera. How do you feel about that?
Well, Maduro has a very difficult task at the moment. He's basically faced with the fact that in Venezuela, they have free elections. The opposition parties freely run in the elections. Most of the private media in Venezuela supports the opposition. The opposition freely protests and has demonstrations. But yet, despite all of that, the opposition seems to be committed to the use of violence. Now, just today, we saw a member of the Venezuelan opposition who was arrested for having a huge cache of explosives in his apartment. Now, this is an individual linked to the Cato Institute here in the United States. In addition, we have actually a U.S. citizen, Joshua Holt, who was caught with explosives and assault weapons and grenades in his apartment, and he was working with paramilitary organizations in Venezuela. There seems to be a commitment in Venezuela on the part of some of these opposition groups to using violence to further their political ends, even though they're freely allowed to participate in the elections, freely allowed to express their views in the media. Assassinations have gone on. People in the Bolivarian movement and in the United Socialist Party have been assassinated. And at this point, President Maduro, he has stated numerous times that his goal is to keep Venezuela peacefully moving ahead toward his vision of 21st century socialism. The country is facing an economic crisis due to the fact that the oil prices have gone down. Saudi Arabia has flooded the market with cheap oil, and the oil prices, which are a huge, huge factor in Venezuela's economy, they've gone down, and that's caused huge problems. Now, furthermore, we know the fact that food importers in Venezuela, those are companies that import food, they're privatized, and they're not controlled by the government in Venezuela, and they don't like the Maduro government, and they've been creating shortages of food, trying to do everything they can to create chaos. So we have a situation where the United States is destabilizing Venezuela. We have an opposition that is engaging in violence to further political ends, and we have the elected president of Venezuela trying to hold the country together peacefully and make sure the situation doesn't destabilize into some civil war.
Ms. Gomez, I wanted to ask you about that because opposition legislator Freddy Guevara actually admitted that the opposition supports, quote-unquote, an economic boycott to force the Maduro government out. On top of the fact the United States has placed sanctions, on top of the oil prices being low, and the United States' involvement overall supporting the opposition, how do you feel about all that?
Well, I don't think what the gentleman said is true. I think it's no democracy, it's no free speech on journalists. The country is not very well. I don't think any country, I understand about the oil prices, I agree with him, but what happened to Colombia, to Bolivia, Ecuador, nobody's starving, nobody's queuing for hours to have toilet paper or water or milk. The hospital used to be one of the best in Latin America, and it's not hospital, it's nothing. I don't think they have to blame the people. The people are really cross, and I think what he says is not true. The people didn't make the country like that. It was the government, was Chavez government and now Maduro government. And I think that people had to understand that it's not working and it had to be changes immediately. That the ideology, again, I say, was good and may work if they went through their own ideology, but they didn't. They just made things worse, and people that cannot vote. It's not democracy. If it's not democracy in a country, the country doesn't work. So I don't know why they're blaming the people. So I don't agree, and I see they need changes.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Well, I was there in December. I witnessed the elections that took place in Venezuela, and I saw democracy with my own eyes. I saw the opposition party and the United Socialist Party campaigning, openly advocating their views. I saw people openly criticizing the government. I heard people loudly criticizing the opposition parties. I saw newspapers supporting both candidates. I really don't understand how you cannot say it's a democracy. In fact, I was able to go and see the office of the Elections Commission, and see how the opposition parties have a role in designing the ballots that are counted. I saw how within hours of the polls being closed, there was national broadcasts in which they made clear that the opposition had won the majority of the seats. I really don't understand where the dictatorship is. Now, one thing that you did say that I think a lot of people would agree with in Venezuela that I spoke to is they said that they need change. And a lot of the supporters of the Maduro government are the first to tell you that there needs to be a change, that there has been big problems with the way the country has been run. And most of the people that I spoke to in Venezuela who supported the opposition told me that. They said that they're not voting because they want capitalism. They're not voting because they like the United States. They're frustrated with some of the policies that the United Socialist Party has carried out in running the country. And they said that they were voting, they called it a punishment vote, or a voto castigo, saying that they were voting to express frustration with the way the program of 21st century socialism was being carried out. But I met very few people who told me that they want American capitalism. I met very few people who want the president to be violently toppled or want some kind of coup. There was frustration in Venezuela, but that frustration was not a call for U.S. intervention, and it was certainly not a call to go back to what they had before 1999. People told me real horror stories of what Venezuela was like before the Bolivarian process began. They talked about how there were whole neighborhoods that didn't have electricity for weeks. They talked about how garbage wasn't collected because the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were mandating that Venezuela just gut its private sector. And nobody from the or from the United Socialist Party ever told me they wanted to return to neoliberal free market capitalism in Venezuela. I did not meet anyone who had that view. I met people who were frustrated with the Maduro government. I met people who were frustrated and were voting for the opposition. I met people who were frustrated and were still voting for the United Socialist Party because they didn't trust the opposition. There's a lot of opinion there, but I did not meet anyone who said life was better. Okay. And I did not meet anyone who said that they wanted the United States to be running Venezuela. That opinion did not see itself on the streets. I've heard that it's prominent in some of the wealthier neighborhoods.
Okay, Ms. Gomez, go ahead.
What people want the changes, the ravage. Nobody wants to have American capitalism in Latin America. People want proper socialism. People want to have free education, freedom. People want democracy. But in Venezuela, that didn't happen. In Venezuela was the opposite. It was too much to the left or too much to the right. And there was nothing in the middle. People cannot choose. I work with a lot of Venezuelan people. My journalists are Venezuelan people. My teachers are Venezuelan people. And the stories that I hear, they are unhappy. They want to have a socialist country, a good country, but not a country that they cannot take the money out, they cannot sell, they cannot do anything. And to queue up hours and hours to buy a glass of milk or a bottle of milk for your baby, I think that is disgusting in the 21st century. I don't agree with you. I agree in other things about the things that needs to be changed that they didn't change. Now I think it's worse. I've been in Venezuela many times. It's my language. I love Venezuela as much as I love Colombia, my own country. But Venezuela is not the same anymore. Venezuela today is dangerous. My nephew been stolen many times. People been robbed many times, killed many times. And I think I disagree with you. And I think although Maduro might have good intentions in the future, he lost his opportunity. And I think it needs some changes. Maybe perhaps not the opposition, but perhaps something new for people to be happy, for people to go back because people love Venezuela.
Ms. Gomez, I wanted to stay with you because the opposition through the September 1st rally wants to push once again for this recall vote of Maduro. But according to the Constitution, and this is something that is within the Venezuelan Constitution, they simply started this process too late for it to occur in time. So, I mean, I'm kind of wondering, why did the opposition wait so long before trying to move on this recall vote?
Well, I think it's not too late. People have to work out. People are scared. A lot of people, a lot of intelligent people, a lot of business people move out. People they don't have any money, and to do any rally and to get people together, it's not easy. Especially when you're scared that if you do anything against the government, you're under threat by the police, by the military force. That's why I think they took a long time. And I agree with you. They took a long time, but now is the time. And I agree that Venezuela needs to be something, not a capitalist country, but something that they used to be, but more social side, more help the poor people. I know Venezuela used to have a good makeup, showing beautiful how rich they were, which it wasn't true. But it was a country, peaceful country, where you can walk, you can go to a disco, you can go to a restaurant. Today, you cannot do that.
Okay, Caleb, I'm wondering, because, the National Electoral Council has said that it's simply not constitutionally possible to have this recall vote take place this year. So I'm wondering, is there a bit more murkier waters behind all this that's happening, or is this simply the opposition just trying to get their rights to recall Maduro?
Well, I suppose yes. I mean, this
is a very interesting thing about the opposition. Yeah. This is a very, very interesting thing about the Venezuelan opposition, because they are freely permitted to exist. The other guest continues to say that it's a dictatorship, that people are not free. I just did not see that. I saw large opposition rallies. I saw people openly distributing opposition newspapers. I saw television advertisements supporting the opposition. The idea that people who criticize the government in Venezuela are killed or something, it's just not the case. Venezuela does not even have the death penalty. Their constitution forbids use of the death penalty. So I mean, that's just simply not the case. But regardless, the opposition participated in the elections. They won, but yet they continue to do provocative things. Many people are observing the fact that they simply continue to do these provocative things. If they're allowed to freely participate in the elections, if they're allowed to advocate their views, why do they feel a need to use violence? Why do so many opposition members continue to be caught with explosives and grenades and weapons? Why are there calls for assassinations of figures in the Bolivarian government? Why is this rally that they're calling, they're actually saying to call it a day to seize Caracas? Seize Caracas, seize the capital. That sounds a lot like the March on Rome that Benito Mussolini called for. I mean, this is some extremism. That's why Maduro made the analogy to fascism, because they're calling for the seizing of the capital city. There seems to be a section of this opposition that is very, very extreme and violent, and there's a big gap between the opposition and a lot of the people who voted for them. As the other guest agreed, most of the people that I met on the street who said that they had voted for the opposition said that they favored socialism, said that they favored socialism, that they liked Hugo Chavez, they were frustrated. But yet when you talk to, there are these extremist elements in the opposition and who are engaging in violence, who are calling for the toppling of the government and seem to really admire the United States. This individual who was arrested in Venezuela today, he's connected to the Cato Institute here in Washington, D.C. This is one of the most free market-oriented neoliberal think tanks in the United States. And it's very interesting. This gap between the opposition and those who vote for them seems to be a very large factor. People voted for them because they were frustrated about the kind of things the other guest raised. And these food shortages, they're being caused by the opposition, from what I was told, from what people I spoke to told me about the fact that these food shortages, you have these private food companies that don't like the socialist government, that favor a closer relationship with the United States and with U.S. banking institutions, and they are intentionally sabotaging the food, and that's happening. And the Venezuelan government has taken issues to address this. They've actually gotten the military involved to try and stop this intentional sabotage of the economy. There are big problems in Venezuela, and people supporting the government and people opposing the government will both tell you. But the question is, what is the answer? And the question also is, what are these people with weapons that are assassinating Bolivarian officials, what are they trying to achieve? Are they really trying to make life better for the people in Venezuela? That's a question a lot of people are asking, because if the opposition, which they are, freely participates in the elections, if they freely broadcast their views on television, by advertisement, why carry out violence? And why launch a constitutional referendum that is not consistent with the Constitution of the country? Why continue to provoke a crisis? Is their goal really to make the situation better, or is it to provoke some kind of civil war or crisis in Venezuela? That's a question people should be asking.
Ms. Gomez, certainly a lot of this talk about this rally on September 1st and what President Maduro has been saying reminds one of the 2002 coup, or the attempted coup at least, that was carried out in the country. And even President Maduro has spoken about that 2002 coup and said this is reminiscent of that and may even be worse than that. Do you fear that the things will get a bit violent and worse in the coming days?
Yes, well, I suppose it will get worse. We're expecting in London more than 2,000 people, at least 1,500 from Venezuela, who are going to be in London against the situation. And in Spain as well, it's going to be quite a lot of people. In European countries, it's going to be a lot of people. And I think, yeah, it's going to be worse. And one of the reasons is because in the last elections, we are not sure who won the elections, but I'm quite sure there wasn't Maduro who won the elections, but he's still in power. And I don't call that democracy. I don't call that freedom. and I think that it has to be an easy transaction for people to go back home, easy country for people to get used to back to their old life. I'm not asking for the rich people to get richer or the poor to get poorer. And I think it's the time for where people can mediate the whole situation and construct Venezuela again. Why they're not having any other support from other countries in Latin America? Only few countries are supporting Venezuela. Only few, maybe Cuba, maybe Ecuador, but nobody else. Why? Because it's something wrong. And also about the rallies which took place, it was not only the people who are in opposition, it's also the government is supposed to be blamed. And why it's like that? It's because they don't have any control of the people. And the way they control it is by telling them what to do, how to do it, and why to do it. And that is wrong. You cannot tell people what to do. And I think they're wrong. We are in the 21st century, and I think we should have freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and it's nothing like that in Venezuela. So I still disagree with the gentleman, and I think I will be pleased if the people take over and the country change again.
Okay, Caleb, we're just running out of time, Caleb, so I just wanted to ask you, Caleb, and I want to throw these facts out at you because I wanted to be fair and also throw the facts out that the Organization of American States, for example, has denounced Maduro's government, has called it a dictatorship, criticizing, quote-unquote, its a wave of repression against opponents. Even, in fact, the Catholic Church in Venezuela has criticized the government, has asked for it to allow protests to go ahead freely. And, you know, then there are different polls as well, Caleb, that come out saying things like 8 out of 10 people, up to 88% of Venezuelans want Maduro out. His disapproval rating, pardon me, is nearly 80%. All that paints a bit of a murky and negative picture of Maduro and the government, doesn't it?
Well, the other guest asked why Maduro was still in power when the last elections went against him. Those were parliamentary elections. Those were not presidential elections. So that's just a non sequitur. That would be like the U.S. voting in a new Congress and still having the same president. Maduro was not up for re-election. So that's just simply not an accurate understanding of what was going on. The Venezuelan Constitution has a procedure through which to recall the president. This is a constitution that was ratified in 1999 by Hugo Chavez as part of the Bolivarian process. It's a very democratic constitution, and there's a lot of transparency in their electoral process. I was kind of blown away. You know, they have an election in Venezuela, like most countries in the world. They have their election on a weekend, on a holiday, so the people who are working can go to vote. They don't have that in the United States. In the United States, our elections are by law on a Tuesday. It seemed to me when I was there, when I met with the Electoral Commission, when I talked to Venezuelans who were voting, what they appeared to me to feel that there was very much democracy in the country. And they went out and chose to vote for the opposition in the parliament, and the opposition took power. And interestingly, this was the first election since 1999 that hasn't been followed by violence. Every time that Maduro or the United Socialist Party or Chavez won the elections, the response of the opposition was to go out and blow up buildings and riot in the streets, and people were often killed in the aftermath of elections. But when I was there in December, the opposition was successful for the first time, and there was peace. So that's causing many people to ask the question, where is the violence in Venezuela coming from? A lot of people in Venezuela are frustrated. The United Socialist Party is constantly trying to change its policies. It realizes that many of the things that they have done over the last couple of years have not been correct. They're trying to readjust and reassess the direction that they're moving in. But I think a lot of Venezuelans would agree that while they're frustrated with Maduro, they don't want violence. They don't want a civil war. They want their country to remain peaceful, and they want it to continue to proceed down the path that Chavez launched.
Okay, Caleb, I do apologize. I'll have to cut you off there. The clock has gotten the best of us, but of course we do appreciate both your contributions to this debate. That was Caleb Maupin, political analyst and journalist, who had been speaking to us live from Washington. And we were also joined by journalist and founder of Aculco Radio, Miss Gloria Gomez, who had been speaking to us live from London. And of course, viewers, we appreciate you joining us as well. Until next time, good night.
Perspectives that we have that are perhaps different than other perspectives here in New York City. So, without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and just start with Caleb here. And he's again, he's an independent journalist, and he's going to be able to give us a political analysis of what he got from his perspective.
It's okay with everyone else. in my presentation, I guess I have to begin by clearing something up. Based on what has been said in the U.S. media and a lot of what's even been said on the internet in some of the left-wing circles, I feel a need to kind of give a disclaimer. If you were coming here tonight with the expectation that I was going to get up and say that the Bolivarian revolution has been defeated, that BP and Shell are going to take control of the oil resources there, that this beautiful uprising for democracy is done and it's finished, if you were coming here expecting me to talk that way, you came to the wrong meeting. You absolutely came to the wrong meeting. Now, the U.S. press is really good at misreading, miscalculating, and mispredicting events in Venezuela. After Chavez tried to take power in 1992, they said he's done. They said we'll never hear from him again. After he was elected president in 1999, they said, well, he's not going to do much. We're not going to hear much from him. After the 2002 coup attempt, when the CIA worked with the Venezuelan oligarchy to overthrow the democratically elected president, they said, that's it. Bolivarianism is finished. After they announced the goal of building 21st century socialism, they said, oh, he's gone too far. It's all over. In the lead up to each and every election where Chavez and the United Socialist Party or Maduro was elected by the people, they proclaimed that the revolution was doomed. And each time, they have been wrong. And after Chavez's death, again, they said, this is all over. But then the people poured out and they voted for Nicolas Maduro to continue the revolutionary process. The experts on CNN, in the New York Times, on Fox News, they've all been to Harvard and Yale. They're considered the experts in their field. But when it comes to understanding Venezuela and predicting what happens in its politics, they have an awful, awful track record. And the events that I witnessed in Caracas just perfectly illustrate what the whole world should know about the different political forces in Venezuela. In Venezuela this December, the country had the first peaceful election in 16 years. In the last 16 years, every time Chavez or Maduro or the United Socialist Party has been victorious at the polls, with the Carter Center and the United Nations and the Organization for American States confirming that was the real result, the opposition has decided to go on the attack. In 2014, when Maduro was elected president, the opposition killed 43 people. They strung wires across intersections. They bombed healthcare clinics and buses. And now, now that there were some real defeats for the Bolivarian movement at the polls, all of a sudden there was peace. So next time you turn on Fox News or you turn on MSNBC and start talking about Chavez the dictator, think about where the violence in Venezuelan society is really coming from and what the source of this violence is. Who is carrying out this violence? Now, the opposition, they call themselves the Democratic Roundtable, the MOOD, M-U-D, their name is MUD as far as I'm concerned. They did score some real victories at the polls, but it's not over. I guess I have to explain first, before I get into what happened, I have to explain what did not happen. The Bolivarian movement was not defeated. The presidency, the military, the Supreme Court is still in the hands of the United Socialist Party. Furthermore, there is a huge structure of communes, labor unions, people's assemblies, militias, student associations, artistic collectives, farm cooperatives, and just a huge intricate structure of the Bolivarian movement that is aligned with President Maduro and has not given up. And secondly, I want to make this overwhelmingly clear, because this is very important. This was not a rejection of socialism by the Venezuelan people. I spoke to many people who were campaigning for the opposition and supporting the opposition, and they didn't say, I hate Chavez. They didn't say, I hate Bolivarianism. They didn't say, I want free market capitalism. No, they had frustrations about how the revolution was being carried out. They felt like there was a problem of corruption. They felt like certain practices within the government were problematic. The majority of the people who voted for the MOOD have nothing in common with the racist, extremist bourgeois elements that run that organization. The opposition in Venezuela has tried to change its face. That's an important point. And the people who voted for the MOOD, they called it a voto castigo, or a punishment vote. They wanted to tell the leaders of the patriotic poll that they were upset with certain government policies. And, like I said, the opposition has tried to change its face. The leader of the MOOD is Enrique Capriles. Capriles, unlike previous leaders of the Venezuelan opposition, he doesn't run around extolling the greatness of U.S. imperialism. He doesn't call the poor people monkeys. He doesn't pretend. He actually pretends to be concerned about the economic problems in the country. He actually says he's a socialist also. He tries to act as if he, not Maduro, is the true inheritor of the Chavez legacy. And Capriles is lying. It's no secret that he's an agent. He's getting money from the banking elites in the U.S., the oil cartels, the weapons manufacturers. The strategy being utilized at this moment to attack the people of Venezuela and try to halt their revolution and take the country back for the Wall Street oil corporations, it's been changed. They aren't using the neocon strategy of direct attacks, coups, and open assaults. It's not Bush and the Koch brothers who are directing the attacks currently on the Bolivarian Revolution. The sinister group of billionaires that are calling the shots and directing the assaults on the Bolivarian movement are led by a family named Rockefeller. ExxonMobil, the biggest Wall Street oil corporation, is heavily invested in a country called Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, this is one of these human rights-loving, democratic, free societies, right? Saudi Arabia. And ExxonMobil basically controls the oil of Saudi Arabia, along with Chevron and BP. And they are basically ordering the Saudi monarchy to pump oil out onto the international market. Millions of barrels, tens of millions of barrels of oil every day are being churned out onto the market, and it's driving the price of oil lower than ever. The Saudis are losing money in this process. They've got big internal problems with unemployment and unrest. They actually started off the year by executing 47 people. And they keep churning out oil onto the markets. And they're not doing this because they're stupid. They're not just slitting their own wrists. They're being ordered by their bosses at ExxonMobil to do what they're doing. The Rockefeller family that controls ExxonMobil is also one of the primary backers and funders of the Council on Foreign Relations. They have control over the Ford Foundation and George Soros networks, the same forces that are here in the U.S. trying to take over and control the Black Lives Matter movement and restrain it. They're also working very hard, coordinating with the oil companies to try and sabotage the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. They're funding within Venezuela an apparatus of professional agitators, bomb throwers, and troublemakers within Venezuela, and they're doing the same thing, I must add, in Iran and in Russia. They hope that they can cash-starve these governments, foment unrest, and eventually take over. I saw with my own eyes how the oil price drop has been affecting the daily life of people in Venezuela. There were shortages of necessary household items like toilet paper. Food wasn't being delivered. Massive inflation took place. There were lines outside the ATMs every morning. This was economic warfare being waged against the Bolivarian Revolution by the United States, by the CIA, and by the Rockefellers. But despite all this, and it's important to keep this in mind, 42% of the people still voted for the Bolivarian Revolution. You know, I remember on election day, there was this group of bikers, people on motorcycles, that were just driving through their neighborhood, waving the flag of the United Socialist Party, telling people to go out and vote. There's a huge apparatus within Venezuela that still supports the elections. And if you go to these neighborhoods in central Caracas, the strongholds of the Bolivarian movement, you ask these people, why do you still vote for the United Socialist Party when
Venezuelan president says 4 more people have been arrested after a failed incursion attempt. A former US veteran says he organized the raid, which Venezuela claims was ultimately orchestrated by Washington.
I have to report that 4 new terrorists have just been captured. I've already ordered the foreign minister to send a set of reports with the corresponding videos, with the corresponding contracts on this aggression conducted by the United States government and Donald Trump against Venezuela.
The US denies any involvement. 2 of its citizens were among the first arrests, though. They were detained on Monday and identified as former Special Forces soldiers. During President Maduro's virtual news conference, the questioning of one of the men was televised. With more on all this, Caleb Mopin.
U.S.-Venezuela tensions are high once again. The Latin American socialist country says it has held off an armed incursion. Now they've captured mercenary fighters, 2 of which are U.S. citizens. And one of the mercenary fighters says the plan was to detain Maduro and hand him over to the United States.
The only instructions that I received from Jordan was to ensure that we took control of an airport for safe passage for Maduro and receiving of airplanes.
On Wednesday, we heard a full denial from Mike Pompeo. He says the United States was not in on the plot. However, he's now making threats unless the 2 detained U.S. citizens are released.
There was no U.S. government direct involvement in this operation. If we'd have been involved, it would have gone differently. If the Maduro regime decides to hold them, we'll use every tool that we have available to try and get them back.
President Maduro maintains he knows exactly who is responsible for the raid.
We were able to uncover this terrorist incursion of which we have been victims. We know that the United States government assigned the Drug Enforcement Agency to plan this action and assigned the private company Silvercorp for the operational planning. The government of the United States of America is fully and completely involved in this raid, defeated by the solid civic military police union of Venezuela.
Silvercorp is an American corporation headed by Jordan Godreau. There's now video of him confirming the botched operation. Silvercorp has also threatened to kill an RT Spanish correspondent after she tweeted about an alleged invasion into Venezuela.
As a journalist, I have followed the online account of this alleged war veteran, and who's said to have been decorated 3 times back home for his participation in the Iraq War. After a long period of absence, he yesterday took to the online account of Silvercorp USA, claiming that his incursion would involve over 60 people here in Venezuela. I made a report, and this person replied that mercenaries may be paid to kill people, but he would kill me for free. Fortunately, I have received many messages of support from both the Venezuelan government and also from abroad. And so, now we move forward with our work, because the most important thing is to continue denouncing what's taking place in our country.
The Russian embassy responded to this public threat of violence.
We noticed an explicit threat to the RT journalist. U.S. authorities and human rights activists who keen on seeking out the violators of freedom of speech outside the United States keep silence. Apparently, they continue to celebrate World Press Freedom Day.
With the world shut down by the ongoing global pandemic, many would argue now is the time for cooperation between countries. However, it's pretty clear that U.S. leaders have decided that their efforts to destabilize Venezuela and topple its government must not be put on hold.
What is clear is that the Venezuelan opposition, Juan Guaido, the so-called interim president, has his name on his contract with the coup leader, Silvercorp mercenary Jordan Godreau. And at the very least, the Venezuelan opposition has turned to private means to carry out a military coup, which is technically an act of war. U.S. State Department is very embarrassed by this. They don't want anything to do with it, whether or not they did have fingerprints on the operation. And now it appears that Jordan Godreau, the ringleader who was contracted by Juan Guaido, will be prosecuted by the U.S. government for arms trafficking. So they're clearly trying to establish legal distance with Juan Guaido. So it just makes Trump and his team look like a bunch of buffoons on the world stage.
De mi patria, orgulloso de Chávez y de Maduro. Maduro, no te rindas. Maduro, adelante. Venezuela se respeta. Contra el imperialismo, contra los ataques mediáticos, contra la guerra económica. La revolución no se perderá. Hasta la victoria, patria o muerte. Orgulloso el 4 de febrero, excombatiente del barrio Canaima. Lucharemos hasta el final.
Y el final de la victoria.
¡Que viva Chávez! ¡Que viva Maduro!
I'm just going to go ahead and just start with Caleb here, and he's again he's an independent journalist, and he's going to be able to give us a political analysis of what came down from his perspective in Venezuela.
If it's okay with everyone, I'll stand up. I guess when I begin my presentation, I guess I have to begin by clearing something up. Based on what has been said in the U.S. media and a lot of what's even been said on the internet in some of the left-wing circles, I feel a need to kind of give a disclaimer. If you were coming here tonight with the expectation that I was going to get up and say that the Bolivarian Revolution has been defeated, that BP and Shell are going to take control of the oil resources there, that this beautiful uprising for democracy is done and it's finished. If you were coming here expecting me to talk that way, you came to the wrong meeting. You absolutely came to the wrong meeting. Now, the US press is really good at misreading, miscalculating, and mispredicting events in Venezuela. After Chavez tried to take power in 1992, they said he's done. They said we'll never hear from him again. After he was elected president in 1999, they said, well, he's not going to do much. We're not going to hear much from him. After the 2002 coup attempt, when the CIA worked with the Venezuelan oligarchy to overthrow the democratically elected president, they said, that's it. Bolivarianism is finished. After they announced the goal of building 21st century socialism, they said, oh, he's gone too far. It's all over. In the lead up to each and every election where Chavez and the United Socialist Party or Maduro was elected by the people, they proclaimed that the revolution was doomed. And each time, they have been wrong. And after Chavez's death, again, they said, this is all over. But then the people poured out and they voted for Nicolás Maduro to continue the revolutionary process. The experts on CNN, in the New York Times, on Fox News, they've all been to Harvard and Yale. They're considered the experts in their field. But when it comes to understanding Venezuela and predicting what happens in its politics, they have an awful, awful track record. And the events that I witnessed in Caracas just perfectly illustrate what the whole world should know about the different political forces in Venezuela. In Venezuela this December, the country had the first peaceful election in 16 years. In the last 16 years, every time Chavez or Maduro or the United Socialist Party has been victorious at the polls, with the Carter Center and the United Nations and the Organization for American States confirming that that was the real result, the opposition has decided to go on the attack. In 2014, when Maduro was elected president, the opposition killed 43 people. They strung wires across intersections. They bombed healthcare clinics and buses. And now, now that there were some real defeats for the Bolivarian movement at the polls, all of a sudden there was peace. So next time you turn on Fox News or you turn on MSNBC and they start talking about Chavez the dictator, think about where the violence in Venezuelan society is really coming from and what the source of this violence is. Who is carrying out this violence? Now, the opposition, they call themselves the Democratic Roundtable, the MUD, M-U-D. Their name is MUD as far as I'm concerned. They did score some real victories at the polls, but it's not over. I guess I have to explain first, before I get into what happened, I have to explain what did not happen. The Bolivarian movement was not defeated. The presidency, the military, the Supreme Court is still in the hands of the United Socialist Party. Furthermore, there is a huge structure of communes, labor unions, people's assemblies, militias, student associations, artistic collectives, farm cooperatives, and just a huge intricate structure of the Bolivarian movement that is aligned with President Maduro and has not given up. And secondly, I want to make this overwhelmingly clear, this is very important. This was not a rejection of socialism by the Venezuelan people. I spoke to many people who were campaigning for the opposition and supporting the opposition, and they didn't say, I hate Chavez. They didn't say, I hate Bolivarianism. They didn't say, I want free market capitalism. No, they had frustrations about how the revolution was being carried out. They felt like there was a problem of corruption. They felt like certain practices within the government were problematic. The majority of the people who voted for the MUD have nothing in common with the racist, extremist bourgeois elements that run that organization. The opposition in Venezuela has tried to change its face. That's an important point. And the people who voted for the MUD, they called it a voto castigo, or a punishment vote. They wanted to tell the leaders of the patriotic poll that they were upset with certain government policies. And, like I said, the opposition has tried to change its face. The leader of the MUD is Henrique Capriles. Capriles, unlike previous leaders of the Venezuelan opposition, he doesn't run around extolling the greatness of U.S. imperialism. He doesn't call the poor people monkeys. He actually pretends to be concerned about the economic problems in the country. He actually says he's a socialist also. He tries to act as if he, not Maduro, is the true inheritor of the Chavez legacy. And Capriles is lying. It's no secret that he's an agent. He's getting money from the banking elites in the U.S., the oil cartels, the weapons manufacturers. The strategy being utilized at this moment to attack the people of Venezuela and try to halt their revolution and take the country back for the Wall Street oil corporations, it's been changed. They aren't using the neocon strategy of direct attacks, coups, and open assaults. It's not Bush and the Koch brothers who are directing the attacks currently on the Bolivarian Revolution. The sinister group of billionaires that are calling the shots and directing the assaults on the Bolivarian movement are led by a family named Rockefeller. ExxonMobil, the biggest Wall Street oil corporation, is heavily invested in a country called Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you know, this is one of these human rights loving, democratic, free societies, right? Saudi Arabia. And ExxonMobil basically controls the oil of Saudi Arabia, along with Chevron and BP. And they are basically ordering the Saudi monarchy to pump oil out onto the international market. Millions of barrels, tens of millions of barrels of oil every day are being churned out onto the market, and it's driving the price of oil lower than ever. The Saudis are losing money in this process. They've got big internal problems with unemployment and unrest. They actually started off the year by executing 47 people. And they keep churning out oil onto the markets, and they're not doing this because they're stupid. They're not just slitting their own wrists. They're being ordered by their bosses at ExxonMobil to do what they're doing. The Rockefeller family that controls ExxonMobil is also one of the primary backers and funders of the Council on Foreign Relations. They have control over the Ford Foundation and George Soros networks, the same forces that are here in the U.S. trying to take over and control the Black Lives Matter movement and restrain it. They're also working very hard, coordinating with the oil companies to try and sabotage the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. They're funding within Venezuela an apparatus of professional agitators, bomb throwers, and troublemakers within Venezuela, and they're doing the same thing, I must add, in Iran and in Russia. They hope that they can cash-starve these governments, foment unrest, and eventually take over. I saw with my own eyes how the oil price drop has been affecting the daily life of people in Venezuela. There were shortages of necessary household items like toilet paper. Food wasn't being delivered. Massive inflation took place. There were lines outside the ATMs every morning. This was economic warfare being waged against the Bolivarian Revolution by the United States, by the CIA, and by the Rockefellers. But despite all this, and it's important to keep this in mind, 42% of the people still voted for the Bolivarian Revolution. You know, I remember on election day, there was this group of bikers, people on motorcycles, that were just driving through their neighborhood, waving the flag of the United Socialist Party, telling people to go out and vote. There's a huge apparatus within Venezuela that still supports the elections. And if you go to these neighborhoods in central Caracas, the strongholds of the Bolivarian movement, you ask these people, why do you still vote for the United Socialist Party when there's all this trouble getting toilet paper? And you know what they do? They point out the window, and they say, this road out here, this paved road, used to be made out of dirt. They say, look at this, we've got cooking gas now. We never had that before. They said, the electricity comes on all the time. We have regular electricity. They said they didn't have any of this. They have healthcare clinics where people can go and get medical care with Cuban doctors. There were a whole bunch of people prior to the Bolivarian process who were actually physically blind because of poverty-related illnesses. And one of the first things they did, they had this program curing the blindness of the people. Literacy programs, adult education, teaching people how to read. In one neighborhood, they told us how under the old regime that they had to, if they wanted the electricity to work regularly, if they wanted people to come pick up the garbage, they'd have to take a bunch of old tires and put them in the middle of the street and pour gasoline on them and light them on fire to get the attention of the old regime so that maybe someone would come and pick up their garbage. It's nothing like it was before. I went to Comuna Pinal, the Beehive Commune, one of the collective cities that has been constructed by the revolution. In this center, there are 1,400 families who live together in these apartment buildings. They've got pictures of Che Guevara and Mao Zedong, and they care for each other, and they feed each other, and they look after each other. And they're communists. Sure, they're communists, but they're Christians. They talk about the Jesus Christ who died for the oppressed. They raise their fists in the air and talk about how they are ready to give their lives and become martyrs for the revolution. This is a solid core. This is a block. This is a structure within Venezuelan society that cannot be pulled apart. No election is going to break them down, and frankly, I don't think drones, tanks, weapons, or anything else can do that either. This is something strong, and it can't be defeated. I know one thing that they've really invested a lot in Venezuela is media. We visited radio stations, TV networks that have been funded by the government, allowing the people to compete with this private media that's opposed to the Bolivarian process. Just a beautiful, beautiful network of community-controlled radio stations supporting and defending the revolution. Now, some people predicted after the election results that the right wing, the mood, would get in and they would just kind of gradually start to roll back the Bolivarian process. They would just gradually start to undo things. Well, those people were wrong. The first thing the opposition did, the first thing that they did when they took office is they removed not just the picture of Chavez, not just the picture of Maduro, but also the picture of Simón Bolívar, the liberator.
Now, that would be, you know, this is an icon in Venezuelan society. This is a hero of Latin America, the fighter for independence. Taking down the picture of Simón Bolívar would be, I think it would be similar to if someone in the U.S. were to take down a picture of Martin Luther King Jr. or take down a statue of Martin Luther King Jr. That's not a political statement. That's an act of war. It's an act of war, and that was the first thing that the opposition did. Now we hear that one of the most beloved journalists, who was a voice defending the revolutionary process, Ricardo Durán Trujillo, has been gunned down in his home and killed. The opposition isn't looking to peacefully transition the country away from socialism. The opposition knows that there is a huge gap between themselves and the people who voted for them. That people voted for them out of frustration, but their intention is to destroy everything that's been happening in Venezuela. And because they know that, they are trying to provoke a confrontation. And right now, Nicolás Maduro is the defender of peace and stability in the country. It's unfortunate. I know there's a misconception a lot of people have. They think that revolutionaries were bomb throwers, were violent. But if anyone who's actually studied revolution, and not seen Hollywood movies about it, but studied actual revolutions that have gone on, knows that revolutionaries in the real world are just advocates of self-defense. They want people to protect themselves. Nicolás Maduro and the Bolivarian Revolution, they're defenders of hungry children. They're defenders of people who've been robbed of housing and an education. And furthermore, they're defenders of democracy against the forces that carry out military coups and try to overthrow the elected governments. Now Maduro has the difficult task of holding Venezuelan society together. I remember on election day, we went to one neighborhood, and on one side there was the PSUV, the Socialist Party, was set up. On the other side was the MOOD. And both sides had speakers set up. They were playing music. And we talked to some of the people from the Socialist Party, and they were saying things like, you know, look at this. Look at this. We're a peaceful democratic society. We're a civilized country. We're playing, they play their music, we play our music. We dance to each other's music. We're competing. You know, we know each other. These are people from our neighborhood. We don't agree, but we get along. We're friendly. You know, now that is what the forces that control the opposition want to destroy. I wish I'd been prepared for the election results, because I would have had something that I could say to the people who told me that they love socialism, they love Chavez and everything he did for the country, but they mistakenly decided to cast their vote for these forces of evil. I wish I had thought more clearly about what I would say to them. Of course, I didn't know what the election results would be. But if I could go back and do it again, I would say to them, if you look at Venezuela, and you see these highways, and you see these paved roads, and you see these healthcare clinics, and you see this beautiful artwork, and you see, I mean, they even had these cable cars that would go up to the mountains. I mean, just so much has been built and constructed in Venezuela. It's all been constructed based on an economy centered around public control of the oil resources. With public control of the natural oil resources, they've been using the oil wealth to develop an independent, vibrant economy for Venezuela. And based on that, they have basically enabled people to have pride in their culture. They've enabled people to just live lives so richer than anything they could have had before. And this is what the opposition is trying to destroy. The Wall Street bankers that control the opposition, they're not trying to destroy the Bolivarian process. They're trying to destroy Venezuela. They're trying to destroy an independent country. We went to one place that was called the Center for African Knowledge. And it was a whole building that had been constructed to raise people in Venezuela's awareness about Africa. And when we talked to people there, one thing that they shared with us was that it wasn't just about Africa, it was about Afro-Venezuelans. And how, since the Bolivarian Revolution began, Afro-Venezuelans have been able to feel pride in who they are. They haven't had to feel ashamed of the fact that they have African heritage in their blood. They've actually been able to be proud that they are from African descent, and they've been welcomed as a sector of Venezuelan society. And I must say that that if you look at Venezuela and you look at the way they have pride in their culture and their heritage, you see that they have these publicly owned TV networks that have been paid for. It's all a step forward. And the forces in power, the wealthy Wall Street elite, when they see this, they pound their fists with rage. They don't want the Venezuelans to have their own economy. They want them to be good, loyal customers, buying everything from Wall Street and obeying the global financial elite. They don't want them celebrating their vibrant history. They want them watching Kim Kardashian and the New Housewives of New Jersey, or whatever the hell they're called these weeks. They don't want them worshiping Jesus Christ, who they say was the first communist in the world. They want them listening to the sermons of Joel Osteen about how God is going to make you rich. In the Middle East, they use the terrorists and the extremists to create chaos. But if you go to Central America and Latin America, you see the drug cartels and the narcos. They're both running around with US-made weapons, destroying things, making instability, making it so no stable society can emerge. This strategy for spreading chaos and utilizing economic subversion, this Rockefeller, CIA, NGO plot to spread chaos around the world, it may actually not have the long-term effects that they're expecting. Got a couple articles here from the Wall Street Journal. This one here talks about how right now in Houston, there's a housing slump because of these low oil prices. This one here talks about how in North Dakota, there's a little town called Williston. And Williston had a boom with hydraulic fracking, and people from all over the country were moving to Williston, getting jobs working in fracking, but that's all done now. The boom that happened in this little town in North Dakota has just been wrecked because there's $28 a barrel. It's hurting them. And I know that somewhere Barack Obama is in a meeting with his advisors, and he's saying to all of them, he's saying, let me leave office without everything falling apart. Just let me get out of office before this all goes to hell. That's what he's saying. Because if you look at what's happening on the stock market right now, they'd like to tell you it's all because of China. But the reality is that this oil nonsense can't go on forever. Now, Venezuela is a country that is broken free. And frankly, I don't like to use foul language, but it scares the shit out of them. Just like Iran, just like Russia, just like China, if one country can break free, another country can break free as well. First there was Chavez, then there was Maduro, then there was Correa, then there was Ortega. The world is gradually slipping out of their fingers. Independent economies are emerging. Now, the dedicated core of Chavistas, they're being put to the test right now. They are facing deep challenges to their revolutionary process. And the message that they need to hear from us is that here in the center of the empire, you've got friends in the United States. They need to see that there's plenty of young people who are mad about the fact that they can't get a decent job. And they're thinking about they see the kind of social programs that Maduro has put into effect, giving jobs to people, healthcare and education, and they think that something like that would be good for this country. The Chavistas have got friends in the United States. They need to see that there's a mass movement opposed to police brutality that doesn't just oppose the cops here on the street, but also opposes the CIA, the Pentagon, and all the forces holding back people's movements for independence. Chavistas, you've got friends here in the United States. They need to see that ExxonMobil, BP, and Shell, while they're always pushing for more wars and more attacks, that there's a dedicated movement of people who want to fight for peace. The Chavistas, you've got friends here in the United States. They need to see that whenever these mood opposition forces, these puppets come to New York City, that there's going to be a demonstration against them, and we're going to get up and disrupt their speeches, and we're going to make clear that they're not welcome here in the U.S. We got to let the world know that Chavistas, you've got friends here in the United States. They need to see that, and they need to understand that not all of us are going to be duped by the racist hate and bigotry coming from figures like Donald Trump, and that we are going to stand side by side with our immigrant brothers and sisters and fight against the big oil cartels that are destroying the world. Chavistas, you've got friends here in the United States. We're all part of one human family, standing against injustice and greed. And the Bolivarian Revolution is an inspiration to all of us. I remember when I was a teenager, I saw Chavez on TV at the UN calling George W. Bush the devil, and I just applauded like you wouldn't believe. That was a great moment. And I feel like every person who was watching their TV set and was cheering for Chavez when he called Bush the devil and was smelling the sulfur, I feel like every one of them has a role to play in solidarity with the Bolivarian Revolution. Everyone in this room and everyone who stands against injustice has a contribution to make in defending Venezuela. And so I want everyone in this room to start thinking about what role they have to play in the next few months. Thank you. Awesome.
Hey folks, so yesterday I had an opportunity to interview some of the anti-Maduro activists who are outside the United Nations General Assembly. These are Venezuelans who want to violently overthrow the Venezuelan government and topple the leader and replace the leader with the US-backed figure Juan Guaido. So keep in mind, these aren't just random Venezuelans. These are folks that came all the way to New York City to protest outside the United Nations. And you'd be surprised what these folks have to say. The level of dishonesty is quite massive. This is what I heard from anti-Maduro regime change activists outside the United Nations.
We live in a really hard situation there in Venezuela. We want justice in our country.
Okay. And who's to blame for the situation?
Of course, it's Maduro.
We have repression, we have communism.
Can you tell me about the repression?
Yeah, the repression. I used to be a leadership in my university. They follow me up so many times that I go shoot by bullet tear gas.
What is this for, the State Department?
No, I'm an independent blogger. I have a YouTube channel.
And how are you going to use it?
I'm asking you. I'm going to post it on YouTube.
On YouTube?
Yeah. So why are you here today?
In English or Spanish?
English. Now, did you hear what he just said? He said, are you from the State Department, right? He sees some white guy in a suit with a camera and thinks I'm from the State Department. These are not just grassroots activists. These are not just random people, right? This movement to bring down Maduro is not a revolution from below. These people are deeply, deeply embedded with the U.S. government, with the U.S. intelligence agencies. This is a regime change operation. He sees me and says, oh, are you at the State Department? But it gets much better. Wasn't Chavez elected?
He was elected originally, but then he sold Venezuela and he changed the constitution several times. The last elections were all rigged.
How were they rigged?
Huh?
How were they rigged?
They were rigged with, the computer system, the computer, everything.
They don't respect private property. They don't respect the freedom of the people, and they don't respect the life.
Okay. Now I've been to Venezuela.
Yeah.
When I was in Venezuela, I saw ads on television for the mood. I saw opposition demonstrations taking place. Why is it a dictatorship?
Because it's not an easy thing to talk about it.
But no, I saw elections taking place.
I can still show you conversations with journalist people.
Yeah.
I can show you so many contexts and so much information that is already explained on internet.
Juan Guaido, right, says he's the president.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And
yes.
he's being supported by the United States.
Yes.
If I was in the United States here and I said that I was the president and I had Venezuela and North Korea backing me, I would be in prison right now. So how is it a dictatorship?
No. This is a different situation.
Venezuela is a dictatorship.
So why is Juan Guaido walking around saying he's the president, funded by the United States, and he's not killed? If I did that in America, which is a democratic country, if I said I was the president and I had Venezuela backing me, I would go to prison. Any other country, he'd be in jail.
Our government is not that stupid. They know if they touch Guaido, something gonna happen.
Why have members of the opposition like yourself been caught burning food and destroying food warehouses, trying to starve your own people so that you can overthrow the government?
We're not burning food.
What? So it's fake news, it's lies, you haven't burned any food, they haven't caught you burning warehouses?
It's common sense, bro.
The Venezuelan opposition has been caught with warehouses full of food they keep from the people because they want a crisis so they can overthrow Maduro.
No, that's not
They
true.
lit the food truck on the border on fire. Did you see the video?
But that wasn't the opposition. It was the government.
The New York Times even says it was the opposition.
No, well, New York Times can be wrong.
So they're part of a conspiracy to help Maduro?
That's a conspiracy to help Maduro. All has the support more than 80% of the people.
80% of the people support Guaido.
Of the people support Guaido.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Right, you're serious. 80% support Guaido.
80% of population
What
support
poll
Guaido.
showed that?
What's that?
What poll showed that?
Well,
How did you determine 80% of the people support Juan Guaido?
I determine 80% of the people because if the people has no able to fly.
How did you determine? You just said 80% of the people support Guaido.
80% of the people.
Did you do a poll?
You told.
What is that based
on? It's because I believe so.
You believe it?
I believe it.
Oh, you believe it? Okay.
I believe it.
Now, I'm a reporter. If I got on TV and made up numbers because I
look
believed
at
it, I
numbers.
would
No,
lose
you
my
don't have
job.
to make. Well, you're a reporter. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
You're a
All right.
reporter. Your obligation is different than mine.
Right. I have to tell the truth. You don't. Before Chavez, before Maduro, it was good.
The relationship it functioned at least better. At least there was a functioning democracy oligarchy.
They're killing me.
How? You look fine.
What? Because I'm in America. Right.
So they were trying to kill you?
Thank you. I came here and I have AIDS. You know why I have AIDS? Because my government never gave me medication to survive.
So
the
Venezuelan government gave you AIDS?
No, the Venezuelan government don't give me the medication to survive.
The U.S. government blocks that medicine from getting there.
That was
in
before
fact, Cuba is leading the world in AIDS treatment. Cuba leads the world in AIDS treatment.
I came here 10 years ago, and the sensation started 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I came here 10 years ago.
So why does Cuba have some of the most advanced treatment for AIDS of any country in the world?
That's not true.
Oh, it's not true. Okay.
That's not true.
All right.
Who are you reporting for?
Who am I reporting for? It's for my YouTube channel.
And what is your YouTube channel about?
It's my YouTube channel. I cover international news, all kinds of things. I've been to Venezuela. I've seen what's actually going on there, right? And I don't want another war. And you guys are out here campaigning for my government to invade Venezuela, for people my age to go and die in a new war, and I don't want that.
It will not be just the United States, it will be a coalition.
Oh, it'll be a coalition that'll invade Venezuela.
Yeah.
So you want your own country to be invaded?
At this moment,
So
yes.
how's Libya doing since their invasion?
What happened is you're looking at it from the wrong
How's
point of
Iraq
view.
doing
Wait,
since the
you're asking me a
invasion?
question. You want me to answer?
Sure.
Yeah, then let me talk.
All right.
Okay. What happening is right now we are invaded already. We have Cuba is invading Venezuela.
The elected government has welcomed Cuban doctors. That's why you have no illiteracy in Venezuela.
Are you
because
kidding
Cuban
me?
volunteers.
Oh my God. What you're using is a leftist narrative that is called the blind leftist narrative.
Okay. But you want the U.S. military to roll into your country.
If anybody lifts the flag and says revolution, you will blindly go and give him support.
No.
It's ridiculous.
But so continue. You said you want the U.S. military to invade Venezuela.
At this point, so many people are desperate that they will say yes. If you make an election, they will say yes. Please come in.
So how has Iraq been since the U.S. invaded? How has Iraq been since What about Libya? How's Libya been since the USA invaded?
Those are different situations.
Afghanistan, how they've been since the USA invaded?
Those are different
How about Honduras since the USA overthrew the elected leader? Honduras has become a mess of drug cartels, but you want to do that to your own country.
Right now, yes. Because
right now, you would prefer what's happened to Honduras, what's happened to Iraq, what's happened to Libya to happen to your country.
Yeah, because I tell you what, Venezuela has a long history with the United States.
Now, what about the photo of Juan Guaido with the drug cartel? Are you concerned about this guy?
Not concerned at all.
The President of the United States has picked the President of your country. No one has voted for Juan Guaido. He's never run for election. Donald Trump declares him the President of your country. He hangs out with drug cartels.
He's not hanging out with drug cartels.
You haven't seen the photos? So it's fake.
I've seen the pictures.
Didn't Chavez wipe out illiteracy in the country?
No.
No, there's still illiteracy. The UN is lying to cover up for Chavez.
Look,
this is a big conspiracy you're describing. I mean, the UN is in it, Jimmy Carter's in it, everyone's involved trying to make Chavez look good. You know, it's weird. It's this big, vast plot you're describing. Can you tell me how big this conspiracy is?
No, it's huge, actually.
It's huge?
Yeah.
And who is running it?
I don't know.
So there you have it, folks, right? All kinds of blatantly false statements. Right? Just all kinds of things that are just ridiculously outrageous, no way conceivably true, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. But most Americans will hear these kind of people talk and not know any facts about it and say, oh yeah, well the media says Maduro's bad and they're from there, I guess I gotta believe them. These folks are blatant liars. They are saying things that are not conceivably true. They are regime change activists. And the important point that really needs to be made about these folks, more than anything, is that these anti-Maduro Venezuelans, they say they love America. They say they love the United States. They say, oh, you know, we love the United States. We want Venezuela to be just like the United States, but they don't. They don't. They don't love the United States. They love the global financial oligarchy. They love capitalism. They love big banks and corporations. And what they want is more Americans, people from Ohio, people from Texas, people from Iowa, young Americans to go and die, just like they died in Iraq, just like they died in Afghanistan. They want more Americans to die in a new war in order to reclaim Venezuela for Wall Street and Western capitalism. They don't love America. They love capitalism, they love greed, they love the billionaires and the bankers. These people are not our allies and they're not our friends. What they want is a new war. They want more instability. They want a bigger global refugee crisis. They're not friends of America. They're not friends of America's working families.
I want to thank Kevin and my friend Ramiro for setting up this meeting. It's really an honor to be invited out here. It's a beautiful campus. I actually used to live just a few streets down in Flushing back in 2012, but I never actually came by here, so it's an honor to come here. So if you tune into the news and you watch what's happening in Venezuela currently, it's really a lot like walking into a movie about an hour and a half after the movie started. You really don't know who these people are and what they're saying or where they came from, and you know what's happening on the screen at the moment, but you don't really know the backstory and you don't really know what's happening. So in order to talk about what happened in Venezuela in December, I have to talk about the history of the Bolivarian movement. And in order to do that, I have to talk about neoliberalism and explain what neoliberalism is. Neoliberalism really came into prominence in the 1950s and 60s and 70s. Economists in the United States at a place called the Chicago School developed ideas about creating what's been called utopian capitalism. The idea was that almost all government intervention in the economy could be abruptly ended. Minimum wages, labor laws, environmental protections, and they could be gotten rid of. Functions usually carried out by the government, like prisons and the military and public transportation, could be relegated to private corporations. Now, the Ford Foundation and the Rockefellers and a lot of think tanks put a lot of money into Milton Friedman and other economists who developed these theories of developing kind of almost completely unregulated capitalism. And the first place that neoliberalism was put into practice was in Chile in 1973. The democratically elected leader was Salvador Allende. He was a member of the Socialist Party, he was a Marxist, and he had a pro-Soviet foreign policy. And he was overthrown in a military coup. With the help of the CIA, the military toppled Salvador Allende and put in a military dictator, Augusto Pinochet. And then Pinochet essentially handed the economic management of Chile over to the Chicago School of Economics. They immediately privatized all the state-owned enterprises. They abolished a number of the social programs, and they turned Chile into a laboratory to conduct an experiment in economic neoliberalism. The result was 20 to 30% unemployment. They got rid of the food subsidies that had existed under the previous government, and as a result, the average Chilean family began to spend about 74% of their income on food alone. The average calorie intake dropped to about 1,200 calories per day. There's actually a number of Chileans who were small children, 1 or 2 years old during this period, who became permanently mentally disabled because of malnutrition that they had as a result of the drop in food prices, the mass economic devastation of Chile. But U.S. copper and mining corporations got rich, and the wages of Chilean workers went down. And that was the beginning of neoliberalism in Latin America. About a decade later, there was a coup in Argentina. And Isabel Perón, who was leading Argentina, kind of a nationalist leader, she was overthrown, and neoliberalism set up shop in Argentina as well. Now, what began in the southern cone of Latin America greatly expanded after the collapse of the Soviet Union. As the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc was declining, and Marxism and socialism were losing ground in the world, neoliberalism began to greatly expand. The International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, and the World Bank forced many Latin American countries to reorient their economies toward neoliberalism with loans. Essentially, in order to receive IMF or World Bank loans, you had to follow the dictates and the policies dictated by these institutions. In Bolivia, the economist Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University was brought in to oversee the privatizations. Sachs mandated that Bolivia privatize its water resources, and it actually became a crime in Bolivia to collect water even on your rooftop. If you were collecting water on your rooftop, that was stealing from Nestle and other corporations from the United States that had been given control of Bolivia's water resources, so you could be arrested for it. In Ecuador, the international bankers forced the country to rapidly switch to the U.S. dollar and give up their currency. And interestingly enough, I actually went to Ecuador. This was in 1999, and it just devastated the country. I mean, mass homelessness, mass poverty. I mean, it was just a disaster. Now, Venezuela is an oil-rich country. It actually has the biggest oil reserve in the world. They've basically come to the conclusion now, petroleum geologists, that Venezuela has a bigger oil reserve even than Saudi Arabia. For a long time, it was believed that Saudi Arabia had the biggest oil reserve, but now Venezuela has the biggest. But in the 1980s and 90s, the oil, it was technically nationalized, but it was really the property of BP, Royal Dutch Shell, Chevron, and ExxonMobil. Those are the four super majors, the four Wall Street oil corporations that function almost like a trust. They don't really compete with each other. Some people call them the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the four major U.S. oil corporations that are connected with big banks. ExxonMobil is basically Chase Bank, and it's the Rockefeller family. Royal Dutch Shell is also a Wall Street institution. Most of these big oil companies are linked to big banks and linked to media, and it's kind of these are the centers of economic power in the U.S. are these banks and oil corporations. Now, in the 1980s, with the threat of communist revolution no longer hanging over the heads of the capitalists and the leaders of the government in Venezuela, they began to cooperate with the International Monetary Fund and they cut social spending very rapidly. The results were horrific. When I visited Caracas, people told me horror stories from this period. Basically, the international bankers would say to the Venezuelan government, in order to receive your loans, you need to cut your spending on government workers. So, they would look at the budget, and they would say, wow, you've hired way too many people in the sanitation department. You've hired way too many people to manage the electricity. And so they would have to cut the budget. And so they would cut it one year and lay off all kinds of workers. And then the next year they would come back and they'd apply for their next loan, and the international bankers would say, oh, you got to cut some more. And the results were just horrific. People told me that during this period, in a lot of neighborhoods in Venezuela, the electricity would just go off for weeks, and they would have no electricity. They would talk about how garbage would stop being collected because they wouldn't have enough garbage workers to go out and pick up the garbage. And so for weeks, garbage wouldn't even be collected in some of the poorer neighborhoods. So when the government raised the cost of public transportation, again, they were being told by the international bankers, look, you've got to cut, you're spending way too much on your public buses and trains. And so when they cut public transportation and raised the costs, there was a huge riot, a huge rebellion. They call it the Caracazo. And it was just a huge upsurge in the whole country. It wasn't just in Caracas. That was the center of it. That's where most of the fighting went on. It was all over the country. There was just a huge outpouring of rage and anger at the cuts in government services that were being mandated by the IMF and the World Bank and the World Trade Organization. And shortly afterwards, a military commander named Hugo Chavez, he tried to seize power in a military coup. He was seen as an ally of this mass uprising against the cuts in public services and the economic devastation of the country. He tried to seize power in a military coup. It failed, and he was put into prison. Now, in Cuba, there were conferences going on with labor activists and communists and socialists and progressives from all over Latin America. They were gathering in Cuba and talking about how to fight against neoliberalism. Fidel Castro, veterans of the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, many different leftist and revolutionary leaders were meeting in Cuba and strategizing what to do. Now, in the 1970s and 80s, revolutionaries in Latin America used primarily guerrilla warfare. They would pick up guns and try to seize power with military arms and establish a new government. But in the 1990s, as neoliberalism was going on all through Latin America, economically devastating it, there was a tactical reorientation. And revolutionaries and leftists moved away from this armed strategy and began to adopt tactics that can be described as what they call a people's front or a popular front. Instead of trying to take power with arms, the revolutionaries would build alliances with other political forces, and they would use a method called polarization. They said the issue in Latin America was neoliberalism and the privatization and the cuts in government services and just the devastation of the economy. And the goal was to divide society into two camps, the people that were for neoliberalism and the people who were against neoliberalism. And everyone would basically be faced with the question, are you for the neoliberal cuts? Are you for what the international bankers are doing to our countries? Or are you against it? They would sometimes use religious and patriotic imagery. They would say that, that we're the real patriots. We're the ones who love our homeland. And these leaders that are obeying these folks on Wall Street and cutting all the services, they're traitors to the homeland. They would build alliances with churches and religious organizations that were just having to care for people and seeing the neighborhoods and the parishes just devastated by these economic cuts. So in Caracas, for example, in the 1990s, when the electricity would stop coming on in the poor neighborhoods, the communists would lead the community to shut down the major roadways with tires. They would pile tires on all the major roadways, light them on fire until the electricity came back on. They would just shut down these roadways. They would also have symbolic one-day strikes. If the electricity wasn't coming on in the neighborhood, no one goes to work. And they would make sure everyone in the neighborhood knew that they weren't going to go to work that day. And all kinds of businesses would have, their workers wouldn't come to work, and so, they would respond and the electricity might come back on in a few days. One thing that they did is when the garbage wasn't being collected, the Communist Party would start collecting the garbage themselves, and then they would take it to a major highway and dump it in the middle of the highway, demanding that, and then of course the government would have to respond and start collecting garbage once again. These were kind of community struggles that kind of built the strength of the left, and they built a coalition, a political party that was opposed to Western domination. It was called the Movement for a Fifth Republic. In Venezuelan history up to then, you'd had 4 different constitutions, 4 republics, and then they built a political party called the Movement for a Fifth Republic. The military leader, Hugo Chavez, who had attempted the coup, he ran for president in 1998, and he said he was not a socialist, that he believed in what he called the third way between capitalism and socialism. And he ran on a modest platform, and it was basically, he was saying Venezuela first. He says we need to stop listening to these Wall Street bankers who are just wrecking our economy, and we need to put the needs of our country first. They called themselves the Bolivarian movement after Simón Bolívar, who was the liberator, the leader of the revolution against Spanish colonialism, and who had abolished slavery in South America. He'd been key in getting rid of slavery. So right after Chavez was elected president, the country was struck by mudslides. After heavy rains, entire villages were just destroyed, just the mudslides, and people were displaced. And so using the television, Chavez got on television, and he basically mobilized the country to help the victims of the mudslides. He used the military, and he basically called up a kind of patriotic spirit of community service. He used the community activists and the people who've been leading these kind of fights against neoliberalism to go out and organize their communities to help the people as a result of the mudslides. And this was something that hadn't been done in recent history in Venezuela. There hadn't been this kind of mobilization of the people to kind of help each other. And it was an extremely popular thing, and people were all kind of whipped up into this patriotic fervor, going and volunteering and helping people in their community who'd been devastated by these mudslides. And so as a result, Chavez was very popular. And so after the mudslide crisis was over, he then called for a new constitution, and they had a national vote, and the new constitution was ratified overwhelmingly. The rich and powerful in Venezuela started getting somewhat afraid at this time because they saw that Chavez wasn't just leading the Venezuelan government, and he wasn't just leading the Venezuelan military, but he also had this network of kind of community activists who could kind of be called on to come to his aid and do things that he wanted to do and kind of push forward what he called the Bolivarian process or the Bolivarian revolution in the country. And that made the rich and powerful very nervous. In neighborhoods, they organized what were called Bolivarian circles. And so every neighborhood would have people who were supporters of the president and supporters of the movement for the Fifth Republic. And when he got on TV and said, we want to push this initiative, they would go and knock on all the doors in their neighborhood and talk to people. And this kind of gave Chavez a level of power that other political figures in Venezuela had never had. One thing he did, after passing the new constitution, they had a literacy campaign. And Cuban teachers were brought to Venezuela, and they went from neighborhood to neighborhood teaching people who were illiterate how to read. And the first thing that they ever read was this new constitution that they had passed. And so that was very popular. So then September 11th happened in the United States, and a few months later the U.S. invaded Afghanistan, began bombing Afghanistan. And Chavez on national television got on TV, and he showed pictures of innocent people who'd been killed by the bombings. And he said, now 9/11 was awful, but it doesn't justify the killing of innocent people. And what the United States is doing in Afghanistan is wrong. And a lot of people in Venezuela agreed with him and supported him in that call. And then shortly afterwards, Chavez appointed a member of the Communist Party to his cabinet and said, he may be a member of the Communist Party. I don't care. He's the best guy for the job. And he appointed him to a job in the government. So in response, there was a coup. Leaders of the military, in cooperation with the CIA, they arrested Chavez, and briefly he was taken out of power. But then the rank-and-file soldiers, the lower levels of the military, who really loved Chavez and loved his new constitution and his literacy campaign, they rose up and they refused to cooperate. And pretty soon, after a few days of being taken out of office, Chavez was back in power and stronger than ever. Now, in 2003, a year after the coup, Chavez announced that he had changed his position. No longer was he for the third way. He actually believed that Venezuela should move toward what he called 21st century socialism. And Chavez restructured the Venezuelan government-owned oil company and basically kicked out BP, Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Shell. He kicked them out, and basically so the proceeds from the oil sold by the Venezuelan government-owned oil company actually went to the Venezuelan government. And what happened around this time also was the U.S. invaded Iraq. March 19th, 2003, the U.S. invaded Iraq, and one of the biggest oil-producing countries in the world was blown up. It was just destroyed. Now, we all know about supply and demand. What happens then? When one of the major sources of oil on the international markets is destroyed, there's an increase in demand. And so the price of oil skyrocketed. And then shortly after that, the U.S. put sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran because they were developing a peaceful nuclear energy program and they thought it could be used for a nuclear weapon or something like that. So Iranian oil was moved off the market. And then tension increased between the United States and Russia. Russia's another major oil exporting country. And so Russian oil was pushed off the market. So as a result, you had oil prices around this time that reached the levels of like $110 a barrel. Really huge oil prices, some of the biggest we'd ever seen. And as a result of that, the Venezuelan government suddenly had a huge amount of money. And so with the proceeds from Venezuelan oil, Chavez started doing a lot of very, very popular things. A lot of things that made him very, very popular with the Venezuelan public. For one thing, he built healthcare clinics all throughout the country, and he imported Cuban doctors to come and give free healthcare to people in low-income neighborhoods. He set up a network of community-controlled radio and TV stations that basically broadcasted an anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist message. I actually visited one of these radio stations in Caracas, and it was kind of amazing. It was, it's a very low-income neighborhood, but there's just this beautiful, like, state-of-the-art theater that's connected to a radio station, and people use it there for, like, talent shows and community programs. And there's a radio station that's totally controlled by the community. If you live in the neighborhood, you can apply and get time on the radio. It's just beautiful. And when I saw this beautiful state-of-the-art theater paid for with government money, with the oil money, with the oil revenues, I asked the people in the neighborhood what had been there prior to the building of this beautiful state-of-the-art theater. And they told me that what there had been in Venezuela before that, and in this neighborhood, what there had been, is this had actually been the place where people who stole cars would come and break the cars apart, right? And it had also been the heroin place. If you wanted to go buy heroin, this was the place. And so to have the empty lot where people broke apart cars they stole and sold the parts, and the place where people sold drugs, turned into a community center with an auditorium and a community radio station. That had just done amazing things for the neighborhood. It had made it a lot safer, and it had just been amazing. Venezuela already had free public education in the universities, but there were only a few universities, and they rapidly expanded the public university system. When I was in one of the neighborhoods in central Caracas in December, I asked one of the community organizers who was taking me around, I said, how has this neighborhood improved? And he just pointed to all the houses. And he said these houses were all built with loans, interest-free loans given to the people by the government. And they built their houses. Before that, people had lived in shacks without electricity. Now they have electricity, running water, and free cooking gas, by the way. Everyone in Venezuela, every household is supplied with free cooking gas. These are amazing steps that have been taken, and they were done with the high oil prices. Venezuela, with the biggest reserve of oil in the world, selling oil on the international markets, was able to give all of this to their population. Now, U.S. media around this time started talking about Chavez the dictator. Now, we've all heard this. If you ever hear Chavez referred to in the media, or his successor Maduro, you hear them called dictators. But every election, the United Nations, the Organization for American States, the Carter Center for Free Elections, and so many others have confirmed that the election results are legitimate, that this is how the people voted. But yet, our media continues to refer to them as dictators. Now, there is a small minority in Venezuela of very wealthy people who hated Chavez. But in the working class neighborhoods in the cities and in the countryside, Chavez and the Bolivarian Revolution at this time had overwhelming public support. Chavez was elected again and again. Now, as Chavez was dying of cancer, he emphasized that the Bolivarian Revolution needed to move ahead. He said that there should be communes that were created, and a lot of his followers actually began doing this. They began setting up like kind of collective apartment buildings where they would all kind of live together and share everything. And he said that oil couldn't be the only thing in Venezuela that was used to create the socialist project. He said that Venezuela needed to move toward building like government-owned steel mills, collectively owned steel mills, and other manufacturing, and that because they were centered around oil, this was kind of a weakness for the Bolivarian Revolution. And he also called for Venezuelans to form militias. He said that they needed to form basically armed groups that were independent of the standing military. And so in Venezuela, there's actually 117,000 young people who are not part of the Venezuelan army, but they have guns and they have military training and they're in their neighborhoods and they have weapons and they consider themselves, soldiers to defend the Bolivarian Revolution with weapons if they need to. Now, after Chavez died, Venezuela had an election and elected Nicolas Maduro as the new president. Maduro is a longtime labor activist. He was actually a leader of the bus drivers union, and he's been a key figure in leftist politics in Venezuela for many years. Now, Maduro won the election undisputedly, but afterward there was an episode of bloodshed in the streets of Venezuela. 47 people were killed. There were wires that were strung across intersections, and people riding motorcycles would ride across and get their heads cut off. There were universities that were bombed. People threw, petrol bombs at the public universities, which were considered a symbol of the Chavez movement. There were also some community healthcare clinics that were bombed. There was a campaign of violence. There was a hashtag created on Facebook, SOS Venezuela, and there was actually a lot of disinformation that was spread on the internet at this time. For example, it was spread on Twitter and on Facebook that the Venezuelan police were open firing on people with live ammunition. And there was a video circulating that showed some shooting going on, and it gave the impression that the Venezuelan police and military were just going around shooting people with live bullets. In fact, what was happening was they were shooting rubber bullets at a crowd, which is commonly done when there's violence at demonstrations, you know, in all over the world. But this false information was spread to kind of create a moment of panic. In addition to this, now that moment, they called it La Salida. It was a campaign. The hope was to drive Maduro from office with this kind of campaign of street violence. It died out, but it created a lot of disinformation. There was a lot of confusion, and almost a state of national emergency was called. Now, then starting in 2014, there was a massive drop in oil prices, right? Now, Venezuelan, the Bolivarian project had largely been successful because of the high oil prices, $110 a barrel. But then all of a sudden, in 2014, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia starts pushing oil onto the international markets massively. There are tens of millions of dollars, millions of barrels of oil being pushed onto the international markets every single day. And Saudi Arabia is actually bankrupting itself. And this continues. They're still doing this. Every day, Saudi Arabia is pushing oil onto the international market, and they're losing money in doing so. And they're having a huge internal crisis. People are being laid off in Saudi Arabia. Why is this happening? What's happening because Saudi Arabia is basically the property of the four major oil companies in the U.S., Chevron, BP, Shell, and ExxonMobil. And in coordination with the Council on Foreign Relations, which is the major think tank of the CIA, they've kind of engineered a strategy to oppose enemies of the United States. What do Venezuela, Iran, and Russia have in common? They are all countries that have rejected the dominance of Western capitalism. The Iranians are Islamic revolutionaries, the Russians are nationalist Christians, the Venezuelans are Bolivarian socialists, but all of them reject Western capitalism and have an independent economy. And they all have basically state-run economies that are centered around the public control of natural resources, especially oil and natural gas. Russia, Venezuela, and Iran have all developed and become strong because of independent economies and because they sell their own oil. They sell their oil on the market, and that funds a government apparatus which then subsidizes a domestic independent economy. I guess I want to take a sidetrack at this time and point out that imperialism does not bring development. Here in the USA, we're often taught to think of Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America as if these places are just naturally poor. That's the way we're taught to think of this. But the Middle East is where civilization was born. Latin America had vibrant civilizations like the Incas, the Mayas, and the Aztecs, while Europeans were still hunter-gatherers living in caves. China was arguably the most powerful country in the world at one point, and it's pretty close to getting back to that position. There's no reason that people in the so-called third world should be poor, and the Western powers are not developing these countries by investing. In fact, they're destroying and creating dependency. You look at Mexico, for instance. Decades of intervention from the U.S., ultimately escalating with the North American Free Trade Agreement, has not made Mexico more prosperous and self-sufficient. It has reduced the country to chaos as drug cartels battle each other with U.S.-made weapons, and U.S. corporations control the economy, getting richer, while Mexico itself gets poorer. The domestic agriculture of Mexico has been eliminated, and now Mexico imports food from U.S. manufacturers. When the British went to India, they saw the vibrant textile industry that existed there, and they didn't fund it and expand it. They burned down the textile mills and forced the people of India to import their cloth from Britain. The imperialists are very good at fomenting civil wars like they've done in Syria and Ukraine and Yemen. They're very good at drone strikes. They're very good at expanding the narcotics and drug-related activities. Afghanistan is now the heroin capital of the world since it was invaded by the United States. The U.S.-backed and funded paramilitaries in Nicaragua and Colombia actually brought us the modern cocaine industry as well as the drug known as crack. But when it comes to feeding people, teaching people to read, and building infrastructure like highways, schools, hospitals, and such, Western imperialism has proven that it's not so good at that. So when I was in Venezuela in December, I saw that the Bolivarian Revolution was facing a crisis. It's not where it was back in 2006 or 2007. It's actually in a deep crisis. Food corporations in Venezuela that are the property of private corporations who hate the Bolivarian government have been smuggling food out of the country and creating false shortages. There's actually a shortage of other products as well, like toilet paper. Toilet paper is very hard to come by because these corporations that are privately owned have been sending it to Colombia and other countries and basically creating shortages. This is economic warfare. One of the biggest problems, I think, that the United Socialist Party has at this point is they have a big problem with corruption. You know, in Venezuela, over the years of Western capitalist domination, people learned to take care of each other. In Venezuela, if someone got a job with the government, they were expected by their neighbors and their family members to help them out and take care of each other. It was basically a means to survive. You know, if you have a job in the government, your friends and neighbors expect you to break the rules and bend the laws and help them out. And this is a way people learned to take care of each other when there was extreme poverty in the 80s and 90s. And this goes on everywhere in the world. I mean, here in New York, people are taking bribes. Corruption is a big problem. And when the oil prices were high, this wasn't as big of an issue because there was so much that people still got what they needed. However, as the oil prices have been dropped intentionally, now there's low oil prices and there's shortages, this has created a much bigger problem. Now, furthermore, the opposition in Venezuela has actually had a complete makeover. They've completely changed the way they talk. For a long time, the parties that ran against Chavez and Maduro in the elections would speak in very vulgar terms. They would actually call dark-skinned Venezuelans monkeys. That was actually a really common thing. On TV, opposition candidates would say, well, you know, all the people that are voting for the United Socialist Party and Hugo Chavez, they're all a bunch of brown-skinned monkeys. That was acceptable. Now, of course, people don't like to hear that. That's ugly racism, and people didn't vote for it. And the Venezuelan opposition also used to really talk about capitalism. And they'd say, capitalism is a great system. Look at the U.S. It's capitalist. It's the richest country in the world. Chavez wants to make us a poor communist dictatorship like Cuba. Well, this message didn't really work. It wasn't really working with the Venezuelan people. So the current leader of the opposition in Venezuela is a guy named Enrique Capriles. Now, Capriles says he's a socialist also. Instead of preaching this kind of vulgar anti-communism, instead he talks about helping the poor and fixing the economy, but he says he can do a much better job than Maduro. Now, it's no secret that Capriles is an agent of Wall Street. He gets lots of U.S. money, and he's been trained in Western Europe, in the United States, and in Israel as well. But he talks like a leftist, which makes him seem a little less threatening to the people who historically have voted for Hugo Chavez. Now, at the election that happened on December 6, 42% of Venezuelans voted for the United Socialist Party, still, despite all the hardships. However, the rest of those voted for the MOOD, or the Democratic Roundtable. That's the name of the opposition party. And I spoke to a number of people who voted and were campaigning for the MOOD when I was in Venezuela, and I was actually surprised what they said. I didn't meet any of them and said, I hate socialism and I love capitalism. That's not what they said. A lot of them said, I love Chavez, I love socialism, but I'm mad at Nicolas Maduro. I'm mad at the United Socialist Party. We have problems of corruption, and yes, it's because of the U.S. Yes, we know they're dropping the oil prices, but we don't think the United Socialist Party we don't think they're handling the situation the right way. The term that was used to describe what happened was actually, they called it a voto castigo. It was a punishment vote. Basically, people weren't voting for the Democratic Roundtable because they agreed with them. They were voting against Maduro because they were upset with the situation in the country. So now the Venezuelan National Assembly is controlled by the opposition. But the opposition, the MUD, they realize that there's a big gap between the people who voted for them and themselves. And this is a big problem. And I guess a lot of people expected that when the MOOD would take office, that they would just immediately, just gradually start to kind of roll back and block Bolivarianism. But actually, they haven't done that at all. They've actually seemed determined at this point to provoke some kind of civil war. The first thing that they did is in the National Assembly, there are huge portraits of Hugo Chavez. But there's another portrait there also of Bolivar, who's like the national hero. He's like the George Washington, or I guess you could say the Martin Luther King Jr. of Venezuela. And the first thing they did is remove those pictures. So, you know, that's a huge, basically a declaration of warfare. If you were to take down, if a president took office in the U.S. and the first thing he did was to take down a statue of Martin Luther King Jr., people wouldn't interpret that as just, you know, a change in decoration. That would be a statement of political warfare. And the opposition has been doing that. They've been privatizing the housing programs. And Maduro, on the other hand, has actually declared an economic emergency for Venezuela, and he's started taking swift measures to get the economy back in order. The Supreme Court, which is, you know, mainly people who were elected and are aligned with the Bolivarian movement, has supported Maduro in doing this. Maduro's formed a communal parliament, which is kind of a dual government structure of people that are part of the Bolivarian process. And one thing that Maduro has done since the elections is he's actually launched a crackdown on corruption. The people that were in charge of regulating the food industry some of them have been arrested because they've been allowing these shortages to go on. So the Bolivarian movement is kind of realized that they have a lot of problems, and they're trying to rapidly fix the problem. But at this time, Maduro has the task of holding the country together. Anti-communist paramilitaries have been caught attempting to enter Venezuela from Colombia, and the opposition knows that it cannot peacefully win. Already, one of the most popular TV personalities that is a supporter of the Bolivarian Revolution was actually killed in his home. He was just shot, murdered. And there's an increasing amount of violence on the streets. And basically, Maduro is trying to hold the country together. They're trying to reduce chaos and civil war and maintain, and basically maintain Venezuela and keep the vibrant, independent economy together. Now, Nicolas Maduro and the United Socialist Party are basically, at this point, they're defenders of peace. They want to hold the country together, and they want to continue the march toward 21st century socialism. Now, I want to actually point out that, now there has been an increase in violence over the last few weeks, but the election that I witnessed in Venezuela, it was actually the first election in the last 16 years that was not followed by violence and street fighting the next day. Every time that Maduro or Chavez has won, the next day in the wealthy neighborhoods of Venezuela, people go out and burn things and blow things up and destroy public buildings, and there's violence. But for the first time now that the National Assembly was taken back by the opposition, there wasn't violence in the streets. And that should show you where the violence in Venezuelan society is coming from. We have it in our heads that Chavez is a dictator and all of that, but when the United Socialist Party lost the elections, their supporters did not go out and kill anybody. They didn't go out and burn anything. They just accepted the results and realized that they had a problem. Now, there's further evidence that there's more destabilization going on. They've caught weapons being shipped into the country, and if there were to be a war that broke out in Venezuela, this would be a disaster for the whole continent, because South America is divided between countries that are aligned with the Bolivarian Revolution and countries that are aligned with the United States. Colombia is with the United States. Ecuador is with Venezuela. Bolivia is with Venezuela. And frankly, if there were to be a war that broke out in Venezuela, this could even have global implications, because Venezuela is aligned with Russia and China. And the United States and NATO in Western Europe are aligned with the opposition in Venezuela and with countries like Colombia. So if something were to blow up, this would be a disaster for everybody. It wouldn't just be a disaster for the people in Venezuela. Among leftists in the United States, people who are activists, there's widespread ultra-left criticism of Venezuela, especially since the elections. A lot of people say, well, they should have just had a coup, they should have been like Fidel Castro and taken up the gun and just seized power and established some kind of armed military dictatorship. But in Venezuela in the 1970s and 80s, there was an armed struggle for socialism. A lot of communists and revolutionaries took up guns, and it didn't work. It wasn't successful. And Chavez first tried to take power in 1992 with a military coup, and it wasn't successful. And if you look at the history of the world, successful revolutions, while they often do involve violence, they're really acts of self-defense. True revolutionaries are not bomb-throwing fanatics and adventurers. The Russian Revolution began as an uprising all throughout Russian society for democracy. They didn't want to have a czar, they wanted to have a democratic government. And as they rose up against the czar, and they brought down the czar, they built these bodies called workers' councils, or Soviets. And then the leaders of the military in Russia tried to outlaw these Soviets, and they brought in a general called Kornilov. And Kornilov tried to establish a military dictatorship, and the Soviets defended themselves against Kornilov, and in the process created the Soviet Union, right? So this was an act of self-defense, the Russian Revolution. Or in China. In China, the communists aligned with the nationalists and other patriotic forces to fight against Japan when Japan invaded China. And the communists, the Eighth Route Army in China, were distinguished. They were known as the most heroic fighters. They were the most self-sacrificing and heroic fighters against Japan. And then after the Second World War was over, they wanted to have an election in China. They were going to have an election to elect the new government. And Chiang Kai-shek, who was aligned with the United States, outlawed the Communist Party. Even though they were one of the most popular parties in China at the time, he said the Communist Party cannot participate in the elections. And so when the Chinese Communist Party, when they went out and had demonstrations and protests demanding the right to be in the elections, the police and the military went and shot them down. So then the people of China rose up and defended themselves, and that's how we got modern China, the People's Republic of China. That's what it comes out of. The Chinese Revolution was also an act of self-defense. We can even look at the history of this country. You know, we've had two great revolutions here in this country. The first revolution was the revolution against the British Empire. The second revolution was the Civil War. We call it the Civil War, but it was really the Second American Revolution. Abraham Lincoln was elected democratically, and he was not an abolitionist. He did not want to abolish slavery, but he took power on a platform of simply restraining slavery. He said that the new states that were coming into the U.S. in the West, they were not going to be slave states. They could have slavery in the South, but the new states coming in could not be slave states. And furthermore, Abraham Lincoln said that northern states didn't have to cooperate with the fugitive slave law. If slaves escaped from the southern states and went to the north, the northern states were not obligated to arrest them and take them back to the South. That's all Abraham Lincoln said. But the slave owners were so threatened by that they took up arms and they became violent. And so Abraham Lincoln had to defend democracy by building a coalition. And it wasn't just the U.S. military. The slaves themselves all throughout the South stopped working. Probably the biggest strike we've ever had in this country was all throughout the South. Slaves stopped working and refused to work when the Civil War broke out. And labor unions, the early labor movement in the factories, they mobilized their members to volunteer, and they would sing John Brown's Body and patriotically march into war. There was actually a whole section of the Union Army during the Civil War that had the red flag as their symbol. They were called the Ohio 9th Regiment. And they were immigrants from Germany who had been part of the 1848 revolt. And a lot of them were actually communists and supporters of Karl Marx who volunteered and formed a whole communist battalion. And slavery was defeated in the United States by building this broad, beautiful coalition to defend democracy against the greed of the slaveholders. That's how revolutions actually happen. Revolutions are not acts of adventurous violence. They're not people going out and saying, I'm going to force my will on society with violence. That's what extremists and fascists and right-wingers do. True revolutions begin as an act of self-defense. The Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela began as an act of self-defense. Venezuela was being gutted and destroyed by the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization, and the people of Venezuela rallied behind the movement for the Fifth Republic. And from the movement from the Fifth Republic, you eventually got the movement for 21st century socialism, and you got the situation that we're in today. The process through which revolutions take place and win great victories are complex. They involve millions of people gradually learning through the course of events that the change that they want will not come through maintaining the status quo. Revolutions often involve society being polarized, with burning questions dividing people and forcing people to take sides. Most importantly, revolutions require the creation of structures and institutions. We saw what happened in 2011 in the Arab Spring. There were a lot of people with hashtags going out and rebelling, but it didn't really lead to anything because there was just a hashtag. There was a lot of chaos. And yes, chaos is important, but chaos in itself does not create a revolution. In Venezuela right now, the Bolivarian movement has a very big block of supporters. 42% of the population voted for them. They have communes where people are living together and sharing things. They have labor unions. They have self-defense brigades and militias. The military is largely still supporting Maduro. They get their military training in Cuba, and Marxist classes are taught to soldiers routinely. And I think as people in the United States, we have a duty to do more than simply watch Venezuela's revolution from the sidelines as observers. We need to figure out what we can do to help Venezuela in these hard times and prevent Venezuela from breaking down into civil war. I think we need to point out that the same big banks that loot Venezuela and took control of its oil resources are also crippling the next generation here with student debt. The same government that cuts food stamps and closes hospitals and schools continues to spend billions of dollars to fund the Venezuelan opposition and fight against the Venezuelan government. The same corporations that manufacture the guns and weapons being sent to Colombia and then smuggled into Venezuela to the opposition as they gear up for some kind of civil war, they manufacture the same tear gas and bullets that are used on protesters in places like Baltimore and Ferguson. The same corporations, the same big bankers that are at war with Venezuela are also at war with the working people here in the United States. And we, they call us the 99% of the working people here in the U.S., we have a common enemy with the people of Venezuela and their movement. And it's important that we build these links and we stand arm in arm with our brothers and sisters in Venezuela and our brothers and sisters all throughout Latin America south of the border. We need to learn from Venezuela, and we need to think about how we can be more effective fighters for justice and peace here in the United States and around the world. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
In Venezuela, a country facing lots of internal division as well as big international pressures, it's hard for journalists to maintain their independence. Now, one man who has presented himself as an independent voice with his own TV show and investigative journalism platform is Nelson Bacaranda. International media has long presented him as a voice of sanity, facing suppression by the socialist government.
It's not always easy to know what's going on inside Venezuela, but there's one journalist who knows what's going on most of the time.
He's known for his particular style and has grown to become the most informed journalist on the whole continent.
He's perhaps the most reputable journalist in Venezuela, known for being impeccably informed.
Sitting next to me, I have one of the giants of journalism, Nelson Bacaranda.
Nelson Bacaranda. Nelson Bacaranda.
Sure, Bacaranda is independent of the Venezuelan government, but that doesn't make him independent of everyone. New documents presented by the Venezuelan ambassador to the United Nations show him acting as a local agent of the United Kingdom. The relationship goes back a long time. Now, back in the 1980s, when the UK and Argentina faced off in the Falklands War, they needed a voice to present their case to the Spanish-speaking world. Well, according to the documents, the UK found Nelson Bacaranda.
We managed to persuade Nelson Bacaranda of Channel 2 to show the movie of the Information Commission about the history of the Falkland Islands dispute in his morning show. Nelson is an ally of ours, but we will have to take care of him for a good while. On this occasion, we spent almost all the capital we had deposited in him. To use it effectively again, we will need to accumulate a little more capital.
And this relationship with the United Kingdom was not a one-time event for the journalist. Here's a cable from the U.S. Embassy in Caracas from 2009.
Bacaranda has reported reliably in the past. The embassy separately confirmed other information Bacaranda provided to the ambassador regarding the fact that Venezuela only has 8 pilots for its 20 F-16s.
Nothing says independent like quietly passing on information about military hardware to a foreign government. But according to Bacaranda, passing on these military secrets was just being a good journalist.
It is not my fault that I have credibility for the seriousness of my sources and for having earned me the respect not only of my compatriots, but of those of other countries. I think here would be the crux of this matter.
Well, that may be true, but imagine that an American media personality was passing on military secrets and information to, say, Venezuela or Iran. I doubt there'd be very much understanding.
I keep hearing it on the news, I keep seeing people repeating it. The crisis in Venezuela is not about socialism. The crisis in Venezuela is about oil. If you look at Latin America, there are plenty of countries throughout Latin America that have socialist governments. Nicaragua, for example, a country in Central America. Their economy is doing very, very well right now. People are rising out of poverty, the GDP is going up. World Happiness Index just said that they have the highest increase in happiness in the year 2016. Nicaragua is doing great. They have a revolutionary socialist government, they've got a centrally planned economy, they've got Rosario Murillo and Daniel Ortega running the government. These are former guerrilla fighters, but their economy is not crashing and burning. Bolivia, they got Evo Morales, a Marxist, revolutionary socialist. They've got an economy in which the major commanding heights are under public control. It's a planned economy. They are not crashing and burning. However, Venezuela is a different story. Venezuela's economy is centered around oil. Venezuela's economy is centered around oil. They have an independent state-run oil company that sells oil on the international markets in competition with Wall Street. And so the United States, their allies there, have seized on the fact that oil prices are super low. There's a political crisis and they're having a lot of problems. But it's about oil. And the reason the United States doesn't like Venezuela is not because of some concern about human rights, or it's not because of some crazy anti-communism or anti-socialism. It's also about oil. You know, Saudi Arabia, that's a brutal dictatorship. They cut people's heads off. They've got a king. They don't even pretend to be a democracy. But their oil is under the control of Wall Street and London, and so the USA works with them, and there's no problem. However, Venezuela has an independent state-run oil company, and they're selling their oil on the international markets in competition with the Wall Street banks. And you know who else sold oil on the international markets in competition with the U.S. oil companies and the companies that they control? You know who it was? Libya. Libya had a state-run oil company, and they had the highest life expectancy on the African continent. Gaddafi sold Libya's oil resources on the international markets. Gaddafi was toppled. And you know who else sold their oil on the international markets in competition with Wall Street and London-controlled oil companies? Iraq. Iraq had a state-run oil company that was competing with them. And you know who else has a state-run oil company that's competing with the Wall Street-controlled oil companies? Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has state-controlled oil, it's selling it on the markets, and it's competing with Wall Street banks. And you know what other country has a lot of oil and a lot of natural gas that they're selling on international markets in competition with Wall Street banks? Russia. Let me explain this to you. The U.S. leaders, they're not motivated by ideology, they're not motivated by a desire to spread human rights. It's about profits. They don't like independent countries that are selling products on the international markets, that are selling their products, exporting them, and competing with them. They don't want competitors. That's the problem. And Venezuela is selling oil on the international markets in competition with them and using that profit and the revenue that they generate from the oil they sell on the international markets to develop their economy. Russia does the same thing. Iran does the same thing. Before it was toppled and invaded and destroyed, Libya did the same thing. Before Saddam Hussein was toppled and destroyed, Iraq did the same thing. You want to be an enemy of the United States? Start selling products in competition with Wall Street. That's what it's about. It's about maintaining a monopoly. They don't want competitors. It's not about socialism. It's not about communism. It's not about Islam. The United States attacks countries because they are competitors. They want the whole world to buy from them. They want a monopoly. That's what it's about. The Trump administration has actually gone as far as to talk about energy dominance. At this point, they're trying to kill Nord Stream 2, a natural gas pipeline that Russia is building into Europe. And they're basically trying to force the Germans to buy their natural gas, not from Russia, that's right next to them, but from the United States. And they've actually said this on the floor of Congress. We've got members of Congress actually saying, well, we need to make sure that Europe buys their gas from us. It's about energy dominance. It's about maintaining a monopoly. Oil companies, natural gas companies in the USA want the world to be buying from them, not any competitors. They don't want competition. They want a monopoly. It's about making profits. It's about eliminating competitors. The issue is not socialism. It is not socialism at all.
Bueno, somos hijos de Chávez realmente. De hecho, yo tengo 25 años y cuando le dieron el golpe de Estado al comandante Chávez, yo tenía 12 años. No tenía ningún tipo de participación política y simplemente el hecho de ver gente bajar de los cerros a decir yo quiero ver a Chávez, yo voté por Chávez, ¿dónde está Chávez? Eso a mí me causó gran impresión. Yo tenía 12 años, era una niña, y a partir de allí el espíritu, o sea, somos hijos de la revolución y es por eso que esta juventud la va a defender como sea.
So they are the children of Chavez. She's 25 now, but back then in 2002 when the coup against Chavez happened, she was only 12. And she was very impressed by seeing the people coming down from the shanty towns to the city demanding that they voted for Chavez and they wanted Chavez. So for that, it left a mark on her. And since then, she understood that they're the children of the revolution and that they will defend this revolution by any means.
Chávez fue el mejor profesor. Mira, tú no me cansabas de escucharlo, de verlo. Eran 8 horas de transmisión en cadena nacional y tú estabas ahí pegado donde lo escuchabas.
So Chavez was the best teacher, and she wouldn't get tired of listening to him. And he used to have the TV show for 8 hours, and she wouldn't get tired of
Max
watching
Weber,
him.
un gran filósofo, sociólogo, hablaba de los carismas. Y con el yo creo que tenía los 5 carismas, todos completos, los definía, los tenía en esencia.
So Max Weber, a very famous sociologist, used to talk about the 5 different charismas, and she believes that Chavez had all of the aspects.
Mira, te hablaba, te echaba un cuento, después te cantaba una canción, después volvía y después saludaba a la señora, y eso sí, no era populismo. no era populismo, no era hipocresía, tú lo sentías, te llegaba una conexión con su pueblo.
Natural de él.
Sorprendente.
So Chavez would tell you a joke, tell you a story, then he would sing a song, then he would go away and come back and say hi to the old lady and the crowd, and it wasn't populism. It was something that was real, sincere, and you could feel that.
Chávez explicó o intentó explicar un libro de Iván Mesal, El metabolismo del capital, de una manera que, bueno, insólita.
So Chavez tried to explain this book by Iván, yeah?
De Iván Mesal, si lo conoces, escritor.
Iván Mesal, The Metabolism of the Capital, and he tried to explain that.
Un libro así. Y él agarraba así como el arañero de allá en los llanos, pero un llanero, un veguero, agarraba el libro, mira lo que dice aquí y tal, y ponía a la gente a leer, le decía, léete este libro, anda para allá, escucha esto, escucha, porque era su esencia.
So,
y eso es lo que transmitía a la gente.
So it was a very thick book, so he would go through the pages and be like, look what it says here, go read this book, and he would encourage the people to read, but that was his essence.
Y nosotros, bueno, somos el reflejo de su confesión, somos sus siervos.
And we are the reflection of Chavez. We are what he, ¿cómo se llama? What he planted.
De hecho, mira, te rescató a Bolívar.
So he rescued the legacy
rescató
of
a
Bolívar.
Mar Santa, rescató toda nuestra lucha latinoamericana.
He rescued all
nuestros
our
símbolos
struggles
patrios.
in America, our patriotic
Un nacionalismo, no hablo chauvinista, pero sí un nacionalismo bolivariano de la patria grande.
So it was not a chauvinistic nationalism, it was a Bolivarian nationalism, it was nationalism of the great homeland.
Estos días me pasaron un video de un compañero que es un doctor en ciencias sociales de Barcelona, y él estaba comentando y hablando de Chávez, y decía que una amiga afro-venezolana de él decía, desde que llegó Chávez y desde que Chávez me enseñó, ya no me daba pena mi nariz, era afro-venezolana y no le daba pena su nariz.
So recently, social sciences professor in Spain was talking about Chavez, and he was telling the story about this Afro-Venezuelan friend of his who said to him after Chavez came to power, I'm no longer ashamed or embarrassed of my nose or her features, because she's Afro-Venezuelan, so there was a lot of discrimination.
Yo soy eso.
So that's who she
No puedo
is.
decir más nada.
And that's all I can say.
Gracias, yo soy creyente, yo creo en Dios. Gracias a Dios por permitirme vivir en los tiempos de Chávez.
So she's a believer, she's a religious person, and she thanks God because she was alive during the times of
Y
Chavez.
gracias a Dios por permitirme morir por Chávez.
And she thanks God because God will allow her to die for Chavez.
La pregunta.
In his opening remarks to the General Assembly, Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the United Nations, said the UN is making great progress in promoting sustainable energy.
Today, we will hear how our Sustainable Energy for All initiative is maturing and bearing fruit thanks to you. Commitment worth many billions of dollars have been pledged and delivered. More than 80 developing countries have joined the initiatives.
Chairman of UN Energy, Kande Yamkela, explained how, working with the UN, various U.S. banks are selling what has been called green bonds in a bid to counter the effects of climate change.
Banks we're working with now are major investors in renewables. They have also launched the green bond set of standards. Citigroup and Bank of America launched these set of guidelines for what qualifies as green bonds, and is being adopted very fast.
The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has been harshly critical of UN efforts on climate change. Venezuela points out that though many international conferences have been held, very little concrete action has been taken. Claudia Salerno, Venezuela's Vice Minister for North America, has presented an alternative plan.
She says the problem of climate change is rooted in the global economic system. She says often countries such as the United States do not comply with international agreements regarding climate change while expecting other countries to do so.
Whoever country violates a signed agreement by them or go against the principles of that agreement cannot actually request other countries to do that. I mean, to comply with that agreement that they are violating.
Venezuela is calling for efforts to reverse the effects of climate change to go, quote, beyond the governments. It is demanding the creation of mass social movements to deal with the issue. Venezuela has now called for a, quote, revolution within the United Nations to allow greater representation for the developing world. Caleb Maupin, Press TV, New York. The 15-member body that leads the United Nations convened, and U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo used this meeting to basically call for the overthrow of the Venezuelan government. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro was just sworn in for his second term after being elected. The right wing boycotted that election. They did not participate, so surprisingly, they didn't win, right? You lose 100%, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. They boycotted the election, did not participate. Lo and behold, Nicolas Maduro won by a huge margin, and was just reelected, inaugurated, and so now this opposition figure, this marginal figure in Venezuela, this individual named Juan Guaido, has declared himself to be the president. In front of a crowd of a bunch of his supporters, he took an oath and declared that he is the president. Now, he was never elected to the office of president. He just says he's the president. And lo and behold, U.S. President Donald Trump has declared that he agrees with Mr. Guaido, that Mr. Juan Guaido is the president of of Venezuela. Now, this is happening, and this looks to me like this is a last-ditch effort on the part of the Venezuelan opposition, because their window is starting to close, right? The oil prices are not dirt low like they were back in 2014, 2015, 2016 even. Oil prices are up again, you know. They're not astoundingly high like they were during the Bush years, but they're reasonable. We're hovering around $50 a barrel. Meanwhile, at this point, a lot of the folks who left Venezuela when they were having the difficulties are returning to Venezuela. The situation in Venezuela is starting to stabilize. And because of that, the right-wing extremist opposition that wants to bring free market capitalism back to Venezuela is saying our window is starting to close. If we're going to be able to overturn everything that Venezuela has achieved since the rise of Hugo Chavez, since the Bolivarian Socialist Road opened up, since the defeat of the 2002 military coup, if we're going to be able to overturn it all, if we're going to be able to do that, we're going to have to do it now or never, because things are starting to improve in Venezuela. The crisis is starting to edge. Things are starting to improve. That's basically what's going on here. We've got Maduro sworn in for his second term. They've started their cryptocurrency, the Petro, that's very popular. They've got a new plan to fix up the economy, and things in Venezuela are starting to improve. And so the right wing wants to not lose their opportunity. They're hoping that they've got to be able to overthrow Mr. Maduro, because at this point, things are starting to get better. That's the story that you're not getting in the mainstream press, right? The food shortages, a lot of the problems that they were having, they've been solved. Now, I mean, things are not perfect. There are still issues with consumer goods, toilet paper, such, but they're starting to improve things. And Russia and China have stepped up tremendously to aid their comrades in Venezuela, to back them up as they try to build an independent socialist country in Venezuela. They've gotten a lot of Chinese support, a lot of Russian support. Iran has been supporting them. Nicaragua, Bolivia, other countries have stepped up. Even the new president of Mexico has been very adamant that Nicolas Maduro is the president of Venezuela, and that Venezuela is starting to improve things. So at this point, the right wing is saying now or never. They want to remove Nicolas Maduro, and they want to remove the United Socialist Party, and they want to privatize the oil, and they want to turn the country back over to billionaires and bankers. They want Wall Street and London to once again sink their fangs into Venezuela. And I want to comment, because the way this is being portrayed in U.S. media is that all of Venezuela's problems are caused by socialism, when in reality, you can see constant admissions of the fact that that's just not the case, even in mainstream American media. I held up, I made a video where the Wall Street Journal, in their weekend review, admitted that back in 2013, Venezuela's economy was doing very, very well. There were huge construction projects everywhere. The hotels had to be booked for weeks in advance. They said they were showering petrodollars on everyone. When the oil prices were high, prior to the dramatic Saudi-Obama oil price drop, things in Venezuela were actually going quite well. The problem started in 2014. Socialism started in Venezuela. The official road to 21st century socialism that Hugo Chavez announced, that actually started in 2002. And Hugo Chavez was elected president in 1999. So Venezuela has been on this road since 1999. The problems that began, the problems that have caused the current crisis began in 2014. So there's a pretty big gap. If socialism automatically makes a country poor, not logical, not adding up. And you'll see this admitted in the press, but they just want to make it, socialism caused the problem. Well, if you watch these broadcasts, you know that socialism turned China into a global superpower. Socialism conquered outer space. Socialism defeated Adolf Hitler. Socialism turned the Soviet Union into a world industrial superpower and a powerhouse of industry, right? So this notion that socialism just caused the crisis, that's pure fiction. But, we want to get in a little deeper because furthermore, people say, well, the people of Venezuela, maybe they think that socialism has caused the crisis, right? They blame Maduro for this. They blame socialism. They blame Marxism, and they want American capitalism. They just want, the American free market system. Well, I was in Venezuela in 2015, and I spoke to people on both sides of the election, the parliamentary election or the National Assembly election that took place in 2015. And I spoke to a lot of people who voted for the MUD, the M-U-D, the Movement for a Democratic Roundtable. And none of them, not a single one of them I spoke to, including some very, very wealthy people, not a single one of them told me they wanted capitalism. They said, we agree with socialism. A lot of them said they admired Hugo Chavez, but they wanted socialism to be implemented differently. And they eventually, after the election, people started referring to the 2015 vote as a voto castigo, or a punishment vote, saying that they were punishing the United Socialist Party for not handling the crisis correctly. That was the sentiment that I heard on the street. Not a single one of these people was saying that they felt like they were going to vote for the opposition because they wanted, Venezuela to be just free market, capitalist. They wanted Venezuela to be a free market, unregulated country like Guatemala or Honduras or Haiti. No, they did not say that. I never heard anyone make that sentiment. And interestingly, even this individual, Juan Guaido, who's been appointed by Donald Trump to be Venezuela's president, even he claims to be a socialist. He's not. He was, he's from George Washington University. He's tied to CIA and to think tanks and to all kinds of U.S. special interests. He's completely compromised and working with the forces that want to bring down the Venezuelan government. He himself is openly calling for the overthrow of the government by claiming he's the president. But even he claims to be a social democrat. And he is not even telling people that he would bring free market capitalism to Venezuela. At this point, the Pope does not say he believes in capitalism. Most of Latin America at this point, is Roman Catholic, and the Pope is not saying he believes in capitalism. As much as the Pope has condemned Maduro and condemned the United Socialist Party, even he is not saying he believes in capitalism. Nobody in Venezuela, you can go down the line. Henrique Capriles, who used to be a big leader of the opposition in Venezuela, he also claimed that he was a socialist. The opposition has given up. They lost that battle. At the beginning, in the Chavez years, in the beginning, when that was going on, they tried. They tried to run this line that, oh my God, we can't be socialist. They'll make us a poor country like Cuba. They'll make us poor. Socialism makes countries poor, but if we're free market and privatize everything, we'll get rich like America and we'll be. They tried to run that line. That was the line of the opposition. And the line of the opposition was that, if we can just, be capitalist, it'll work. They used to demonize Hugo Chavez for being part African. They would call him a monkey. Actually, they called him a monkey. They called him a monkey. They tried to run this line, oh my God, Chavez is appointing dark-skinned people that are just poor and dirty. They tried to run that standard right-wing line that America and the USA and the free market system is ideal. and these dark-skinned people are inferior, and communism makes everyone poor, and the people of Venezuela didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. And they didn't buy it in one election, and they didn't buy it in the next election, and they didn't buy it in the next election, and they didn't buy it in the next election, and they didn't buy it in the next election, and they didn't buy it in the next election. And so the right wing regrouped. And they got Enrique Capriles, and he comes out and he says, you know, I'm a socialist too, but I want to get along, and I'm going to be more mixed, and I'm not going to be a hardliner. And they run a different line because they want to win. The opposition isn't even trying to run the stupid Dinesh D'Souza, PragerU, Fox News line on Venezuela. If you go to Venezuela, the right wing are acting like sheeps in wolf's clothing, or wolves in sheep's clothing. They're going around trying to tell people that they want more of the same. They're just going to run it better. So anybody who tells you that the people of Venezuela are just suffering under the evil socialism of Maduro, and they just, you know, the USA wants to go in there and make them free, and they're begging for American democracy, and that's just not the reality. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've paid attention closely to what folks are saying, and nobody in Venezuela, from the political establishment, you know, whether it's the opposition, none of them are saying they want to restore capitalism. People told me horror stories of what capitalism was like in Venezuela during the 1990s, the free market, when the IMF and the World Bank were in there in Venezuela. People talked about how the electricity would go off in neighborhoods for weeks. Why? Because the IMF would loan money to Venezuela. And when the IMF was loaning money to Venezuela, they got, you know, to oversee your budget. And they would come back and they'd say, oh, you're spending too much money on maintaining municipal power. You got to lay off some power workers. You got to stop fixing the repairs. Oh, this is... So they would cut. Neoliberalism. Cut. And then the electricity system would go off for weeks, and people would have to go on strike until the electricity came back on. People used to talk about how the garbage wouldn't be collected under the old system, right? It was, again, the international bankers, the IMF, the World Bank would say to the Venezuelan government, hey, you know, you're hiring way too many sanitation workers, right? Oh, all these sanitation workers, why are you wasting money on all these public employees? So they would cut, and pretty soon the garbage wouldn't be collected. And so people would have to burn tires, and, you know, the Communist Party organized protests where they would collect the garbage and dump it on major highways and light it on fire and do all kinds of things just to get basic services taken care of. Why? Because the mantra of the IMF and the World Bank and Jeffrey Sachs and Milton Friedman and Alan Greenspan and all of these advocates of, hey, just privatize everything, survival of the fittest, let the poor people just starve, you know, that kind of thinking destroyed Venezuela in the 1990s. Hugo Chavez's political leadership traces itself back to an incident called the Caracazo, 1989, I believe. In Venezuela, they privatized, they didn't privatize, but they cut. They had huge cuts in spending on public transportation and raised the costs of public transportation. The fees went up. And the people of Caracas, the capital, were not going to take it. And they went out in the streets and they fought back. And they rebelled. And it was just a huge uprising that took place. And Hugo Chavez, a paratrooper, who at that time said he did not believe in Marxism. He called himself a Bolivarian. And he said he believed in neither capitalism or socialism. He was for the third way, inspired a lot by Juan Perón. He came in and he tried to seize power in a coup. He tried to take power in a coup. That didn't work. He went to prison, got out of prison, and then he ran for office. Movement for the Fifth Republic. He took office 1999. You know, he used the military to rescue people during mudslides. He had kind of a grassroots movement against neoliberalism that had his back. And when that happened, the response of the USA was to pull off a coup against Hugo Chavez. 2002, they tried to remove him from power. And the rank-and-file soldiers who loved Hugo Chavez, loved his reforms, loved how he was using the military to help people. Imagine that, having the military help people, not just blow things up and kill people, not just break strikes, but actually having the military help people, mobilizing the military to go into neighborhoods and build things and stop, you know, mudslides and just build things in communities. At that point, that's when Chavez announced, after he had defeated the coup, that he believed in socialism. Socialism for the 21st century. 21st century socialism. And Hugo Chavez announced it, and that it would be Bolivarian socialism. It would be a socialism rooted in the democratic and progressive anti-colonial traditions of South America, named after Simon Bolivar, the liberator, the anti-colonial fighter who defeated the Spanish colonizers and who abolished slavery on the South American continent. Bolivarian socialism. And Venezuela, since then, has been moving down the road towards socialism, and Bolivia joined with them, and Ecuador joined with them, and Nicaragua joined with them, and they maintained a very close alliance with Cuba, and have been very helpful to the Cubans in giving them oil. Cuba has sent them medical aid in exchange. What has been happening in Venezuela? You know, they've been trying very, very hard to build a better society, and they did it in a lot of ways. Wiped out illiteracy in the country. Right? In a lot of developing countries, you have massive illiteracy. You have a lot of people in certain developing countries, in certain countries in South America and Central America, you got a lot of people that do not speak Spanish. They speak indigenous languages, right? There've never been schools provided to them. They've never had teachers and literacy training. They're up in the mountains and they're practicing their indigenous language and they don't even speak Spanish, right? That's how it is. Go to Peru. There's whole sections of Peru where people do not speak Spanish. There are whole sections of Guatemala and Honduras where people do not speak Spanish. They're not literate. The governments there are so free market, so much in line with what Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand and Jeffrey Sachs, so much in line with Adam Smith's way of thinking that they don't provide people with the ability to become literate, right? And do these people, in addition to not having schools, have running water, electricity? Are you kidding me? Right, that's the condition. People have been kept in just dire, dire conditions by global free market capitalism. But the Venezuelan government that came in was a government of action. Action, right? Mobilizing the country, wiping out illiteracy, building universities, building infrastructure, building hydroelectrical power plants, and utilizing the oil profits, not as just kind of a middleman for American corporations, but having the oil revenue go into the public treasury to fund social programs. They built, I saw them with my own eyes, these healthcare clinics where anyone can just walk in, anybody, right? Me as an American, not even a citizen there, you could just walk in and get healthcare provided to you by Cuban doctors. Cuban healthcare clinics where anyone can walk in and get healthcare for free, right? And, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the community centers they had built. They took me to one neighborhood when I was in Venezuela, and they had built just this beautiful theater. This beautiful theater. It was like a state-of-the-art theater, like the kind of stage and audience that you might have at like a high school in a nice suburban neighborhood in the USA. And they built it. And the people in that neighborhood told me, you know what was here in this lot before we built this really nice community center with a theater? This was the place that people sold heroin. This was the place that people used to take stolen cars and break them apart for the parts, right? They didn't want to have it at their house because that could be used as evidence against them in court. So the car thieves and the heroin dealers used to hang out here. But now, this is a community center. And the kids put on their school plays. And we have the high school graduation ceremony here. That's what Bolivarian socialism has done. I went to another place in Caracas where I saw a radio station. And it was a radio station built by the government, a community radio station where anyone in the neighborhood could apply to get time on the radio and get a radio program and spread their own perspective. I met young anarchist punk rock kids who that was their radio station, and they played anarchist Spanish punk rock, and they did their thing, and you know what? A lot of them were rather critical of Maduro. Some of them told me they were voting for the opposition, but it didn't matter. They were still allowed to utilize this radio station, available to the community. Grassroots democracy, right? What Venezuela has done is really unprecedented. And the problems that began, and I know some folks have probably seen, there's a video of me, it's got like millions of views. I'm on this video of people getting owned, and they played a clip of me arguing with this stupid right-wing Turning Points USA kid at either the Democratic or Republican conventions it was the Republican convention back in 2016, and he's trying to tell me that the reason people in Venezuela have a food shortage is because of socialism, and I'm arguing with him, and I'm saying, actually, I've been to Venezuela, and the reason that there are food shortages is because of capitalism, because all the food marketers are private, and he's insisting the food food is all nationalized because it's socialism and the government runs everything. And I'm saying, actually, no, in Venezuela, there's a very big private sector, and Venezuela doesn't have that much agriculture. It's basically an oil-centered economy, and they're importing their oil, and this kid has no clue what he's talking about. He's a good libertarian, and he tells me, oh, you should read this book, about, and telling me I'm a leftist who just got fooled, and it's a Potemkin village, and it's an interesting argument, and apparently a lot of people thought it was interesting. This video apparently went viral, and there's a clip of me arguing with this young free market kid about Venezuela. And apparently that clip did very, very well. But it makes me angry. It really does make me angry seeing these people that just sit there and insist all of Venezuela's problems are because of socialism. I mean, if it wasn't for socialism, there'd still be mass illiteracy in Venezuela. If it wasn't for socialism, they wouldn't have these beautiful universities that I've seen. If it wasn't for socialism, that lot that I saw where they have this beautiful community center would still be a place for heroin dealers and car thieves to hang out, I mean, socialism has achieved so much in Venezuela. There are difficulties now, and they have been blockaded. They have been economically attacked. A lot of their money has just been straight up stolen. In Belgium, all the funds they have in U.S. banks have been frozen. They've just been robbed. There's some blatant economic warfare going on. And at the Security Council, we heard it from Russia. Russia was straight up saying, look, it's no secret that the countries that are blaming Venezuela and bemoaning all the hardship in the country are the very ones that have fomented the crisis. In fact, during the height of this whole situation, when they were telling everyone how awful the Venezuelan government was because people weren't having food, there was a group of Americans who tried to send food to Venezuela. This was covered in Chinese media. They tried to send food to Venezuela, and they got a nice threat from the Office of Foreign Assets Control and said, you cannot send food to Venezuela. And the Office of Foreign Assets Control, trying to enforce these U.S. sanctions, prevented people from sending food to Venezuela. So when the U.S. government is actively preventing people from sending food to Venezuela, how in the world do they then have the right to say, oh, look at those evil leaders, they won't let their people eat, they're doing it? Like, that's like shooting somebody and saying, what a crazy person is, you just shot yourself. That's the logic of what's being said there. I get fired up about it because I've been to Venezuela and I've seen it with my own eyes. And I've been to Ecuador and I've seen it with my own eyes. I have seen what socialism has achieved in so many countries. And I know the reality. And also, anybody who has walked through Ohio or Michigan or Illinois or upstate New York or Detroit in the last couple of years, that's capitalism, folks. That is the free market system playing out and taking effect. That is profits over people. That is huge global international corporations and bankers sucking the life and the wealth out of communities and devastating people. And socialism is when you have a government of action that controls the economy and fights for working families. What a night it is, folks. Crazy times here. And I must say, and I don't want to get too much into this, right? Because nobody likes a naysayer. But I must say, there's a reason that these lives are so important. Because if you look at leftists in the USA, they ain't saying much about it, right? It was trendy as possible back in 2004 to talk about Venezuela. When Hugo Chavez was at the United Nations calling Bush the devil and saying, I smell the sulfur, when Noam Chomsky, and he was waving Noam Chomsky's writings around, when the oil prices were high, when George W. Bush was the most hated president in U.S. history, it was very easy to defend Venezuela. And all of them, every Trotskyite, anarchist, social democratic, professor, liberal was out there sympathizing with Venezuela. But now that things have gotten harder and the Venezuelans have had to get tough, now, where's the left? Right? Where are they? Right? There was a rally in New York City. I do not go to rallies, and I was not there, but some friends of mine were there, and there were only a few people that were there. Only a few people in the so-called tanky parties were there. All the Trotskyite, anarcho, social democratic, liberal, democratic, social democratic liberals, whatever, the workshop on capitalism, Amy Goodman crowd, where are they? Right? The coffee shop, free mumia, smoke lots of marijuana, play lots of drums, they weren't there. Right? It's really, really, really crazy. These are scary times we live in. And I must say, part of the reason for that is that Venezuela is just having to face reality, They have tried, and I saw it. In the U.S. media, they always tell you that Venezuela is like a brutal, totalitarian dictatorship, right? Oh, it's a brutal dictator, Hugo Chavez, brutal dictator, Maduro, oh, they're brutal. I was there in 2015. I saw advertisements for the MUD on television. Very, very well made advertisements, I might add. Very well paid for advertisements. I was there. I watched it. I saw MUD people out on the streets campaigning. I saw the opposition in Venezuela. I heard people constantly criticizing the Venezuelan government. This idea that Venezuela is some kind of an autocratic, totalitarian state, no, it wasn't. And in fact, they bent over backwards. They have just bent over backwards to accommodate the Venezuelan opposition, to let them participate, to let them be part of things, to let them do what they want to do. They've given them time on TV. They even allow them, their ballots in Venezuela. They allow the opposition, all parties get to sit there and design the ballots, right? I mean, the level of accommodation, right, and the amount of media. They took the license of one TV network after it was calling for straight-up violence. They took its license, RCTV, I believe it was called. But I mean, the opposition media denouncing the government, people protesting, people running for office. I saw it all. They have bent over backwards to allow opposition to socialism in Venezuela. And those folks have not calmed down a bit. They continue to kill police officers. They continue to blow up healthcare clinics. They continue to engage in subversion. They continue to urge people to boycott the elections. They declare the elections are not legitimate months and months before they happen, right? I mean, the opposition has not calmed down. And in more recent months, the Venezuelan government, out of necessity, as they face a barrage of economic warfare internationally, as they face a barrage of internal subversion, they've had to get tougher. I mean, when you're facing an onslaught, you got to get tough. You got to play hardball, right? And that suddenly makes it hard for a lot of people that are leftists to like you. A lot of leftists go, oh boy. Oh, wow. Now the New York Times is writing articles, saying that they violate human rights. I'm not going to defend them now. It's very sad. They've had to play hardball in the face of an onslaught. And they're getting tough over there, right? They're defending themselves. They are up against it. When a country is facing an all-out state of war, trying to survive, the ability for it to just be a human rights paradise where everyone can do whatever they want, starts to fade. I mean, there's a very good track from Michael Parenti where he talks about how the Sandinistas came in and they were talking almost like Trotskyites. They came in there and they said, hey, we're not going to be authoritarian Stalinists. We're going to do it the nice. We're going to have democratic socialism here. But pretty soon they had an insurgency on their hands. They had the Contras. People were coming down very hard on them, and pretty soon they had to have a secret police. And pretty soon, they had to be much more authoritarian. And that's the reality, folks, is that, as Mao Zedong very famously said, revolution is not a dinner party. It's not painting a picture or writing an essay. And Venezuela is trying to survive. And, I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to sit here and say that everything they've done is correct, and I'm not going to sit here and say that everything they've done is wrong. But I'm telling you that it's not a pretty picture. Everyone that's on the left likes to sit there and go, well, if I was there, what I would do is this. And it's like, well, I'm sure you would really like to think that, right? But when a country is blockaded and having food shortages because the imperialists are so determined to overthrow the government, when there are Colombian paramilitaries coming over the border and assassinating people, assassinating prominent politicians and TV hosts, at that point, the ability to just play nice and be the good guy and, quote unquote, be the bigger man, you start to lose that ability. And that's the sad thing is I've seen it with my own eyes. The Venezuelan leadership wants to be as open and democratic and transparent as they can be. I mean, their voting system, for example, right? I was there. I went to the National Election Center. So they have an electric voting machines, which we have here in the USA. But unlike the US electric voting machines, after you vote, you get a receipt, a tag, that says who you voted for. And when they get the electronic voting results, one of the first things they do afterwards is they audit, and they make sure that everyone's tag matches the numbers. And if the numbers do not match exactly, they can't certify the results. So they have an electric voting system, but it's not an electric voting system that can just be hacked. Our electric voting system here in the USA, a different story. There's a lot of people that are really suspicious. Read some of what Greg Palast or Mark Crispin Miller have written. You know, we don't have a paper trail for our electronic voting systems here in the U.S. In Venezuela, they have an electronic voting system because it's more efficient. However, they're very careful to make sure that the paper trail matches the electronic voting system. There you go. Another thing you've been seeing in the press is, oh, well, Maduro is paying people to vote for him. He's giving people food and stuff so that they vote for him. No. People are getting food in exchange for voting. Why? Because there is a group of extremists in the country who are killing police officers and bombing healthcare clinics and blowing up bus stations and are telling people don't vote. And so the government says, look, if we're going to give you free food with the CLAP program, if we're going to give you benefits, you need to go vote. You don't have to vote for us. It's a private ballot. And I saw that too. It's a private ballot. No one's standing over your shoulder. But if we are going to economically subsidize you while we're in a state of war, then, yeah, gotta go vote, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? That when there are a group of terrorists and extremists that are urging an electoral boycott, and the government is giving people free food, at that point, is it such a moral outrage that the government would then say, but if we're going to give you this free food while we try to fight off the terrorists, you're going to have to participate in the election? Is that a crime against humanity? I mean, it's very different. They say, oh, he's paying people to vote for him. No, he's not paying people to vote for him. But yes, if people want to get benefits from the CLAP program, from the food program, in some cases, they're being required to vote. And that makes sense. When there are forces there that are trying to delegitimize the elections and delegitimize the government. That's very different. People are not being paid for how they vote, but they are being told that if they want to have a government job, that they need to vote. And I personally, in my personal opinion, think that in the circumstances that they are in, that makes sense. But again, in an ideal society, right? In an ideal situation, maybe that wouldn't be okay. But in the situation that they are in, where they're having to make tough choices and defend themselves, that situation starts to make a little bit of sense to me. Now, a couple other things I wanted to talk about Venezuela. I'm sitting here, I'm telling you how much outrage I have about how everything's being misrepresented in the media. I've been to Venezuela, I've seen what's actually going on there, and then I turn on Fox News, or I listen to PragerU, or I hear all these people, these wise guys, how's Venezuela do it? They don't know what they're talking about. But put all of that aside, all right? Just from a purely pragmatic perspective, if I believed every lie about Venezuela, if I hated Maduro with all my guts, I would still be very, very worried right now. Why? Why would I be worried? Because not only is Venezuela, a sovereign country that the USA has no business telling who should run it, on top of that, Venezuela's locked and loaded. That military that they have, that has been the base of the revolution since day one. Hugo Chavez was a paratrooper, right? There is nobody more pro-socialist and revolutionary than that Venezuelan military. This is all this talk like, oh, well, there's going to be a coup against him. No, there's not. No, there's not. The military has come out and they have said, we ain't going nowhere. We are standing behind Maduro. That military gets trained in Cuba. And, they ain't going nowhere, folks. They're not going anyplace. And in addition to the military, it's not just the military. They've got a whole network of what they call Bolivarian militias, community militias, neighborhoods where, young people, young men, young women are trained in how to use firearms. And they're organized into Bolivarian militias that are part of, parallel to the Bolivarian circles where people in neighborhoods get together and read Marx and Lenin and the writings of Simon Bolivar and study ideology and the basis of the revolution. And I've seen that too. And people in their neighborhoods, in addition to the actual existing Venezuelan military, you've got a population that is ready to fight. And in addition to the actual military, and in addition to the Bolivarian militias, you've also got the colectivos and the communes, right? These are basic little like socialist communities or utopian, communistic communities in the middle of Venezuela, right? I went to a couple of them. I went to one in central Caracas. I went to another one. Some of them are Christian. Some of them are like Maoist. Some of them are explicitly communist. Some of them are explicitly religious. Some of them are more anarchist. They have kind of their own ideologies usually. They have their own kind of take on things. But you go to those communities where people all kind of live together. They share their property, and they're basically giving their whole lives to the revolution. They're like dedicated full-time activists and revolutionaries. Sometimes they engage in production. Like I know, like one place I know they were making pottery. They made pottery for the country. They had like a pottery factory they collectively owned. Those communes, they're armed also. I mean, those folks have got guns. And I met this young woman. I mentioned this in a video I made earlier this week. Must be said, I met this young woman. She was in one of the communes that was more Christian-oriented. And I remember she said that she believed that God had brought her to Earth for a purpose. And that purpose was to die for socialism and for Bolivarianism. Right? And, this young woman had been an orphan. And she did not speak Spanish. She had been a child without parents, alone in Caracas, couldn't even speak Spanish, was adopted by this Christian socialist commune, grew up under Bolivarianism, met her, she's wearing military khaki pants, she's ready to die for the revolution, right? And there's a lot of young people like that, the Chavez generation, people who've been watching Hugo Chavez and Maduro on TV since before they could walk, right? And they live in poor neighborhoods where the government has been able to take care of them, and they've seen, I walked through one neighborhood in central Caracas where every single house had been paid for by an interest-free loan from the government. Every single one. Prior to that, people had lived in shacks without running water or electricity. People have seen socialism just transform their lives. And that there is a base in the country. A lot of people in the country are critical of Maduro, think he's not doing the best job he could. They wish he would do it better. They want socialism to be implemented differently. But there is a base of people. There's a solid core in that country that will not move. They are like a rock, right? They are like the base of that revolution. They are tied in with the military. They are tied in with the Bolivarian militias. They are tied in with the communist and socialist ideology and the communes and the colectivos. And those folks ain't going nowhere, right? Those folks will go down fighting to the last man. I saw that with my own eyes. They live in neighborhoods where they got big paintings of Mao and Stalin and Salvador Allende and Che Guevara up there and revolutionary priests from Central America, and those folks ain't going nowhere, right? If the USA were stupid enough, I mean, I shouldn't say the USA because I'm not stupid enough, and I know the majority of people in this country would never favor it. But if the leaders of the USA who are tied in with these big bankers and corporations are actually stupid enough to invade or attack Venezuela, we would be facing another Vietnam. It would be another Vietnam. I'll tell you that much. It would go on and on and on. And lots of Americans who should be in the United States serving their country by building hospitals and schools and storm levees and water facilities and serving the country by making life better for Americans, who signed up with good intentions, right? They wanted to help their country. They wanted to protect the country from terrorism. A lot of good Americans, a lot of good working class people would die if we invaded Venezuela. I can guarantee you that, because the population of Venezuela would not roll over. They wouldn't just accept being invaded by the United States, a country that has already subject them to economic warfare, a country that has been involved in trying to overthrow their government at least since 1999. The Venezuelan public is locked and loaded, very high rate, one of the highest rates in all of the hemisphere. I think it's not as high as ours, but it's quite a high rate of gun ownership in Venezuela, of private gun ownership. This idea that socialists and communists want to take everyone's guns away. Oh, they've got guns in Venezuela, right? The socialists and communists have been running Venezuela since 1999. They've got guns. Oh, Lordy, you better believe that they have got guns in Venezuela. They have got guns. And there's a section of the population that ain't going nowhere. Wow, what a day. Hey folks, I decided to make this video because I've been to Venezuela and I've seen what Bolivarian socialism has done for the country. I walked through a neighborhood in central Caracas where every house, every single one of the houses had been paid for with an interest-free loan from the government. Prior to that, people had lived in shacks without running water and electricity. I've seen how they wiped out illiteracy in the country with their literacy volunteers from Cuba. I've seen the Cuban healthcare clinics where people walk in and get medical treatment free of charge. I've seen the infrastructure that was built. And, I walked through Venezuela and I met many people who were critical of Maduro, felt that some of the policies of the United Socialist Party hadn't been good, wanted things changed. I didn't meet anybody that said they wanted capitalism back. I didn't meet anyone who said they wanted to go back to the 1990s. People told me horror stories about Venezuela in the 1990s, where the electricity wouldn't come on for weeks, where they'd have to go on strike and burn tires and shut down the city and the country just to get, the garbage collected, just to get basic services. So, I didn't meet anybody who said they wanted to go back to the 1990s. And I met many people who'd benefited from Bolivarian socialism and the activities of Hugo Chavez and Maduro and the United Socialist Party and Bolivarianism. But that's not really why I wanted to make this video, because in addition to seeing people that had really benefited from socialism, despite some of the hardship in recent years, I also saw something else, and that's that the Venezuelan people are ready to fight, right? They've got a huge military that is trained in Cuba. They get ideological education as part of their military training. They love their commander-in-chief, Maduro. They love Hugo Chavez. They love socialism and Marxism. They are Bolivarian patriots. In addition to that, they've got the Bolivarian militias that are in every neighborhood. These are young people that are trained in how to protect themselves. In addition to that, I went to some of the colectivos and the communes. I met one young woman, and she had been adopted, by this one commune when she was just 4 years old. They had found her. She was an orphan in the city, and she didn't even speak Spanish at the time. She only spoke her indigenous language. She told me that she believes that she has a purpose and that God had sent her to the earth to die for the revolution, to die for Hugo Chavez and Bolivarianism. And there's a lot of Venezuelans who feel that way. There are a lot of Venezuelans who are determined not to let socialism be rolled back in Venezuela. And they are ready to go down. The rate of gun ownership in Venezuela is very, very high. They've been preparing for a possible attack from the United States for decades, since 1999, 2002. They've known it's a real possibility that there could be a direct U.S. attack or an attack from a U.S.-aligned regime or some kind of civil war fomented in the country, and they are locked and loaded for that possibility. They are ready to defend their revolution. You've got the official Venezuelan military, you've got the apparatus of Bolivarian militias, you've got, the communes and the independent armed groups that support the government. They are locked and loaded and ready, and they have international support. China's on their side. Russia is on their side. Iran is on their side. Nicaragua is on their side. A lot of countries around the world, Turkey.
Talk about, people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela, very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to... Wait, which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
In Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait, how is that a response? No, you wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay, if you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved...
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption, that it was very specifically... okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods there or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other
So it
OPEC
just
countries.
an oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly, sure. So I'm just looking this up. Sure. I'm literally just, I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have people
not allowed to
from Saudi Arabia crying that they're
percentage of the country that are guest workers, slaves.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So
look,
I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result of 2014.
They did suffer.
oil price
Go
drop.
ahead and let Destiny. Go ahead and get
The
your
fact
point in.
that Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why did
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity economy.
Why is that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right? And you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you. And yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves. And I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge. Now, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC or CNN. None of them can admit
MSNBC
there were
or CNN
with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I
getting real? Let's not
extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying this?
I don't think Destiny wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to.
Well, I appreciate your honesty because everyone tells me all the time everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank you.
Thank you
for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
so I haven't
make that
admitted
claim.
anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said? Why don't they say
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Hey folks. So Venezuela is a socialist country, and Venezuela is having difficulties. So therefore, socialism doesn't work, right? The difficulties in Venezuela are caused by socialism. Venezuela is a socialist country. Ironclad logic, right? That's just the facts. You can't argue with it. That's just common sense. Well, it's false, right? This is a narrative that people hear on television. This is a narrative people read, and they repeat it as if they are experts. But there are roughly 1 million reasons that this is not an accurate assessment of the situation. I don't have time to go over all the reasons, so in this short video, I'm going to go over just a few reasons why the problems lately in Venezuela do not prove that socialism doesn't work. First of all, let's go over what happened throughout the 20th century. The beginning of the 20th century, Russia was an impoverished agrarian country. And as a result of implementing socialism and industrializing with Stalin's 5-year plans, Russia became fully electrified. Russia invented space travel. Russia defeated the Nazis. Russia wiped out illiteracy. Russia became a global industrial superpower with socialism. So if socialism just naturally leads to the standard of living going down, I guess the Soviet Union must not have been socialist because it raised living standards dramatically, and no one can deny that. In 1949, China was a deeply impoverished country. Today, China is the second largest economy in the world, right? It has 5-year plans, it has government-controlled banks and industries, it is run by a communist party. They call their system socialism with Chinese characteristics. If socialism leads to countries just being poor, then China must not have happened, because the entire history of the Communist Party's leadership in China has been nothing but the standard of living vastly increasing. During the Mao era, they built lots of infrastructure. During the Deng era, they utilized market reforms. Socialism has rapidly transformed China and made China a very strong country and raised living standards. But you can go even beyond that, right? Go throughout South and Central America. Look at some of the countries around there, right? Argentina. In 2015, the social democratic and populist president, Cristina Kirchner, forced out of office. And so what has happened in Argentina? It's wrecked the place. Their economy is destroyed, things are getting worse, their currency is wrecked. Argentina is a mess after the Macri government implemented free market capitalist reforms. Or you can go further than that, Brazil. 2016, the social democratic president, Dilma Rousseff, was forced out of office. And ever since then, what has the economy been like in Brazil? It's just gotten better, right? Oh, people are great. The free market is making Brazil, great. Absolutely not. The standard of living in Brazil, the economy, things are getting worse. It's not good, right? You can go to Honduras. 2009, Honduras had a socialist president, Manuel Zelaya. And that socialist president was forced out. The United States worked with the military of Honduras to topple the socialist president. And ever since then, Honduras has been a wreck. It has just been a disaster. In fact, a lot of these refugees that are fleeing on the U.S. border are coming from Honduras. There are whole parts of Honduras where people don't have running water and don't have electricity, where people don't even speak Spanish. They still speak the indigenous language. The country doesn't even have proper roads. That's what capitalism has accomplished in Honduras. Haiti has been capitalist for years. And as Haiti has transitioned and operated within the Western global financial system, it has been completely destroyed. It's not producing its own food. People eat dirt literally mixed with oil. That's the conditions that people in Haiti are living in. But no one says that Haiti's problems are because of capitalism. Nobody says Honduras's problems are because of capitalism. No one says that Argentina and Brazil's problems are all because of capitalism. But everything that has gone wrong in Venezuela is all because of socialism. That's what the TV would have you believe. But it gets better than that. Right? The problems in Venezuela started in 2014. Venezuela's economy is centered around oil. It's centered around a single commodity. And so in 2014, when there was a dramatic drop in the oil price, they began to have problems. But everyone admits, even the Wall Street Journal admits, that prior to 2014, there was substantial rates of growth in Venezuela. That Venezuela's economic problems didn't start in 1999 when Hugo Chavez was elected. Venezuela's economic problems didn't start in 2003 when they began moving toward 21st century socialism. Their problems started in 2014. So the majority of the time that Venezuela has had socialism, their economy has been growing and they haven't been having these problems. So the entire narrative doesn't make any sense. The idea that Venezuela's problems are caused by socialism is illogical. That is not factual. It just doesn't match with the economic realities. Capitalism is failing all across South and Central America. Socialism turned Russia and China into global superpowers. And socialism in Bolivia right now has created the highest rate of GDP growth. In 2018, what country in South America had the highest rate of GDP growth? Bolivia, where they're led by a Marxist government, led by Evo Morales. This entire narrative that socialism doesn't work, look at Venezuela, that narrative doesn't check out. It's not factual, so stop repeating it. Just because people say things on TV doesn't make it true.
As I call it. By the way, speaking of which, we had a great show on Tuesday night. We were joined by Jacques Powles. We haven't had Jacques on in a while, but what an amazing background he gave us to the events leading up to World War I and his new book coming out the Great Class War, 1914-1918. But this is another, I think, a rising star in the alternative media universe. Caleb Maupin, I had the pleasure of meeting Caleb earlier this summer in the late fall here, or in the early fall, with all the events going on at the UN. Caleb, welcome back to INN World Report.
Oh, thanks. I'm always glad to be on your show.
Well, we're glad. We're happy with the work that you're doing now, Caleb. I know you were down there in Venezuela with our good friend Eric Draitser to observe the election down there. It, by all accounts, looks like it was a peaceful exchange of power. Not the way I'm sure the Bolivarians would have liked to have seen it go. But why don't you tell us about that?
Well, this was the first election in the last 16 years of Venezuelan history that was not followed by violence and killing. For the last 16 years, the anti-Bolivarian forces have been losing the elections, and these are the forces paid for by the United States, getting money from the CIA. These are the wealthy Venezuelans who don't like Hugo Chavez, don't like his successor, Nicolas Maduro. And every time they lose an election, they go out and murder people, and they burn things, and they destroy things. In fact, last year, when Maduro was elected president, the response of the Venezuelan opposition was to kill 43 people. They actually strung wires across intersections, and people riding motorcycles would drive through and then have their heads cut off, beheaded by wires strung across intersections. So, there were bombings last year, but this time the pro-U.S. forces won the election, and so there was no rioting. So that really shows where the violence in Venezuela is coming from. The narrative in U.S. media for the last 16 years has been about Hugo Chavez, the dictator, Nicolas Maduro, the dictator, but they lose an election, they move on, they move ahead. However, when the Venezuelan opposition loses, they strike out with violence. I was able to observe some of the voting directly. We visited the CNE, the Center for the National Elections. It's a wing of the Venezuelan government that carries out the electoral process. And I saw firsthand that Venezuela is, I would say, far more democratic than this country in a lot of ways. For example, in the U.S., when we have our elections, we always have it on a Tuesday. That's a work day. People who are working, they have to get up early and get in line before they work, or maybe after work they have to run to the polls and get there before they close. In Venezuela, the elections by law must happen on a weekend so that people can vote. In Venezuela, they have at least 20 different political parties that are on the ballot in every state, in every province. Here in the U.S., we only have two political parties that basically control the political process, and none of the other parties really have a chance or are taken seriously. And in addition, they have something called proportional representation to make sure that these 20 political parties that minor parties are represented. So every effort is made to make sure these are democratic elections. Furthermore, we got to see how the voting machines work. They have electronic voting machines, but after every person votes, they get a receipt, and they make sure that the receipt matches what they voted, and then they drop the receipt, the paper receipt, in a machine. And before the results can be announced, they have to make sure that the paper receipts match the electronic results. So this was a fair election by all standards, just like all the elections in Venezuela over the last 16 years have been fair elections. However, this is the first election that Western media has accepted and is not declared to be fraudulent. Why? Because pro-U.S. forces won. They won 2/3 of the National Assembly. The opposition, the folks who don't like what's been happening in Venezuela for the last 16 years, they finally have taken control of the National Assembly for the first time. And so now, suddenly, U.S. media is willing to accept the results. The hypocrisy of the U.S. media in covering Venezuela's elections has just really, really been exposed.
Caleb, if you read the headlines over the last 16 years, according to the U.S. media, there shouldn't have been an election, period. It's a dictatorship. Yet there we have a fair and open election, as you saw yourself.
Well, right. And the Carter Center for Democracy, the Carter Center, the United Nations, the Organization for American States, they have been there to monitor every election for the last 16 years and have determined that it's been fair. However, U.S. media doesn't really listen to that. They just kind of repeat this narrative of, the brutal dictatorship of Hugo Chavez, and it's just ridiculous. But now their forces have won the election fair and square, and all of a sudden
they're willing to accept the results. And furthermore, there's no violence, there's no killing, there's no one being bombed, there's no heads being cut off. All of a sudden, there's peace in the streets. The whole narrative about the brutal dictatorship should just be completely refuted by what took place in Venezuela on December 6th.
Well, I never believed it in the first place because I know where it's coming from. But let's see what happens. I mean, and by the way, it's only natural if you do have an open and fair system. Things run in cycles. Economies run in cycles, and sometimes they don't go so well. And let's not forget, this isn't just a straightforward election between two competing ideologies in a country. It is an election between competing ideologies where on one side, the full force of the global oligarchy with all its power, all its money, all its propaganda machine, as you alluded to, is coming down on one side versus the other.
Well, yes, the majority of private media in Venezuela, the overwhelming majority of private media in Venezuela is against the government. And probably the primary reason that the opposition was victorious in the National Assembly election, the primary reason they were victorious is economic warfare. I was in Venezuela and I saw the reality. Drugstores, you can't get medicine. The food, there are food shortages. The private companies that are in charge of food distribution don't like the government. So rather than sell food in Venezuela, they're exporting it out of the country. There are sanctions which are limiting the kind of supplies Venezuela can import from the international market. And you add on top of this, the oil prices are lower than ever. We know that, that the United States government, John Kerry, Obama, and others are conspiring with the Saudis. Saudi Arabia is continuing to sell oil below market value, and they're continuing to expand their oil production apparatus in violation of the OPEC rules. They're doing everything they can to keep the price of oil low. This is a strategy to hurt Russia. It's a strategy to hurt Iran and to hurt Venezuela. It's an artificial dropping of the price and keeping the price low in order to carry out geopolitical strategic aims. And that's being carried out right now. It's being carried out very effectively. And what Maduro and before him Chavez have done is they've basically been using Venezuela's oil wealth to create a domestic vibrant economy. They've been subsidizing things like schools, hospitals, adult education centers, community assemblies, things like theaters, all kinds of things across the country. And they've been using the government-owned oil company, the proceeds from the export of Venezuela's oil resources. They've been using those to do this. So now that the oil
you mean
prices
instead
are
of
lower
to
than
line
ever,
the pockets of oligarchs?
Exactly. That's the strategy. They've been using Venezuela's oil for Venezuela, not for Wall Street, not for the billionaires in New York City, in London, and Tel Aviv. And because of that, they've been very overwhelmingly popular in the country. I went to one neighborhood, and I asked the people in the neighborhood, I said, how have people here benefited from the Bolivarian Revolution and from Hugo Chavez and Maduro? And they said, well, we've benefited because before them, just to get the electricity to work in the neighborhood, we had to burn tires and go on strike. They said, we didn't have cooking gas in this neighborhood beforehand. People were cooking with open fires. Now people have, stoves with cooking gas in them. They said that most of the houses in the neighborhood were constructed with loans given by the government. This is the oil money was being used to loan Venezuelans money so they could build their own homes. So, I mean, the amount of economic advancement that has gone on because of what happened under Hugo Chavez and under Maduro is really big. Now, why did the people vote against them? Well, I spoke to a number of Venezuelans who voted against Maduro, voted against the Socialist Party, and instead voted for the opposition forces supported by the USA. And I asked them why, and they said, well, we love socialism, we love Hugo Chavez, we love the Bolivarian Revolution, but we're mad about the current situation. We don't think that they're handling the food crisis right. We don't think that they're handling the medicine shortages correctly. And they were not protesting against what's been happening for the last 16 years. They were voting what they called a punishment vote, a voto castigo. They were voting against what's been going on in Venezuela for the last 2 years. And a lot of them said, yeah, we know this is being done to our country by the United States and by foreign powers, but we still think Maduro's not doing enough about it, and we think he's not handling the crisis correctly. And I got to tell you, there is a huge gap in Venezuela between the Venezuelan opposition and the people who voted for it. When I said to people in Venezuela, I said, don't you think these opposition forces want to just get rid of everything that's been gained? Don't you think they want the oil companies to just come and take over Venezuela and make everything the way it used to be? And they said, oh, that'll never happen. They said, we're not the same people we were 16 years ago. We'll never allow that to happen. That'll never happen. So there's kind of a denial on a lot of the Venezuelans' part about what's happened. The leader of the opposition is a guy named Enrique Capriles. And it's interesting to note that Enrique Capriles is actually, he has functioned internationally. He's been to New York City, he's been to Spain, he's been to London, and he's been to Tel Aviv, and he's been coordinating with different forces. And his messaging for the election was very different than the messaging the opposition has used in previous elections. For example, Capriles, in this election, he wasn't saying, the capitalism is great and the USA is a great country and Maduro is a dictator. His whole focus was, he said, I'm a socialist too. I like what's happening here, but I can manage things better. The Venezuelan opposition really changed their tune. This time in this election, it was all about hope and change you can believe in. Not too specific about what that change is going to be, but change. They were for change.
Well, listen, the music's playing. We're going to have to go on break. But that's what always happens, Caleb. You're not old enough, but I can tell you in this country, FDR won 4 terms in a row, okay? And then after that, Truman won another one. The right had to come to the center. Richard Nixon was a socialist.
Comiendo a Alex Saab en las manos de Dios. Y habrá justicia, porque habrá verdad. Secuestrado por el imperio norteamericano. Y con la palabra de Dios y la palabra de los pueblos hay que levantar un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad y la libertad de Alex Saab en Venezuela y en el mundo entero. Un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad, la justicia y la libertad del diplomático venezolano Alex Saab en todo el mundo. Hoy ya en Estados Unidos hubo la primera marcha, la primera movilización. En Nueva York, allá se movilizaron los movimientos sociales, ya despertando y difundiendo el secuestro que se ha hecho de este diplomático venezolano.
Kiki Dewar, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation. I was sent here on behalf of Caleb Maupin, and I just want to say that we should be completely against the illegal extradition agreement that Cape Verde made with the United States to bring Alex Saab to Miami.
A Venezuelan diplomat, Alex Saab, who was on a humanitarian mission for his country, Venezuela, was kidnapped, arrested, and illegally extradited to the U.S. at the request of...
Out here today in solidarity with the Venezuelan people, because at this hour as well, they're having mobilizations out in Caracas against what just occurred right now with this kidnapping. This foreign diplomat was abducted by our own government. And this guy, Alex Saab, this diplomat, was just on a mission, on a humanitarian mission to transport food and medicines to his people out in Venezuela as a way to break the blockade that our country has on Venezuela.
Why do they do this? They do this because Venezuela is a country, a socialist country, that uses its resources to benefit its own people and not to benefit the corporate interests that control our government. And so our government made sure that they took care of him. He's now in prison in Miami, completely illegal.
Alex Saab is a hero. Alex Saab is not the terrorist, it's the state terrorists that have kidnapped him and sequestered him when he should be free with his family, continuing to carry out diplomatic missions for the Venezuelan people. So, un saludo a todos y todas, un saludo revolucionario desde Nueva York. Aquí todos los internacionalistas estamos hoy en solidaridad
con el pueblo venezolano, que ahora, a esta hora en Caracas, también están teniendo manifestación para la liberación de Alex Saab.
You know, whatever happened to this thing with Joe Biden saying he was going to be so different from Donald Trump, supposedly, right? You're saying how he's going to be so different, he was going to change and improve everything. Well, what's he doing? He's intensifying and making even further Trump's policy of extreme aggression against Venezuela.
I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous the way that the United States is choosing to essentially also murder this foreign diplomat. The United States can't do that. We have to fight back. We have to say, free Alex Saab!
Free Alex Saab!
Free Alex Saab!
Free Alex Saab!
The U.S. had no right to be in Cape Verde in the first place, and the U.S. had no right to extradite Alex Saab. Is it now illegal to get food to the starving? Is it now illegal to support the oppressed? What does this mean for the future? Maybe you don't care about the case of Alex Saab, but let me tell you what, it will come to you. There's a famous poem from World War II just following it after the Holocaust, and it says, at first they arrested the communists, and I did not care because I was not a communist. And then they arrested the labor leaders, but I did not care because I was not in the union. And then they arrested the Catholics, but I did not care, I was not Catholic. Then they arrested the Jews, and I did not care because I was not a Jew. And then they arrested me, and there was no one left to speak up for me. Venezuela will not fall. Venezuela will stand strong. Iran will stand strong. Cuba will stand strong. Nicaragua will stand strong. Viva Venezuela!
Viva Venezuela!
Viva Chavez!
Viva Chavez!
Viva Maduro!
Viva Maduro!
Free Alex Saab!
Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab!
Alex Saab, he was basically kidnapped. This is the second time, twice has been kidnapped by United States, just because he has been delivering food to Venezuelan people. Because he has been getting medication for Venezuelan people to be able to fight the COVID-19. Because he has been able, not only that, to get gasoline, because the entire oil industry has been destroyed by the criminal, unilateral, illegal sanctions the United States has been implementing against the Venezuelan people. So we need to really show solidarity, not only because it's Venezuela, not only because a little more than 30 million people are suffering right now thanks to the sanctions that the United States has been imposing to the Venezuelan people. No, because there are 39 countries right now that are on the sanctions from the United States. Because Cuba is also on the sanctions. Nicaragua, they have a bunch of packets of sanctions to be implemented at the end of this year against people in Nicaragua. So we need to show our solidarity, to demand respect to the sovereignty of the countries around the globe, and to say, we don't want sanctions. Let's say that together. No sanctions. No sanctions.
No sanctions.
Free Alex Saab.
Free Alex Saab.
Free Alex Saab.
Free Alex Saab.
What do they have in Venezuela? They have a socialist government. As my friend Caleb Maupin often likes to say, we need a government of action to fight for working families. Well, in Venezuela, with President Maduro, they have a government that fights for working families. And that's what we need in this country. We need a socialist government that will fight for working families, just as Venezuela has.
It's important for us to be in solidarity and to show the workers and the youth of Venezuela that they have comrades right here inside the empire.
Hands off Venezuela!
Hands off Venezuela!
Hands off Venezuela!
Hands off Venezuela!
In this city, New York City, right? It's supposed to be one of the richest cities on the planet. We have people eating out of garbage cans. We have people living in tents. We have people sleeping on the subways. Why is that? We can afford to feed everybody. We can afford to support our own people, but we choose not to. Every single day, we have people going into medical debt for treatment that we know that we can afford to pay. But it makes more for the insurance companies not to help people. It makes more for the millionaires and billionaires that run this country to let people starve, to let people not get the medical care they need, to let people die. and the U.S. will continue to let people die if it needs to. Alex Saab was trying to bring food and medical supplies to Venezuela. That is all he was doing. And yet the United States wants to claim that he is a criminal. The United States wants to claim that what he was doing was illegal. How? He was bringing food. You know what they're against? They're against somebody making them look bad because he's feeding people that are starving unlike them. We have millions of pounds of food that are thrown away in this country every year that could be going to people who are starving. And it's not. And the minute somebody from another country tries to help an independent government like Venezuela, the United States will come in and step in and say it's wrong. You know what's wrong? What's wrong is for the United States to try to control other countries. What's wrong is for this empire to try to continue to keep its hands in countries around the world. Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iran, these are countries that care about their people. These are countries that are actually trying to help, where people aren't starving on the level that they are here in the United States. And that's why we need to stand up for people like Alex Saab. That's why we need to stand in solidarity with Venezuela. Thank you.
There we go.
Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab!
A Colombian Venezuelan diplomat is the latest political prisoner of empire. No different than Mumia Abu Jamal. No different than Matulu Shakur. No different than Asada Shakur. Leonard Peltier and so many other heroines and heroes. Why is Alex Saab en route to a jail cell in Miami? Shame on the Cape Verdean government. There's elections today in Cape Verde between Tweedledee and Tweedledum, two representatives of neoliberalism and neocolonialism.
Amen.
The sons and daughters of Amilcar Cabral would be ashamed that the Cape Verdean government has been so subservient. In Cape Verde they say fantoche. Fantoche means a puppet government of U.S. colonialism.
The reason why the United States is trying to target Venezuela is because Venezuela is a government that provides for its people. It is not controlled by the international banking organizations, the Western oil monopolies, and the various other multinational corporations. It's a government of the people. It's a government that fights for the working families of Venezuela. And that's why we're here, to stand in support for Venezuela. And that's why we say, free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab!
Venezuela has friends in every corner of this planet, and no matter how hard the empire may try to bring Venezuela to its knees, Venezuela will stand strong. Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab! Free Alex Saab!
Y el padre Numa me mandó una lectura de la Biblia en el Antiguo Testamento. Jeremías 21:12, que dice: Casa de David, así dijo Jehová, haced de mañana juicio y librad al oprimido de la mano del opresor, para que mi ira no salga como fuego y se encienda y no haya quien la pague por la maldad de vuestras obras. Palabra de Dios. La ira de Dios caiga sobre estos imperios y haya justicia sobre el oprimido. Luchemos contra estas opresiones, contra estas persecuciones. Si la narcooligarquía de Iván Duque en Colombia, si la rata de Juan Guaidó, si los imperialistas del gobierno de Estados Unidos involucrados con este secuestro creen que el pueblo venezolano se va a atemorizar, va a tener miedo, creen que nosotros nos vamos a entregar o rendir, están bien equivocados. Ahora es que tenemos más fuerza que nunca para luchar por la revolución, contra el imperialismo, contra la injusticia, por la verdad. Ahora es que más nunca tenemos fuerza.
Nosotros venimos temprano.
No, pero vamos a hablarle primero de las reivindicaciones.
No, hablarle primero de la derecha.
Pero de las reivindicaciones. Con la llegada de Chávez dejamos de ser perseguidos políticos.
So with the arrival of Chavez, we stopped being persecuted politically.
Nuestras reivindicaciones sociales aumentaron de 0 a 1000.
So basically
en lo porcentual.
Went from 0 to 1,000.
¿En qué cosa? Que en nuestra parroquia teníamos que quemar carro, quemar caucho para recibir agua potable.
So in the parish, in previous governments, they had to strike and burn.
Para que recogieran la basura.
Burn, ¿cómo se llama? No, garbage and what's the thing? Tires. Burn tires.
Para la basura, para el agua potable, para el servicio de luz, para el servicio de telefonía.
So they had to strike to get electricity, to get water.
Para que repararan las calles.
To fix the streets.
Para la inversión social.
To social investments.
Eso es en cuanto a lo reivindicativo palpable, es decir, que tú puedas tocar. Ahora, en lo otro está, primero, que vemos que la distribución de la riqueza del erario nacional es un poquito para cada quien, pero es un poquito que hace que se desarrollen las cosas.
So we believe that the redistribution of the country is a little bit for everyone, but this little bit helps for the community to develop the community.
Segundo, como dice nuestra constitución, somos una democracia protagónica y participativa, es decir, que nosotros participamos realmente en la toma de las decisiones.
So, as the Constitution says, they're protagonist and participatory democracy.
Y Chávez encarnó en el tiempo que estuvo físicamente todo lo que nosotros esperamos durante muchísimos años y por lo que luchamos muchísimos años.
So while he was alive, Chávez embodied everything that they were hoping for.
Mira, ve la televisión, así era la represión del 23 de enero, igualito como está pasando ahí ahorita.
¿Cómo?
Así como la represión. Ah, ya quitaron una película. Ya la quitaron. Ve, Carmelo.
Y
mira, Carmelo es otro concejal municipal de nuestra parroquia, vive y vive aquí en la parroquia, en el barrio Sucre.
For the municipality, this is Carmelo.
No pega.
Hola. Comandante y amigo.
Buenas tardes.
Carmelo es de los partidos aliados, pero también es el proceso. De la UPB, el partido de la famosa línea roja.
Estamos descansando para mañana.
Bueno, eché el cuento ahí.
Nosotros no. Andamos con ellos un ratito.
Carmelo, eso significa UPB,
Unidad Popular Venezolana.
Unidad Popular Venezolana. Y uno de los partidos del Gran Polo.
En honor a la Unidad Popular Chilena, creamos el partido. En honor a Salvador Allende y a la Unidad Popular Chilena.
Bueno, están preguntando que por qué la parroquia apoya a Chávez.
Es una parroquia combatida, 100% revolucionaria.
This is a 100% revolutionary parish.
Aquí el 80-85% apoya el proceso revolucionario.
80 to 85% of the people here support the revolutionary process.
Y contamos con los dedos de las manos los opositores aquí en la comunidad. Son pocos. Yo le decía a ellos que de 10 votantes del chavismo, ellos sacan 2. Aquí.
From every 10 Chavista voters, they only get 2 here.
Un 80%.
Donde Carmelo es concejal, que es el municipio, ahí asesinaron también a otro compañero concejal que se llama Eliezer Otaiza, que fue...
So in the municipality where he's the council member, another compañero, another councilman was assassinated, Eliezer Otaiza, which is very famous.
Yo era suplente de Otaiza.
So he was the alternate for Otaiza.
Y él asumió.
¿Cuándo asesinaron a Eliezer?
2 años.
Situation off the coast of Venezuela is not good. It is a bad situation. It appears that Trump is threatening Venezuela. They already destroyed a fishing boat, and that boat they claimed was smuggling drugs. But if that was the case, they would have grabbed it and they would have arrested the people on board, and then used the evidence to make their case that Venezuela is a drug country, right? If that was really a drug running boat, they would have used it for evidence, because there is absolutely no evidence that Venezuela is a serious part of the international drug cartels, as they are claiming. All kinds of studies of the drug problem of South and Central America have been conducted. Are there drugs in Venezuela? Sure. But 70% of the cocaine and drugs in Central America, Latin America, comes from Colombia. And there is absolutely no reason that they would need to go through Venezuela after producing it in Colombia. And all kinds of studies have shown that Venezuela is very inconsequential in the drug trade. And it just doesn't add up. And the Office of the United Nations Drug and Law and Crime Enforcement has said Venezuela is inconsequential. All kinds of people that are not fans of Maduro by any means have said the excuse they're using, that supposedly Venezuela is a drug running country, is a narco state, that is absurd. It does not match reality. This is just Trump doing a favor to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is our Secretary of State. And Marco Rubio vehemently disagrees with U.S. policy right now, because Trump is pivoting slightly in a good direction. And there is a big effort to cancel that out. And it appears Trump is doing this as a favor to Marco Rubio. And we should absolutely hope that this doesn't escalate any further. And I've seen the reports, that Venezuela is obviously threatened by these ships being there. There's Venezuelan jets that have flown out there. But the fact that they sunk that ship, and they didn't arrest the people on board, they didn't grab the ship and use it for evidence, that right there tells you that is 100% confirmation that everything they're saying about the drugs is bullshit. Because if that ship had a shred of evidence on it that Venezuela was a narco state, what would they have done? They would have grabbed it and used that evidence. They don't have any evidence to back up their claims about Venezuela being a narco state. They don't, right? The narco state is Colombia, where U.S.-backed paramilitaries have been involved in the drug trade for years. The narco states are Guatemala and El Salvador and Honduras. But the U.S. government has been funding drug cartels in that region for quite some time. And it's been funding them against anti-imperialist and revolutionary governments. And according to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, the best country when it comes to wiping out the power of drug cartels is Cuba. And Cuba is Venezuela's close partner. It's also a close partner of Nicaragua. Cuba is the country in the region when it comes to abolishing the drug cartels, the crime syndicates. They have the best record. There is no drug cartels in Cuba. The Cuban government has wiped them out. So if anything, what the U.S. government should be doing is trying to help Cuba, have the Cuban police go train the Venezuelan police, have the Cuban police go train the Colombian and the police of different countries. And in fact, Ecuador, which is now pretty solidly under the U.S. domination after a recent stolen election, where the election was stolen from the anti-imperialists, Ecuador is seeing the drug trade flourish as a result of U.S. meddling and U.S. destabilization efforts. So the idea that the USA is targeting Venezuela because of the drug trade, that's not reality. That is not reality at all. And this is simply a ruse, and I am disgusted by it. And I have walked the streets of Venezuela, of Caracas. I have been to different neighborhoods in Venezuela. And I have seen the great results of the Bolivarian revolution in Latin America. And I've seen what socialism, what the Bolivarian socialist revolution has done. They've taken control of their natural resources, their oil, and they've utilized their oil to wipe out illiteracy, to electrify the country, to build housing, etc. They've done amazing things. And actually, I have quite a bit of content on this YouTube channel about Venezuela, if you'd like to see it. I made a playlist, the Venezuela playlist of all the videos I have done about Venezuela. I've done quite a bit. So, check it out if you're interested in seeing what I have done. I've been to Venezuela, interviewed people in Venezuela. I've given talks at universities about Venezuela. I am somebody who knows what I'm talking about. I have seen with my own eyes what Venezuela has done and what the achievements of the Bolivarian process in the country are. And I encourage you to check out my Venezuela playlist. Also, I've written a lot about Venezuela. So I even have a book that I've written. If you want to see that book is available. It's called The Siege Has Failed. And it highlights the victory of Venezuela after Barack Hussein Obama tried to just squeeze them out with a color revolution, the La Salida campaign. I have a book that I wrote compiling all my articles about Venezuela. It's called The Siege Has Failed. That is the name of my book about Venezuela. So, we are solidly on the side of the Venezuelan people against these latest provocations. The Center for Political Innovation, we put on our website an article, CIA and MI6 are the drug dealers, not Venezuela. Now, my feeling, and based on the assessment of this situation, my feeling is that what's going on in Venezuela right now, the buildup by the U.S. Navy is simply throwing a bone to Marco Rubio. I do not believe that Donald Trump is serious about actually invading Venezuela. And the reason for that is that he pulled out of the Red Sea. As soon as it was clear that there would be a body count of U.S. soldiers in the Red Sea, Donald Trump pulled U.S. forces out. He was not willing to actually take on the Houthis militarily. And that makes me think he doesn't want the same thing. And in Venezuela, they have Bolivarian militias, these big armed groups that are in every neighborhood, and in every neighborhood, they are supporting the Venezuelan government. They have armed groups that practice and train militarily. I don't know where right-wingers get this notion. Socialism is when you take everyone's guns away. Venezuela has guns everywhere. There are guns all over Venezuela. I mean, I don't know where people get this. Oh, Venezuela, Cuba, they take everyone's guns. You go to Venezuela, they've got armed militias. They've got an army that's trained in Cuba. I'll show you a picture, right, of the Bolivarian militias. These are regular. They have a military that's trained in Cuba, but on top of that, they've got, these are Joe Six-Pack, heavy-set guys, right? They got beer bellies. They're, hardworking guys who live in their neighborhood. But on the weekends, they go to rifle practice. They go to rifle practice with their buddies, and they talk about communist ideology. These are people in Venezuela, ordinary people who've been trained how to use a gun to defend their homeland, right? And there's over 1 million. I believe there's 4 million people that are part of the Bolivarian militia. And I tell you, if the U.S. troops go into Venezuela, these guys are going to be on their roofs. They're going to be up in the mountains. It's a very mountainous country. They are going to be on their roofs. They're going to be up in the mountains, and they are going to be sniping away. And there is going to be loads of American soldiers that come home in body bags. And that should not happen, because what in the world is there to defend us from in Venezuela? I mean, what in the world would we be fighting for? They're trying to say we're fighting the drug problem. Well, the drug problem in the United States comes from those big pharma corporations that pushed doctors to overprescribe opioids and get our kids addicted to heroin. That's where the drug problem comes from. It comes from the pharmaceutical industrial complex that went around all throughout the 90s, all throughout the early 2000s, telling doctors, oh, it's okay to give people dangerous painkillers. Get them addicted, get them addicted. You can watch all kinds of documentaries about where our opioid epidemic came from. It did not come from Venezuela. It did not come from Venezuela. Not at all. It didn't come from Venezuela. It came from Sackler. It came from big pharma corporations, and that's where it came from, right? And the heroin of the world, it doesn't come from Latin America. Heroin comes from Afghanistan. And 1/4 of the world's heroin supply comes from Afghanistan. And they had completely wiped it out when the Taliban was in there the first time. But the heroin trade of Afghanistan blossomed after the U.S. occupation. And through the 20 years the USA was occupying Afghanistan, the world market was flooded with heroin because Afghanistan is the center of the poppy fields, right? In South and Central America, the drug problem is cocaine, right? And they ain't making cocaine in Venezuela, and they're making cocaine in Colombia, and there's absolutely no reason to ship it through Venezuela. Venezuela is inconsequential in the global drug trade. And the idea that they would send Americans to go get shot in Venezuela and get killed over the lie that Venezuela is the cause of our drug problem. Why don't they arrest some CEOs of the big pharmaceutical companies? Why don't they arrest, John Bolton and Elliot Abrams and the people that were involved in funding the drug trade, right? Why don't they arrest the CIA that was openly funding drug cartels in Latin America in a war against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, right? You go look at the history. Right, there is absolutely the idea that fighting the Bolivarian government of Venezuela is some kind of anti-drug operation is bullshit. What is happening off the coast of Venezuela right now is very scary, and the Venezuelan people need our all-out support. And we need to talk to our coworkers, we need to talk to our neighbors, we need to talk to our classmates and our friends and our family members, and make clear that Venezuela is not a threat to America in any way. The drug dealers are in Langley and the CIA. The drug dealers are the big bankers on Wall Street, the British Empire that waged 2 opium wars to force drugs onto China, that facilitates the drug trade through the international banks and their international banking system. That is the threat of drugs. The drug threat does not come from a socialist country with lots of oil in South America. That's not where the threat of drugs comes from. And we need to make that absolutely clear. And we need to scream that from the top of our lungs. And I do not believe Trump is going to go all into Venezuela, but it could happen. I don't know, right? This administration has done many awful things, and we have to be there for Venezuela as loudly as we possibly can. We have to stand with Venezuela. We have to denounce the lies, this drug cartel bullshit, these lies that they are using. We got to denounce it, right? Venezuela is not a narco state. Venezuela is not responsible for the drug crisis in America. That's a load of poppycock. And let's hope that these stupid provocations can end. And as a result, we'll see them pull back, because I can tell you, we would be biting off more than we can chew. Right? America is not ready to go in with boots on the ground into Venezuela. They've tried coup attempt after coup attempt after coup attempt. And go and watch my playlist, right? I have covered it. I've shown it. They have tried to overthrow the Venezuelan government so many times, and they won't budge because they have a very solid base of support. And I've been to the communes of Central Caracas. I have seen the solid base of support. Look, folks, Venezuela is a democratic country where they bend over backwards to accommodate the opposition, the pro-U.S. people. They tell us Venezuela is a dictatorship. Well, I've been to Venezuela. I was there in 2015. I saw people that didn't like Maduro running around denouncing Maduro left and right. I saw churches that support Israel with Israeli flags. The majority of the people there, yes, are anti-imperialist, are Marxists, socialists, Christian socialists, mind you, right? Abortion is illegal in Venezuela. Did you know that? Abortion is actually illegal in Venezuela. Gay marriage is actually illegal in Venezuela. And the leader, the president, Nicolas Maduro, is a Roman Catholic. And so was his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. They're not woke in Venezuela. They're anti-imperialists, right? They're innovationists. They're city builders. They're not woke, right? Venezuela, I have been there. I've seen it. They have a very solid base of support. If you want to see dictatorship, look at Britain right now. In Britain, they are dragging people to jail. I don't know if you saw this. In Britain, there's this group called Palestine Action, which is a Palestinian organization that has done some illegal stuff. And they've declared them a terrorist group, and they've made it a crime to have any sign supporting Palestine Action. So thousands of people have been getting arrested one by one for holding a sign that says, "I support Palestine Action." I don't know if you saw this. All kinds of people, they simply hold up a sign that says, "I support Palestine Action," dragged to jail on terrorism charges. Can you believe this? Right? And it is absolutely ridiculous. That's America, right? That's the United Kingdom. That's a country that's part of the free world. That's the center of the British Empire, the home of the London Stock Exchange, part of the NATO alliance. So, and in Venezuela, people criticize Maduro all the time. They run in elections, all kinds of stuff. They've actually bent over backwards to accommodate the opposition to Maduro, right? Very good quotation. Yeah, Jimmy Carter observed the elections in Venezuela, and he said they were completely legitimate. And I've been there and I've seen it. And the idea that Venezuela should be overthrown and that we have anything to gain from American troops and American, money and weapons being used to overthrow Venezuela is just absolutely a joke. And I just I can't hammer that point home enough. And that we need to be there for Venezuela as loudly as we possibly can be.
The format of the afternoon, the speaking format, is the first up. We have Caleb Maupin. Caleb is a journalist for RT, which is Russia Today, and he's a author. He has published several books, most notably City Builders and Vandals, and very worthwhile reading. And he's a Marxist and political commentator. So I hope that kind of sums it up for you, sure. Caleb.
Sure.
So without anything further from me, I would like to hand it over to Caleb Maupin.
Sure. Well, I thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure, and I do want to give my best greetings to everyone in Australia and everyone who's dedicated to fighting against imperialism and fighting against the bosses and bankers that run the world. I'm speaking to you now from Brooklyn, the borough of New York City. And just over about 2 hours ago, here in Brooklyn, it was reported that there are police cars on fire, and that there are police precincts that are being stormed by protesters. Now, my wife and I were staying indoors. We're nice and safe here in our apartment, but there's a lot of chaos out on the streets tonight of New York City, from what we understand. And so that kind of sets the tone for what I've been asked to speak about, which is what is imperialism. And it's very, very important in this time to be clear that imperialism is a system, and that system is in a deep state of crisis. And we're watching that crisis unfold, and that's essentially what we're watching as we watch so many global events take place. Now, there's a lot of confusion about what imperialism is. Among academia, you'll get often references to cultural imperialism. People think that imperialism is the fact that movies from the United States and Western Europe are seen all over the world, that people in the Middle East eat hamburgers and hot dogs or something like that. A lot of people will tell you that imperialism is a verb, right? It's if a country attacks another country, it's engaging in imperialism. Well, those are not correct understandings, right? Imperialism is a system. It is a system in which bankers and billionaires in the Western countries dominate the world economy. If you want to understand the nature of imperialism, you have to understand that imperialism is about holding back economic development. Imperialism is not about civilizing people around the world. It's not about raising their living standards. It's not about giving them the opportunity to participate in the free market. Imperialism is about holding back economic development. A great example would be when the British Empire went to India. India was a civilization that had been weaving for thousands of years. They had been weaving cloth, but when the British Empire went to India, did they immediately put the people of India to work weaving all kinds of cloth to take back to the homeland? Well, no, they didn't. They burned down the textile mills, and they forced them to import their cloth from Britain. Another example of imperialism more recently would be the NAFTA situation. That Mexico, a country where people have been farming and growing their own food for thousands and thousands of years, was basically forced into a situation where the country is a captive market of the United States and has to import its food from American agribusiness corporations, right? Another example, you can look at Iraq and Libya. Both of those countries were prosperous, oil-producing, oil-exporting countries. They had used the oil proceeds to develop their own domestic economies. And now, as a result of U.S. Military interventionism, both of the countries have been reduced to rubble and chaos. And many people at the time who were correctly opposing those military interventions, they said, well, the United States is acting kind of like Viking raiders, right? They're going to Libya, they're going to Iraq, and they're trying to get their oil. They're trying to take their oil. But if you look at Iraq and Libya right now, their rate of oil production is far, far lower than it was under the leadership of the Islamic Socialist government in Libya or the Ba'ath Socialist government in Iraq. essentially, these countries have been demolished, blown to bits. Ethnic conflicts and rivalries have been expanded. And these countries that were once prosperous and producing their own oil and selling their oil on the international markets have been reduced to chaos. And now everyone who is buying their oil from Iraq or Libya is mostly buying it from Saudi Arabia, a country where the oil is under the control of the big four super majors based in the United States, in Britain, BP, Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Royal Dutch Shell. This is essentially what it's about. I summarize imperialism by saying imperialism is about keeping the world poor so that Wall Street and London can stay rich. That is the essence of what imperialism is. And I talk about my own experiences. You know, I recall when I was 12 years old, because of unique circumstances in my life, I got to visit Quito, Ecuador. I was 12 years old, and it was the year of 1999. And I, of course, had no understanding of economics or Marxism or anything like that at that time. But I visited Quito, Ecuador in 1999. And I got off the plane in Quito, and I just saw crowds and crowds of desperate, starving people on every corner of the capital city. I mean, just mass poverty. And I didn't know who these people were or why they were so desperate. But what had happened was that Ecuador had been forced to give up its own currency. It had been forced to adopt the U.S. dollar. And as in exchange for getting loans from the IMF and the World Bank, it had been forced to adopt austerity measures. It had had its domestic economy crushed. And as a result of that, many indigenous people in the countryside were being thrown off their lands, and there was just mass poverty and suffering. And 1999, that same year, was a year that after, about a decade after the fall of the Soviet Union, or, 6 or 7 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, you had so much poverty and suffering in Russia, right? In Russia at that point, there was a huge rise in sex trafficking, a huge rise in unemployment. The heroin addiction rate and opioids was through the roof. And Russia was also in a situation where it couldn't produce its own food and was being forced to import all of its food from the United States. And Russia's manufacturing, American firms would buy the Russian steel mills and then shut them down after purchasing them. Everything, the economy of Russia had shut down. But there were two very big elections in that year of 1999. In 1998, the previous year, there had been an election, and Hugo Chavez had been elected, and he took office in 1999 to lead Venezuela. 1999, we also saw the election of Vladimir Putin in Russia. And those were pivotal moments because this was essentially a response to the fact that neoliberalism and the imposition of free market extremism on so much of the world, most especially Eastern Europe and South and Central America, that it was producing so much of an economic crisis that people were resisting, and that there was a need for new forces to come into power. Popular movements, resistance, hostility to the imposition of austerity had resulted in some electoral victories. And the election of Hugo Chavez, the election of Vladimir Putin kind of represented a rolling back of those trends. Though at the time, people didn't realize it, right? I mean, the election of Hugo Chavez in 1999, it didn't really get a lot of attention in American media. The same with the election of Vladimir Putin. People didn't realize what was happening in 1999, but many, many big things were to come. It's important to note that imperialism is not about fighting terrorism. It's not about fighting for democracy. It's not about spreading human rights. It's about fighting against economic development. It's about keeping countries in a state of poverty and in a state of suffering. The primary targets of the imperialists in the Middle East, for example, they're not targeting Al-Qaeda. They're not targeting ISIS. They're targeting governments like the Syrian Arab Republic, governments where, Christians and Sunnis and Shias live in peace with each other. They're targeting countries like Iran, where the country has developed an independent economy and has stabilized and developed. And what do they seek to replace these stable, independent economies with? Chaos and destruction, again, so that they can maintain their monopoly. I use the example of if you had a store and you were selling flowers and someone across the street had a store and they were selling flowers, would you want to go take over their store and have two stores selling flowers? No, you would want them to be eliminated. So everyone had to purchase flowers from you. That's what imperialism is. It's about clearing the market with chaos and destruction so that Wall Street and London can maintain their monopoly. And you know, in the Cold War, you did see the rise of these kind of military juntas and authoritarian regimes that were backed by the United States in places like South Korea, you know, in South and Central America, the Philippines, elsewhere. And the reason those regimes were propped up was because they needed them as a barrier against the threat of communist revolution. But what we saw starting with Pinochet in 1973 was a new kind of formulation. Unlike the Kennedy administration that was trying to allow some level of development to stabilize and hold off the threat of revolution, we saw the imposition of dramatic free market reforms and gutting and looting of countries. And that was a big shift. And it most extremely escalated after the fall of the Soviet Union. We saw in Bolivia where water resources, for example, were privatized and sold off to American corporations. We saw, you know, across Eastern Europe how just country after country was just reduced economically to rubble and just, you know, demolished economically. This is the nature of what imperialism really is. And I think that, you know, when you want to understand what's happening now, in the very moment we're in, when I talk about what's happening outside on the streets of New York City as we speak, what's important is to look at, there's a pamphlet by Vladimir Lenin that he published. Everyone knows Lenin wrote a book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. But before that, the first document where Lenin laid out his understanding of what imperialism was called Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. And if you read it, that's where he gives a definition economically of what imperialism is. And furthermore, he lays out that one of the essential things of moving the United States and Britain and France and Germany and other Western capitalist powers to imperialism was the development of what was called the aristocracy of labor. And this was a layer of well-paid workers within these countries who, yes, they were workers, yes, they were exploited by their bosses, but because they had a significantly higher living standard and were seeing their wages and living standards increase, they had become loyal to empire, and they'd been essentially bought off. And it was that layer of well-paid, kind of almost middle-class workers that stabilized the imperialist homelands enough that they could go around the world and engage in expanding and beating down countries around the world to maintain their monopoly. They had to have that stability at home. And what we're seeing now in the current era is the systemic demolition within the imperialist centers of that aristocracy of labor. Living standards are dramatically decreasing. Across the United States, we're seeing, you know, roads that are unpaved. We're seeing, you know, water not being properly purified. We're seeing a younger generation that is stuck in just a lifetime of low-wage, short-term service sector jobs, and that it's largely because of technology, with artificial intelligence, with the lack of a need for manufacturing workers. We're seeing the demolition of this aristocracy of labor that was the basis of stability within the imperialist centers that allowed them to expand around the world. And that lays the basis for a higher level of solidarity than ever before. Polls show in the United States that never before in my lifetime, I mean, going back to the 60s and 70s, never before has there been so much opposition to U.S. military interventions around the world. The public doesn't want it. They see their country crumbling all around them, and especially now amid this pandemic, they see it. And I just wanted to end by touching on, you know, the very important development of the fact that the United States, you know, U.S. leaders, Trump and Pompeo, they just fumed with anger about the fact that there was shipments and vessels from Iran going to Venezuela. And they announced that they were going to somehow stop this from happening. They wouldn't tolerate it. How dare Iran and Venezuela trade with each other? But they weren't able to stop it, right? We've seen that those vessels from Iran have arrived in Venezuela, and Venezuela and Iran are trading with each other. And if you look at that, this, in essence, is what the imperialist system is afraid of. The United States has cut off Iran with sanctions, tried to isolate it from the world economy. The United States has tried to cut off Venezuela and isolate it from the world economy. And so the two countries are trading with each other. They don't need the imperialist bankers to be the middleman, right? They're trading with each other. And this is what the imperialists are afraid of. They're also afraid of the One Belt, One Road initiative led by China and what China is doing. They're afraid of the BRICS countries. They're afraid of Russia's Eurasian Economic Union. The fact that there is an alternative on the global economy where countries that have been kept chronically poor by imperialism are able to start trading with each other. They're no longer dependent. They're able to help each other develop win-win cooperation. This points the way out of this disaster as we see an increasing crisis, not just within the United States, but within the imperialist centers, with increasing rivalries and divisions among the capitalists as they fight among each other, as the living standard is dropping. There's a rising police state here in the United States. As we see all of this developing, we see countries that were kept chronically poor by the Western imperialists start to rise up from poverty and start to trade with each other and start to build an alternative network. And the thing is, within the Western countries, there are many people that realize that Wall Street and London is not their friend, and that Wall Street and London enrich themselves at the expense not just of people all over the world, but of people right here in the imperialist centers. And increasingly, I believe there is an opportunity for there to be people within the Western countries who realize that hostility to Venezuela, hostility toward Iran, hostility towards Syria, hostility to China and Russia is not in their benefit, and that if we could begin to trade with Russia and trade with China and trade with Venezuela and trade with Iran in a way that was based on win-win cooperation, in a way that was not predatory, this would lay the basis for lots of new jobs, lots of new opportunities. But really, that would require a change in how the U.S. economy is set up. We have an economy based on predatory oil monopolies, on military weapons manufacturing, and basically the global racket of selling weapons all over the world, and turning war into a way to make profits. I mean, the U.S. economy is an imperialist economy. That's not benefiting the people of the United States. It's certainly not benefiting the people of the world. But people are waking up to that more and more. And I think that creates an opportunity for us, and it presents the opportunity for those of us who are opposed to imperialism, opposed to keeping the world poor so Wall Street and London to stay rich. It creates an opportunity for us to point the way forward, point the way toward peace, social stability, ending oppression, and fighting for justice. So that's my conclusion.
We're here in Commune Pinal. This means commune beehive. It's one of the strongholds of the Bolivarian Revolution. It's one of the communal cities that's been set up. It's here in the center of Caracas. Here all the people live collectively, and they are strong supporters of the revolution, and they're trying to build collective businesses and ownership over the economy. It's quite an inspiring place to be at Beehive Commune.
En 1989 hubo el debacle, salió Fukuyama y dijo el fin de la historia, ha triunfado el capitalismo sobre Guerra Fría, toda esa cosa. Y exactamente en 1989, el 27 de febrero, Venezuela da en el mundo el primer símbolo de rechazo contra políticas neoliberales que pasó acá, que se llamó el Caracazo.
So in 1989, Fukuyama talked about the end of history and how capitalism had triumphed in the world. Yeah. But also in 1989, the 4th of February of 1989, el 4 de febrero? 27 de febrero. I'm sorry, 27th of February of 1989, Venezuela gave an example to the world that was not true, with the Caracazo. The rebellion
sí, fue la primera expresión contra el neoliberalismo.
So that was the first battle against neoliberalism.
Y el 4 de febrero de 1992 insurge Chávez, hijo de esa conmoción de lo que fue el 27 de febrero.
So in February 4th, 1992, Chávez led a rebellion that basically came out of that that insurrection in 1989.
Con mucho tacto y muy inteligente, Chávez no se iba a poner ortodoxo, dogmático, anacrónico, de encasillar el modelo soviético, agarrarlo y copiarlo y pegarlo y ponerlo en Venezuela porque nos iban a decir ustedes están crazy.
So in a very tactical and intelligent manner, without any dogmatism or any orthodox ideology, Chavez knew that he could not take the Soviet model and copy that here because he knew that people were going to think he was crazy.
Entonces Chávez utilizó su carisma, su esencia, su espíritu, lo venezolano, nuestras creencias, nuestra cultura, y empezó a darle ese símbolo, ese espíritu indoamericano, estilo José Carlos Mariátegui, expresión socialismo indoamericano. Ni calco ni copia, sino creación heroica de los pueblos, decía Carlos Mariátegui. Entonces Chávez empezó a vivenciar, no hacer estilo eclecticismo, ¿no? Pero sí decir, bueno, vamos a hablarle a nuestro pueblo venezolano del socialismo. Si nos metemos con el tema de la religión, va a ser un entrompe, o sea, como que un problema muy a fondo. Vamos a realmente a tratar de solventar las reivindicaciones de las cosas esenciales de la vida y desde allí hablar del socialismo.
So Chavez, using his charisma, his basically his very Venezuelan way of being, and he started talking to the people about socialism, but also using, understanding that there's a religiosity here in the country, so he used that as an entryway to talk to the people about socialism. No.
Pendiente, repite.
Que fue muy largo. So dime de nuevo.
Bueno, que Chávez adaptó ese socialismo indoamericano al estilo José Carlos Mariátegui.
So basically, Chavez adopted the ideology of the Indo-American, or our American socialist ideology of Carlos Mariátegui.
Y dice, no es calco ni copia, sino creación heroica de los pueblos.
Okay, so this is not a copy or plagiarism. This is a creation that comes from the people themselves.
Entonces, él, desde lo que somos, empezó a construir el socialismo del siglo XXI.
So from where we stand, he started building the socialism of the 21st century.
Entonces no se iba a meter con Dios. Es más, él decía que Cristo fue el primer socialista del mundo.
So, he wasn't going to mess with God. He used to say that Christ was the first socialist in the world.
Y Ana Caona, que es mi nombre, la creyente, la que me dijo que era creyente, cree en ese Cristo.
And Ana Caona, which is her name, believes in that Christ.
En el que reparte el pan.
The God that, that gives the bread.
El que ama al prójimo como a sí mismo.
The one that loves thy neighbor as yourself.
El que expulsó a los mercaderes del templo.
The one that expelled the people from the market.
El que fue justo.
The just.
El que visitó al enfermo, no al sano.
The one that visited the sick people.
Y el que murió por su idea.
And the one that died for his ideals.
En ese Dios creo. En el Dios del humilde.
So that's the Christ, that's the God that she believes in.
Y en ese fue el Dios que creó Chávez.
And that's the God that Chavez believed in.
Bueno, somos hijos de Chávez realmente. De hecho, yo tengo 25 años y cuando le dieron el golpe de Estado al comandante Chávez, yo tenía 12 años. No tenía ningún tipo de participación política y simplemente el hecho de ver gente bajar de los cerros a decir, yo quiero ver a Chávez, yo voté por Chávez, ¿dónde está Chávez? Eso a mí me causó gran impresión. Yo tenía 12 años, era una niña, y a partir de allí el espíritu, o sea, somos hijos de la revolución y es por eso que esta juventud la va a defender como sea.
So they are the children of Chavez. She's 25 now, but back then in 2002 when the coup against Chavez happened, she was only 12. And she was very impressed by seeing the people coming down from the shanty towns to the city demanding that they voted for Chavez and they wanted Chavez. So for that, it left a mark on her. And since then, she understood that they're the children of the revolution and that they will defend this revolution by any means.
Chávez es el mejor profesor. Mira, tú no me cansabas de escucharlo, de verlo. Eran 8 horas de transmisión en cadena nacional y tú estabas ahí pegado y me lo escuchabas.
So Chavez was the best teacher, and she wouldn't get tired of listening to him. And he used to have the TV show for 8 hours, and she wouldn't get tired of
Max
watching
Weber,
it.
un gran filósofo, sociólogo, hablaba de los carismas. Y como escucha, yo le tenía los 5 carismas, todos completos, los definía, los tenía en esencia.
So Max Weber, a very famous sociologist, used to talk about the 5 different charismas, and she believes that Chavez had all of the aspects.
Desde, mira, este te hablaba, te echaba un cuento, después te cantaba una canción, después volvía y después saludaba a la señora, y eso sí, no era populismo. No era populismo, no era hipocresía, tú lo sentías, te llegaba una conexión con su pueblo.
Natural de él.
Sorprendente.
So Chavez would tell you a joke, tell you a story, then he would sing a song, then he would go away and come back and say hi to the old lady and the crowd, and it wasn't populism. It was something that was real, sincere, and you could feel that.
Chávez explicó o intentó explicar un libro de Iván Mesar, El metabolismo del capital, de una manera que, bueno, insólita.
So Chavez tried to explain this book by Iván, yeah?
De Iván Mesar, si lo
Oh, Iván Mesar. The metabolism of the capital, and he tried to explain that.
Un libro así. Y él agarraba así como el arañero de allá en los llanos, pero un llanero, un veguero, agarraba el libro, mira lo que dice aquí y tal, y ponía a la gente a leer, le decía, léete este libro, anda para allá, escucha esto, porque era su esencia. Y eso es lo que transmitía la gente.
So it was a very thick book, so he would go through the pages and be like, look what it says here, go read this book, and he would encourage the people to read, but that was his essence.
Y nosotros, bueno, somos el reflejo de su construcción, somos sus siervos.
And we are the reflection of Chavez. We are what he, ¿cómo se llama? What he planted.
De hecho, mira, te rescató a Bolívar.
So he rescued the legacy
rescató
of Bolívar.
a Mar Santa, rescató toda nuestra lucha latinoamericana.
He rescued
nuestros
our
símbolos
struggles in Latin America,
un nacionalismo, no hablo chauvinista, pero sí un nacionalismo bolivariano de la patria grande.
So it was not a chauvinistic nationalism, it was a Bolivarian nationalism, it was nationalism of the great homeland.
Estos días me pasaron un video de un compañero que es un doctor en ciencias sociales de Barcelona, y él estaba comentando y hablando de Chávez, y decía que una amiga afro-venezolana de él decía, desde que llegó Chávez y desde que Chávez me enseñó, ya no me daba pena mi nariz, era afro-venezolana y no le daba pena su nariz.
So recently, social sciences professor in Spain was talking about Chavez, and he was telling the story about this Afro-Venezuelan friend of his who said to him after Chavez came to power, I'm no longer ashamed or embarrassed of my nose or her features. She's Afro-Venezuelan, so there was a lot of discrimination.
Yo soy eso.
So that's who she is. And that's all I can say.
Gracias, yo soy creyente, yo creo en Dios. Gracias a Dios por permitirme vivir en los tiempos de Chávez.
So she's a believer, she's a religious person, and she thanks God because she was alive during the times of Chávez.
Gracias a Dios por permitirme morir por Chávez.
And she thanks God because God will allow her to die for Chávez.
La pregunta.
Delicioso.
This here behind me is the radio and TV station. It's run out of the Beehive Commune here. It's where they kind of broadcast revolutionary messages all over the country. It's collectively run by the people who live here in the commune. So we're outside of Colectivo Radio 23. This is one of the community radio stations that's been set up as part of the Bolivarian process of creating media that isn't controlled by the big corporations and the rich, but is actually accountable to the community. This is Colectivo Radio 23.
No, yo no sé cuál es la intencionalidad.
Mira, Glenn, te presento a mis amigos.
Venezuelan opposition has voted to remove Juan Guaido as the leader of its self-declared interim government. Now, this is a significant blow to U.S. efforts for regime change in Venezuela, a policy that was quickly followed by Europe. The USA has tried almost everything possible to remove the socialist government of Venezuela. There have been coup attempts, economic sanctions, none of that has worked. And now the false president that they've conveyed recognition on at the expense of Venezuela's actual leaders has come crashing down. Juan Guaido was one of the wealthy pro-U.S. students who took to the streets to protest against socialism. He took his cues from Facebook, Twitter, and none other than the U.S. State Department. Eventually, he was elected to the legislature. U.S. media loves to promote the anti-Maduro protests, but it chooses to ignore the very big mobilizations to support him and to support the United Socialist Party.
Once more, the old world can take a stand in support of freedom in the new world. Time has come for the United Nations to recognize interim President Juan Guaido as the legitimate president of Venezuela and seat his representative in this body. With all due respect, Mr. Ambassador, you shouldn't be here. You should return to Venezuela and tell Nicolas Maduro that his time is up. It's time for him to go. Hola, I'm Mike Pence, the Vice President of the United States. And on behalf of President Donald Trump and all the American people, let me express the unwavering support of the United States as you, the people of Venezuela, raise your voices in a call for freedom.
All options are on the table.
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 Who can forget when humanitarian aid became central to the regime change narrative about Venezuela? The story was that Venezuelan leaders had lit a food truck on fire to prevent food from being delivered to their own people.
Masked thugs, civilians killed by live rounds, and the burning of trucks carrying badly needed food and medicine. This has been Maduro's response to peaceful efforts to help Venezuelans. Countries that still recognize Maduro should take note of what they are endorsing.
We denounce Maduro's refusal to let humanitarian assistance reach Venezuela.
What kind of a sick tyrant stops food from getting to hungry people? The images of burning trucks filled with aid are sickening.
But later, the facts came out. We learned that it was actually the anti-Maduro forces who lit their own food truck on fire in the hopes of provoking an uprising. And let's not forget the coup attempts and conspiracies to kidnap Venezuela's legit president and replace him with Mr. Guaido.
Inside a glittering Miami high-rise, representatives of the Venezuelan opposition sat in a room adorned with samurai swords and listened to a pitch. They had been appointed by opposition leader Juan Guaido to explore all options in their US-backed quest to oust Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. But the language of the agreement left no ambiguity on the objective. An operation to capture, detain or remove Nicolas Maduro, remove the current regime and install the recognized Venezuelan President Juan Guaido.
Venezuela's assets around the world have been frozen. Billions of dollars have been stolen outright as part of U.S. efforts to weaken the government. Washington offered a reward of up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro remains wanted on the U.S. State Department website on the basis of widely disputed claims about drug trafficking. Only a few years later, we have U.S. officials now willing to shake his hand after all these years and all these efforts of demonizing him and calling him a dictator.
A quick handshake between two world leaders is going viral. Former Secretary of State John Kerry seen shaking hands with Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro.
Comment ça va? Très bien. Vous allez bien? Ah? Oui, très bien. Alors, comment ça va chez vous? On est ici. Estamos tratando. Mais moi, je serais heureux que se parler longuement. Pero me encantaría que pudiéramos hablar un poco más. Et qu'on puisse engager un travail bilatéral. Y que pudiéramos comenzar un trabajo bilateral que sea útil para el país.
But what about the pony America picked, Juan Guaido?
The person that you recognize as the leader, democratic leader in Venezuela is not here. What do you think about the absence of Juan Guaido here? By whom?
Juan Guaido. Mr. President, please take this message back to your government.
Memory problems? More like rising oil prices. Venezuela has got lots of oil, and the Ukraine conflict and subsequent sanctions backlash have now driven the prices sky high. Desperate to import, Washington put a big crack in the embargo they placed on Venezuela. Chevron, the only American company allowed to continue operating in the country, was told they can go ahead and start pumping. All this democracy rhetoric doesn't scream as loudly as the U.S. economy. Venezuela has got oil, and the United States needs it. So it looks like, finally, Juan Guaido is out of the picture. Caleb Maupin, RT, New York.
Not 3 times, but 16 times supporting Chavez and Maduro now. And at the Times, which claims that they print the truth and all the news that's fit to print, has printed one lie after another, after another, after another. They support the thugs, they support the fascists, they support the paramilitaries, and they support the elite, and they support the oil interest in the United States. They care about Shell, they care about Exxon, they care about U.S. corporations and not the U.S. interest, the real interest, which is the popular democracy in Venezuela. We are going inside to make the
Shame on you! New York Times! 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 Shame Shame on you! New York Times! Shame on you! New York Times! Shame on you! New York Times! Shame on you! New York Times!
Hey, folks, I'm here with Garland Nixon, the host of The Critical Hour, a great radio show on Sputnik Radio. He's also on the National Board of Directors of the American Civil Liberties Union. Tell us more about yourself, Garland. You have quite a resume.
Yeah, well, Caleb, I believe it or not, I did 27 years in law enforcement. The actual law enforcement agency that I was in was called the Maryland Natural Resources in Maryland. It's a between a normal police department in Maryland. I'll make this quick. In Maryland, they had like a wildlife police department, and they had, because of the Chesapeake Bay, they had the Marine Police Search and Rescue. In 72, they decided to bring those two together, make it a complete law enforcement agency, and call it the Natural Resources Police, with a focus on natural resources and boating safety and boat search and rescue, but still all of the authority to do all of the regular law enforcement stuff. So I was there 27 years. You name it, I did it. I retired holding the rank of major, so I was the third in command, really, of the entire agency. I was the assistant commander of field operations. And when it comes to law enforcement, I did it all. I was the commander of the investigations division at one time, commander of I had aviation under me. I had communications under me. I've had training under me, the entire training division. So when it comes to law enforcement, I know that field very well. I retired in 2008. I taught criminal justice for 3 to 4 years at Anne Arundel Community College. I've been a salesman. Meanwhile, the entire time all that was going on, I got into journalism. That's my first love. I started doing radio back in like 1999 here and there. And eventually I got into one day, this is weird, one day I got a call from New York, and it was Fox News. And they said, hey, we need another liberal to come up and argue with whatever. And I'm thinking, well, I ain't a liberal, but hey, I'm not going to tell them that. And I went up, and I was on Fox News for maybe 10 years. All the time, every show, you name it. The only show I was never on was Hannity, but you name it, the rest of them I've been on, Tucker Carlson, you name it. Laura Ingraham, I know all those people well. I was on their shows regularly. I then did a show in New York for the last 2 years called Chasing News with Bill Spadea. I actually would host the show. It was in New York, New Jersey. It's on My 9. It was on Fox in New York. It was on Fox in Philadelphia, all over the New York, New Jersey, all the way up to the Poconos, you name it. It was all over creation. And when Bill Spadea was off, I would actually host the show, sometimes. So I have a lot of background in journalism, law enforcement, etc. Now I'm at Sputnik, and again, I'm on the National Board of Directors for the American Civil Liberties Union. I've gotten recognition from them nationally for my work on criminal justice reform and police accountability.
Wow, you have quite a resume. And what we were going to talk about today is the fact that you just got back from Venezuela, where you were going to you observed the election process. Mm-hmm. Now, can you tell me how that trip came about? How it was that you got invited to go to Venezuela?
Yeah, so on my show, I'm really very much into foreign policy from the perspective of justice. I got to throw this in for people who have heard of Paul Robeson. I hope you have, particularly if you're on the left or socialist or whatever. Hopefully you've heard of Paul Robeson. His son, Paul Robeson Jr., who lived in New York, was my mentor for several years. I got lucky enough to meet him. He took me under his wing politically, and I was mentored by him for several years. And you'll forgive me if I'm getting a little dizzy because I'm just getting back here. What was the question again?
How did the invitation for you to go observe the elections happen?
So in doing my journalism, I have focused a lot on foreign policy from the perspective of justice. And recently I've been doing a lot on Central and South America. And as you know, that the war on the left in Central and South America, the war on indigenous people and brown people and people who wanted justice by, the U.S. and its corporations. So I've been focusing on that. And the Code Pink people, Medea Benjamin, et cetera, they said, hey, we're going to Venezuela to be election observers. Garland, would you like to go? And I said, sure. And so that's how that came about.
All right. And now tell me, did you observe the actual voting as it took place?
Oh, it was fantastic. So what happened was they brought us in, and we had plenty of security and everything. Every part of the voting process. We came in. So in Venezuela, they have a separate governmental organization, right? Almost like, how we have like your judicial and your, executive branch and, various divisions of power, et cetera, theoretical divisions of power. Well, there they have a separate branch by itself, the CNE. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what necessarily that stands for, but the CNE, this is an individual branch of government that handles elections, and they make sure that elections are free and fair, that they're transparent. They are separate. The head of the CNE is not placed in power by the president. There's another method that they have. I think it's I think it may be their parliament, Congress, whatever they're called. But at any rate, okay. So they brought us in. They told us from A to Z, we were trained everything about how their election system worked. We were taken to the factories where the election machines are built. We were walked through how they build them. We were walked through the software. We were walked through how it's installed. We were walked through those things where the software comes from, what platform they run. I mean, you name it. So the machines, we were trained about the machines. Then we were trained completely about the process. We were taken out to they have, just like we have estates and counties. I was taken out to a state, and the people there who's in charge of elections explained how they do it. This is what we do when you walk into a booth. They call it the horseshoe, because you walk up one side. This is what you do at this booth. You vote in the middle. You walk down the other side, so it's shaped like a horseshoe. Everything is done so you are completely and absolutely trained how this thing works. And on the day of voting, they take you out and they show you the voting booth when it opens. They show you, okay, it's opening. This is what happens. Then you come back and get some breakfast. Then they take you out to different parts of the country. They take different people. They took me about an hour or two out to this area called Aragua, and a couple of different towns there, and a couple of different, I don't know what you would call them. Like a neighborhood that was built by Chavez, and the homes were given away free to all the people and all that kind of stuff. There'd be a big neighborhood, and they'd have a school, and they'd have things like that. And in that school, there's where you vote, right? So they took you to voting centers in a place like that. But then they took you to voting centers that's just in the center of town that's not in one of those places, and et cetera, right? You can talk to the people. You can ask them any question you want. You can talk to the people working there. You can talk to the people on the streets, completely transparent. And you're trained how the system works. And at the end of the day, they show you how they close the booth. So you are fully trained on everything. You are allowed to observe it independently. And when you leave there, you have a full understanding. You're told how it works. You watch how it works, and then you watch it close down. It was absolutely incredibly transparent.
Yeah, I visited Venezuela in 2015 during their parliamentary elections that they had, the National Assembly elections in 2015. And I remember visiting the CNE office and such. Well, what's particularly interesting about it is apparently, so now these allegations, they've been alleging that Venezuela's elections are rigged, that Chavez and Maduro are all dictators. But now these allegations have a particularly a new flavor to them, because now Trump is using those allegations to claim that the election was rigged. Right? Have you heard this? Now it's Venezuelan voting machines and conspiracy with China and conspiracy with some company in Canada all rigged the process so that Trump would lose. Did you hear that about how Venezuela has somehow fit into the conspiracy theory of Trump?
Yes, and in an odd way, maybe I'm wrong, but as soon as I heard Trump make these absurd allegations, right? I mean, you go there and it's a very poor country. It's being crushed under U.S. sanctions. The idea that they could do anything to fight back or influence our elections is laughable. But as soon as I heard it, to be honest, Caleb, the first thing I thought was Russiagate. The first thing I thought was the liberals, whatever you want to call them in this country, right? 4 years of that crap, of those lies, of completely, discounting our election system, they created a dynamic where it's easy to do that. So the first thing I thought is, look, the liberals for the last few years, the radical center, whatever you want to call them, for the last 4 years, have been doing exactly what Trump, completely discounting our election system, discrediting our election system, absurdities that an independent corporation in Russia that is in no way connected to the government, who's operating for profit. According to the Mueller report, they were charging money for advertisements. that they had some Facebook ads that they were being paid for by US companies, that totally disrupted our election. They created a dynamic where now when Trump says this craziness about whoever, the Martians, the Chileans, the, Nicaraguans, the Venezuelans, we know it's going to be a left-leaning country that he hates, a socialist of some type. They created an environment where he could do that and he could make that argument and they look like fools in pushing back on it. That was my immediate response.
Now, let me ask you, we've been told here in the United States that everyone in Venezuela is starving to death, and this is because socialism doesn't work as a system and capitalism is the best way. Did you observe Venezuelans who were living in absolute misery because of their government, or what did you see?
Now, there's two things going on here. Yes, they are living in misery. They are really living in misery, right? I mean, it's tough. You can't get a lot of places. You go into neighborhoods, they can't get toilet paper. They can't get simplest things in life. They're very difficult to get in food. No coffee, no milk, you name it. The most basic staples that they live off of, a lot of them have trouble getting it. But it has nothing to do with their government. This is about U.S. sanctions. This is the equivalent of you and I we're going to do a 100-yard race. I tie your legs together, tie your arms together, and then take off and say, look at Caleb, that guy, boy, he's sure slow. I mean, he can't even run. I just tied your arms and legs together. That's exactly what we're doing. In fact, you look at some of the tweets. You look at some of these statements. Marco Rubio said Venezuela is about to enter into a period of misery that no country in this hemisphere has ever had to deal with, right? They say Mike Pompeo tweets, no food, no medicine, now no power, no Maduro. So they admit on Twitter, out of their own mouths, that they're doing everything to make a nation that's mostly brown and mixed people. They're indigenous people mixed with black, former slaves, mixed with Spaniards, etc. That's by far the majority. They say out of their own mouths, we're going to make their lives miserable. And then they say, oh, by the way, their government's making their lives miserable. That's like me walking up behind Caleb, hitting him in the head with a baseball bat and saying, man, that Caleb, he just doesn't take care of himself. Look at it. He's laying there, his head's bleeding, as though he did something. I snuck up and hit him in the back of the head. That's what I saw there with my own eyes.
Yeah, but despite all of that, there have been some big economic benefits to socialism. I mean, in terms of public housing, I know they've constructed a lot of housing there. I mean, I went through a neighborhood where every single house had been built with a government loan, from the socialist government, and there have been some real improvements in spite of everything.
Sure, love to talk about that. One of the great things was I was allowed to get out and talk to the people in the streets. I talked to the people that were my interpreters. I talked to various people. Now, people, the argument, oh, the government just let you hear what they had to say. The guy that was interpreting for me was from Denver. He was there with us as one of the observers, and he's like interpreting for me. So he didn't work for the government.
Right.
So I'm talking to people. So here's some of the things that I found out. And that was the government there built about 2.5 million homes. Now, what they do is they built these big sky rises. They weren't luxurious and they weren't dumps. They were just like middle class sky rises like you'd see here anywhere, right? I went in one area, I saw about 50 of these buildings. And I was told that, so I said, well, what's the deal on that? Wow, look at all those sky rises. They said, well, that was it. And then you saw a little military base beside it. I said, what's that? They said, well, that whole thing was a military base. And then Chavez says, we have people that don't need housing, and we got this gigantic military base. Let's build all these buildings on the military base, and we'll use this little part over here just for the military base. I said, well, how do you decide who gets the houses by their government? And they said, well, you fill out paperwork, you submit it to the government, and it goes to those who are most in need. And they said women and children. If there's a woman that has children and no husband, no whatever, that's who gets first dibs. And then after that, just poor people that don't have anything. So they're giving away these houses. I asked the people on the street, I'm like, what about electricity, things like that? They said, oh, no, that's considered a human right here. So if you have some money or you're wealthier, you have to pay, even the wealthy pay a small amount. If you don't, it's considered a human right. And even if you're wealthy, if you don't pay it, they don't cut you off because it's considered a human right there. So they build houses. They were providing, they provide food. Now, what I found out, because of the sanctions, they said how many kilograms a week you get. I don't know. They give you a box with a bunch of food in it every week for your family, right? So you got a house, You're poor people. You got a house, you got food, you've got, you can survive. But they said because of the sanctions, they used to give whatever amount it is weekly. Now they can only do it monthly because the sanctions have made it, so hard for them to do that. So when you look there, I went to this housing, I don't know what you call it, area, neighborhood, right, where that was built by the government. And might I add, with all they're going through, we're riding by where they're building where these a bunch of high rises were that they had given away to poor people. There were the cranes. They're still building them. With all they're going through, they're still building more houses. I don't know how they do it with the with the pain, economic pain that's being put on them by sanctions. So that's what you saw, and you went into these areas and you talked to these people. And what I found amazing was the resilience of these people. They knew that they were being beaten down. They knew what was going on. And I was in this one section, and they had a very, and again, these are free houses for the poor, and it was like a little neighborhood. They had a nice clean school. They had buildings, they had the things that they needed, a nice kindergarten. You go in there and there's pictures of pretty kids and all this stuff, a nice little area. And I'm outside talking to them, and these are women. And they're shaking their fists. They're saying, we are the sons and daughters of Chavez. We are Chavistas. We will fight for our democracy. And the resilience of these people under the crushing sanctions of the United States, I walked there feeling, greatly pained, right? These people were just angry and determined. It's like the harder you push on them, their fist comes out. We will defend our democracy. We will not go down. I was highly motivated by that.
Sure. That's one thing that struck me when I was in Venezuela was just, how there is a core of people that are very, very, very dedicated to the socialist project and very, very loyal to the revolution. Were you able to visit any collectivos and communes, any of those areas?
Well, I think the one that I was talking about, I think that might have been one, because when you came in, as you know, there's a lot of murals. They're big on their art and murals, beautiful colored murals that the people paint, that local artists paint. You know what I mean? There's everywhere, beautiful murals. A lot of them, you don't even know who painted them. I'm like, who painted that? They're like, we don't know. Just some people came up and started painting, and there it was, right? And the one that I went in, it was a neighborhood, and it said something socialista, blah, blah, blah. And I think that might have been one of them. Okay. It was, I think, because it was a community that was built by the government. I don't know if the communes are built by the government, but it was built by the government, and it had all the stuff that the people needed. And they seemed to be very happy with their situation, keeping in mind that, 1989, 1990, they were living okay, and the government came and overthrew the U.S. overthrew their government, stuck some schmuck in, and the, poverty just went through the roof. And so they suffered. Chavez came in, instituted the socialist policies, and their lives turned around. And they went from living in poverty in mud huts and not having food to living well, to having a good meal, to having a roof over their head with water. A lot of them, they never had running water. So you figure now they're like, look, we'll fight for this. We'll die for this, because not to have this, they know what comes if Juan Guaido, if the Trumps or the Bidens or the neoliberals come in. They've been through that. They know. And they're like, no, we'd rather fight to the death than we would go back to that, because that is death. So they literally told me things like that. And I so that I understood.
Well, what I also think is interesting is, from what I understand, Venezuela's relationship with Iran and with North Korea and with Cuba has really expanded as a result of these sanctions. Did you see a lot of Iranian influence, a lot of Cuban influence? Did you see these expanding connections with other countries that the USA has waged similar economic warfare against?
Yeah, in fact, when we had small buses and you would travel with different groups, and when I went out to the polls closing, I went out with the Iranian delegation, and the guy who was with me with the Iranian delegation was the speaker of the Iranian parliament.
Wow.
These were high-level diplomatic delegations here. I felt like a schmuck. These are powerful people from Africa, Cuba, you name it, China, Russia, Romania, you name it. The Iranians were just, I tell you what strikes me. They're really brilliant intellectual people. They're very kind, gentle people. I just love the Iranians. They reminds me a lot, interesting, of the Palestinians, cultural-wise. You know what I mean? We hear all this, oh, they're terrorists. And when you meet the people, they're the most beautiful people you've ever met in your life. So I got to travel with the Iranians. I actually saw, I can send you a picture, Anya, Parampil, Max Blumenthal's wife, took a great picture. She sent it to me, and it is a mural, a beautiful mural of it's a half Venezuelan flag and half Iranian flag, and it has like the two, you know how you put two hands that clasp together like that? The hands were clasped together to demonstrate the unity between the people. So you saw a lot of that, the Iranian people and the because I believe what we see now. Oh, might I add, I'm in your room, Evo Morales, Rafael Correa, presidents, the guy from, I forgot. I'm just saying, the top socialist leaders, the top revolutionary leaders in Latin America. I'm sitting right there, and I'm looking at them. I'm 2 feet away. The thing that I find amazing is that here you would never get 2 feet away from George Bush or whatever, right? But when you realize these people came up from unions, they're leaders of the people, and they're there to support the Venezuelan people, right? They're there to support their democracy, and they're there. But Evo Morales, for God's sake, you know what I mean? I'm there, and people, my friends are getting pictures with him, things of that nature, and I was just amazed. It was just an incredible experience, one of the most wonderful things I've ever experienced in my life. And yes, the Iranians I'll put it like this. It appears to me that organically an anti-imperialist bloc is forming, and it's being formed by the United States. We are forming it as a nation by pushing the people down, by, I once heard Alan Watts say that nothing makes a tree grow like pruning it. And by this pushing down that we're doing on these people, in the same way that Chavez came out of neoliberal oppression and the people were crushed and oppressed, and Chavez came in, gave them another option. The U.S. and our neoliberalism did that. We're creating an anti-imperialist bloc, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Well, I guess I'll ask, what was their view of our recent election results? Because, I know some people around the world feel that Trump was less interventionist, but other folks feel like, especially with Venezuela and Iran, he was more excited about regime change. So how did the Venezuelans feel about Biden's victory at the polls?
I'll put it like this. It appears to me, and this is my interpretation of it, so I can't speak for them. It appears to me that what they see it as, look, we've got a new president come in. Our experience with the United States, Barack Obama, etc., is horrific. But there's an option here. We hope for the best, but we don't expect the best. And one of the reasons is, this is a story I got to tell you. I got to tell you this, and this will help you to understand how they see things. And we're talking about history thing. Now, here's the other thing that is amazing about the Chavista movement, and this is part of it. Your average person on the street, you walk around here in America, you talk to the average person on the street about America, history, blah, they know nothing. They don't know history the last week. These people know their history, right? I mean, the average person, deeply know their history. Okay, so I'm driving around, we're riding around, and I see these pictures of Barack Obama with devil horns. Like, whoa. And these things about Obama, blah, 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 fascista, this, and I'm like, whoa. And I keep seeing these, and there was something, no Obama, something or other, and I couldn't understand Spanish, but you knew it wasn't positive. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know what that means, but it ain't, I love Obama. Because there's a picture of him next, and he's red, and he's got devil horns. I'm thinking that's probably not praise. Okay. And so I'm like asking the people, through my interpreter, what's up with Obama? Why does everybody hate Obama? And they said, we've been through a lot in this country, but 2016 was the worst year. I'm like, really? They said, yes. Barack Obama said that our country, that Venezuela is how'd they put it, a national security threat to the United States.
Right.
As a result, and one of the issues they had was they bought a lot of their stuff overseas. They imported a lot of stuff. And they said, look, if you ever heard, they talk about Mexico and they say no corn, no country. The people live off, cornmeal every month. They have all these things. They said, well, we're the same way, that we eat these things called arepas. And it's like a little corn biscuit, or you can and they're really delicious. And they eat them every meal. It's a staple. Oh, they're absolutely fantastic. Though it's not healthy, I like the fried ones best. But, hey, I was there and I ate. But at any rate, but they eat them with every meal. It's a staple. It's like rice in China. It's a staple of what they eat their food with, right? Okay. And when people are really, really, really poor and they don't have much, then they can eat arepas for a couple days, right? But because of Chavez, you didn't have that because they're giving you food each month. You had all kinds. You had meats and dried meat and dried fish and things like that. Okay, powdered milk. I think they said they gave them because the milk would spoil. Okay, so Obama says this. They imported all of their cornmeal. The companies that imported stopped doing business with them. You have a country where the people, the state, it would be like saying in China tomorrow, no more rice. What they said was, they said, look, you walked around, your friends, your family members, you literally saw people getting skinnier. You talk to family members. What's happening? We haven't had much of anything to eat in 3 days. How about your family? 2 days. How about Jasmine? Almost a week for us. You walked around. Barack Obama starved. He created famine in an entire country that's mostly poor brown people. What a horrific thing. And they haven't forgotten. So you got these people here running around. Barack Obama's my president. Oh, things were wonderful. And they don't know. That's when I realized something. There's a reason they don't want us to go to Venezuela. There's a reason they're like, people can't go to Venezuela. Oh, no, we don't want you going into Venezuela. It's too dangerous. It's best this. Because if you go there and you find out the truth, you will be aghast at the crimes against humanity that have been committed by these so-called liberals in the United States and the so-called progressives, whatever the hell they are, by these creeps, by these monsters. You will be aghast. And so, did you know that about Obama?
I knew he declared the national security threat. I didn't know that particular aspect of it. I didn't know it prevented the importation of key food products. That's very extreme. Yes.
For all that they've been through in that country, can you imagine people? And when I ask about Obama, you could see the look on their face. And it was like, they didn't just say, oh, 2016 was a bad year. They were like, it was the worst. It was unbelievable. It was unbearable. They said, like, everybody that you know, everybody that you talk to, every cousin, brother, sister, friend, neighborhood was hungry all the time, every day. Can you imagine in New York City, there's a hunger problems right now thanks to neoliberalism, but can you imagine if you walk down the street from Bronx to Queen to Yonkers and every human being that you talk to is starving to death every day, hungry, getting skinnier, losing weight, pants falling off, have to poke holes in their belt. Literally, they said, oh, everybody. That was one of the things we did. We took ice picks and poked holes in our belts so that because our belts would run. And I'm like, boy.
Yeah, and I mean, and if this was being perpetrated by another government, the United States would condemn it as a crime against humanity. I mean, if that kind of mass induced hunger, I mean, was being intentionally created for political reasons, I mean, we would condemn that. That's just not acceptable under the UN Charter, under the International Declaration of Human Rights. You can't do this kind of thing. I mean, this is a crime.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring up some. I do a radio show in Washington D.C. on WPFW, and I have got to bring up. I really have to bring up. I had some quotes yesterday. The thing about it is, and they talked about this. This is one of the things that they discussed because they were very familiar with all of these. What was going on? Here's a couple of statements. Right. This is Mike Pompeo, a tweet on the 7th of March. 2019. No food, no medicine, now no power. That was when the U.S. Did a terrorist act against them, against their hydroelectric dam, and shut out electricity in 50 to 80% of the country. No food, no medicine, now no power, next no Maduro. Here's another one, Marco Rubio. Over the next few weeks after that happened, Venezuela is going to enter a period of suffering no nation in our hemisphere has ever confronted in modern history. And I thought about that, and I'm like, that is, and this is not an exaggeration, that is Nazi level evil. It's not, a lot of times in America, everything's Nazi. There's Ben Carson. Giving people health care is worse than slavery. We hear that madness. Everything is the Holocaust or slavery. Okay. And I always say the only things that you can compare with the Holocaust and slavery are the Holocaust and slavery, for God's sake. But at any rate, okay. But to me, when I go there, to see a nation of mostly poor brown people and to see these people celebratory. Can you imagine? I'm starving children. Babies are dying. Children are starving to death. Adults, parents, the women, they said, the women were breastfeeding, but they had no milk because they were starving to death, right? That you put people and you say, Venezuela is going to enter a period of suffering no nation in our hemisphere has ever confronted in modern history. When you say that, it should be followed by, and we're going to do something to alleviate it, and we're going to mitigate it, and we're going to stop it. This was a celebration. Hooray! We are going to make the poor people suffer like no human being has ever suffered. And I'm just like, that's Nazi level evil.
Yeah.
It really is Nazi level evil.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for doing the good work and going there and showing us what's really going on, and more importantly, why it's really going on. And thank you for your reporting on this election. I'm sure my audience will love to check you out. I go on your show with Dr. Wilmer Leon all the time. You also have a great show locally in DC on Pacifica Radio.
Yes,
you mentioned. Pacifica. Yeah, people should check out Garland Nixon's work. Great stuff. So thank you very much.
Well, I got to throw one other thing in. Last thing, only take a second.
Yeah,
when I came back, you know what I noticed? I am like shadow banned to hell on Twitter. Wow. When I came back, I mean, I would tweet something, and I got a bunch of followers. I'd have 100, 200, 350 likes, tweets, etc. Right? Came back 3, 4. I had people contacting me saying, you know what? I would try to retweet it, and it would say something went wrong. Never had that before. I would try to retweet you, and it would say I can only retweet with a caption or whatever they call with a quote. It won't let it. And I'm looking Facebook and Twitter, the numbers. I mean, I looked before and it's like I would make a Facebook post, 119, 140. Now I look 6, 7, 8, 9 people.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been, and in fact, when I bring up my Twitter account and it says notifications, before it may say notifications, 50 things, right? Of people who have replied to me or whatever, or tweeted, right? Now it'll come up and the number will be there for just a second and it disappears. And someone else told me they saw one of my tweets. When they opened it up, it said 119 likes, and instantly it flashed to 3. So I guess that could be expected. That's part of the neoliberal machine, but that's amazing.
That's all the more reason why everyone watching this should now go follow your page and make a point of doing it, because you're not going to show up in their news feeds. So what is your Twitter handle so people can go follow you for updates?
It's an easy one, at Garland Nixon. It's my name.
All right,
that's it.
Very
follow
good.
me, and I'm on Facebook, and but mostly Facebook and Twitter is how I do my stuff.
All right. Well, thank you for your work. Thank you for this great eyewitness account of life in Venezuela. I'll be posting this on YouTube in a couple minutes. And thank you very much. And, I look forward to hearing more from you and more great interactions on Critical Hour and other shows. So good times.
Thanks a lot. Same here. I'm available. If you want me to come on, let me know. And I'd love to talk to you soon.
All right. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, friends. This weekend, the Wall Street Journal published the Weekend Review, like they do every weekend. It's in the back of the Wall Street Journal. And the focus of this week's issue, the Weekend Review, was Venezuela. They got a big picture of Nicolas Maduro next to Hugo Chavez, the founder of the Bolivarian Revolution. The article is called The Tragedy of Venezuela. It's not a surprising article. Blames the Venezuelan government for all the problems, says that, the Venezuelan government is responsible for everything that goes wrong. But this is the second paragraph. I'm going to read to you from the second paragraph right here of this article in the Wall Street Journal. And keep in mind, this is not the Daily Worker. This is not socialist news. This is the Wall Street Journal, a right-wing publication that does not approve of the Venezuelan government. And this is what they have to say in their anti-Venezuelan article. This is the second paragraph. Quote, "When I arrived in Venezuela in 2013, the party was still on. Oil was fetching $100 a barrel, and Mr. Maduro's populist government was showering petrodollars on everyone. The Caracas skyline was dotted with grandiose construction projects. Steakhouses were buying vintage scotch by the container loads, and hotels had to be reserved for weeks in advance." So, whenever Venezuela comes up, publications like the Wall Street Journal and publications like the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times, all of them have this really, really simple explanation for all the problems. They say, Venezuela is a socialist country. People are starving and miserable because of socialism. Because whenever you have socialism, people just starve and are miserable. And that's because communism doesn't work. And, and capitalism is just the best system everywhere. And people, it's this nonsense that we hear in the United States. Well, what I just read to you, this paragraph that I just read, confirms what I've been telling people for a long time, which is that until 2014, when the oil prices dramatically decreased and went from $100 a barrel down to like $30 a barrel, or less than $30 a barrel, it was down to $27 a barrel at one point. Until that happened, Venezuela's economy was doing pretty well. Venezuela's socialist government is essentially centered around a state-controlled oil company. And when the oil prices were dramatically high and the state had a huge amount of revenue with which to stimulate the economy, things were going quite well in Venezuela. That the hardships they've experienced in Venezuela recently have come about recently due to the fact that the oil prices dramatically decreased in 2014, immediately following the death of the founder of the revolution, Hugo Chavez. There have been divisions in the ruling Socialist Party, the United Socialist Party. There's sabotage from food importing companies that are importing food to Venezuela. There's sanctions imposed on them by the United States. That there's the intelligence agencies of foreign countries are trying to stir up unrest and create difficulties. The problems in Venezuela are not caused by socialism. And if you want further proof of that, you can go elsewhere in Latin America. Go to Bolivia. They have a socialist government there, a Bolivarian socialist government, and people are not starving and miserable. People are not dying. You can go to Ecuador. They have a socialist government there. Again, people are not starving and miserable. You can go to Nicaragua. That's actually the most prosperous country right now in Central America. Right now, there's a huge increase in the standard of living in Nicaragua. And go to Cuba. Right now, Cuba, which has just, had some economic adjustments, and they've adjusted their socialist system to be closer to the Chinese model. They're doing very well, too. A lot of Cubans are opening their own businesses, and the socialist society is bringing in more foreign investment. If it weren't for socialism, Russia and China would be third world countries right now, but instead they're world superpowers. What Stalin did with his 5-year plans, industrializing Russia, building steel mills and building hydroelectric power plants and bringing Russia into the future with central planning, what was done by the Chinese Revolution, in which they took what was the sick man of Asia and made it what it is today, the second largest economy in the world, all of that was done with socialism. This idea that socialism starves people to death, socialism causes poverty, socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been tried, is complete and utter nonsense. The crisis in Venezuela is about oil. It's about the fact that the oil price dramatically decreased. It's about the fact that there was political turmoil at the time the oil prices decreased. It's about the fact that there's been foreign sabotage. But it's not caused by socialism. And this idea that socialism creates poverty is complete and utter nonsense. Capitalism has kept so many countries throughout the third world in utter poverty. But it's socialism that has enabled countries to raise themselves up. And Russia and China are probably the best case studies of that. This idea that socialism, it just doesn't work, it leads to poverty, this is a lot of propaganda. And it's look at the Caribbean, right? Compare the way Cubans live to the way people live in Haiti or the Dominican Republic or Jamaica or any of those capitalist countries all throughout the Caribbean. You think capitalism is so great. Ask someone from Mexico why they're fleeing their country. Ask people from Africa. Go to Nigeria. Nigeria's got loads of oil, just like Venezuela, except it has huge rates of poverty, huge rates of illiteracy, child labor. Nigeria has been doing business with American oil companies. They've got free market capitalism there. They let American and British oil companies do whatever they want, and their people are absolutely miserable. But what the countries around the world that have adopted socialism have achieved in terms of raising people out of poverty, providing people jobs and education and healthcare, and in terms of industrializing is really unprecedented. So anyone who tells you that the crisis in Venezuela is caused by socialism and they've just been poor and starving ever since they got on the socialist road, no, they are false. They are giving you false information. Venezuela's revolution began in 1999. Chavez announced that it was moving toward 21st century socialism in 2003. And up until 2013, even the Wall Street Journal, right here, admits that their economy was actually doing very well. The problems began in 2014 when the oil prices dropped. So anyone who tells you that socialism is the reason people are hungry in Venezuela, is the reason that there's problems in Venezuela, is lying to you. And furthermore, why don't I add that the United Nations has confirmed that there is not a humanitarian crisis in Venezuela. The term humanitarian crisis is a specific legal term, and we have, prominent leaders of the UN have gone to the country and inspected it and said, yes, there are difficulties here. They're having trouble with their food imports. They're having difficulties, but humanitarian crisis? No, that's not what's taking place. So everything you've been told is a lie, right? The idea that socialism is causing all of Venezuela's problems is just a falsehood. And anyone who tells that to you is either intentionally lying to you or doesn't know what they are speaking about. The point of the article, the reason they published the article, is to attack Vladimir Putin in Russia and to attack the Bolivarian governments. And it's talking about the new rise of authoritarianism around the world. And it gives us this lovely paragraph here, and I'm going to read it to you. In one country after another, elected leaders, do you hear that? Elected leaders. In one country after another, elected leaders gradually attacked deep tissues of democracy. Now, what are these deep tissues? The independence of the courts, the business community, the media, civil society, universities, and sensitive state institutions like the civil service, the intelligence agencies, and the police. Whether the agent of destruction is a right-wing nationalist like Vladimir Putin in Russia or a left-wing Bolivarian socialist like Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, the effect is the same. The structures and norms of democracy are eviscerated one by one until all that is left is a hollow shell. Translation for you. Here's what he's saying, basically. In all these countries, all these institutions that he named, right? The courts, civil society, the universities, sensitive state institutions, intelligence agencies, the police, all of them de facto are supposed to serve Wall Street and London, right? The courts are supposed to rule in favor of Wall Street and London. The business community is supposed to be, submissive so Wall Street and London corporations can come in there and dominate the economy. The police are supposed to, arrest people who go on strike and enforce the will of international corporations. Every institution across the developing world, every institution across the entire world is supposed to serve the United States. And these countries, like Russia, like Venezuela, like Bolivia, like Nicaragua, they elect leaders who go in there and change that. Change that. So, lo and behold, people around the world want their courts and their business community and their civil society institutions and their universities not to serve Wall Street and London anymore. They want them to serve the domestic population. So a leader that they elect comes in there and changes that. That is dictatorship. This is crazy to me, right? They're basically saying that the natural order, the way things are supposed to be, is the USA and Wall Street and London having a global monopoly and running the world, right? And when all these institutions like universities, like police, like courts, when they stop serving the West, when they stop serving Wall Street and London, they're no longer independent. When they're doing what they're supposed to do, they rule anybody. Let's talk about it, right? What happened in Russia in the 1990s? Was Russia's court system and civil society and all of that independent in the 1990s and now it's not? No. Boris Yeltsin's government was working for Wall Street. It was working for Bill Clinton. And they went in there and they gutted the country like crazy. The population was overwhelmingly against the economic reforms that were forced on Russia in the 1990s. However, the courts and the universities and the civil society all enforced the will of Wall Street. Right? That's back when they were independent. And then, as things changed, as the country moved away from that, as Putin got in there and started restructuring the economy, now those institutions serve Russia. So, they're no longer independent. They're independent when they do what Wall Street wants. Venezuela, same story. In the 1990s in Venezuela, was the Venezuelan court system independent when it blocked people from going on strike? When it put communists in jail? Were the police independent? Were the universities independent when they pushed free market ideology and said that the United States was great and that the communism was evil? Were these universities all independent? They're independent if they do what Wall Street and London say. And they're then all of a sudden becoming dictatorial and authoritarian when they start doing what is in the interest of Venezuelans, right? This is really shocking here. All over the world. What he's saying here is all over the world, the courts, the universities, the policing agencies, they're all supposed to serve Wall Street and London. And when they stop doing that, the country's becoming a dictatorship, even if they do it because of elected leaders. No one disputes that Vladimir Putin won the elections. No one in their right mind can dispute that Hugo Chavez and Bolivarianism won the elections. But when elected leaders get in there and change the nature of the political system so that it doesn't de facto allow the rule of Wall Street in London, that's dictatorship, right? Democracy is dictatorship. That's what he's saying. He's saying that the will of the people being enacted in Russia and in Latin America is dictatorship. If the people want the courts and the universities and the policing agencies and civil society and business to change, and they elect a leader who will change it, that's dictatorship. It's democracy as long as the West wins, and it's dictatorship as when people they don't like win. He's saying that, right? Elected leaders. I mean, it can't get more blatant. They're basically admitting here that if you change the nature of the way these institutions work, all of a sudden they're no longer independent. They can't make it more blatant. I'm fired up about this because it's like so many people I know will read this stuff and just digest this garbage. Wow. So if anything good happens, it's dictatorship, right? If the nature of the courts change, if the nature of any of these civil institutions changes, then it becomes a dictatorship. This is blatant. It's blatant. It's a democracy if they like it. It's a dictatorship if they don't. Can they be more blatant about this? Sorry I'm getting fired up here, folks. I'm having a great time. I know there's plenty of people that got things they want to talk about. Now, if Tulsi Gabbard becomes president, media will call her a dictator. Well, I'm sure that would be the case, right? If somebody got in who did what was against the interests of Wall Street in London, all of a sudden they're a dictatorship because the way things are supposed to work is the independent tissue of democracy is supposed to serve Wall Street in London. And when it stops doing that, it's becoming a dictatorship, right? That's what he's saying. The highlighted quote. Elected leaders are attacking the deep tissue of democracy. That's what he's... Elected leaders are attacking the deep tissue of democracy. It stops being a democracy when it starts eroding the power of Wall Street in London. That's what they're saying. They're blatantly saying that. They're spelling it out in plain English. It becomes a dictatorship when civil society starts to change.
It was quite a trip, and I can understand it would take a lot out of somebody. We had over 20 different meetings with different folks. There were 15,000 different youth from, I think, somewhere between 83 and 100 countries around the world who attended the festival. It was quite a big gathering. So, I want to start out by saying that we're Marxists. We see the world in terms of classes. We talk about, there's a very, very small group of people who own the banks, the factories, the land, the oil wells, the natural resources. We call them the capitalists. And then there's everybody else. There's the rest of us who have nothing to sell but our labor power. And in order to survive, we have to sell our labor to a capitalist in order to survive. And that the way capitalism has developed, it's gotten to the point that, the capitalists in the United States, the capitalists in Britain, capitalists in France, Germany, other Western countries, they don't just exploit the workers of their own country. They exploit the workers of the entire world. And from the labor of the workers of the entire world, they make super profits. They don't just make profits, they make super profits. And that the workers in the oppressed and colonized countries of the world, they not only are they exploited, but they're super exploited. Their conditions are far worse than what is faced by workers. And this international global setup is not just capitalism, it's the setup called imperialism. And that's what capitalism has become in the modern time. But all of us who went, Bao Han from Los Angeles, Colleen from Baltimore, Danielle and Andy from North Carolina, and myself, we already knew that. That's what we knew. We took that with us. But what we learned while we were at the World Festival of Youth and Students is that this international setup, this order called imperialism, is being challenged. There is a global movement of people all over the world who are rising up against it. And it's a very, very exciting time that we're living in. Things are changing, and we saw it firsthand. We witnessed it. We didn't just hear talks about it. We didn't just read about it. We witnessed that imperialism is under great threat and the people of the world are in motion. Now, because of unique circumstances in my life, I was actually able to visit Ecuador about 13 years ago when I was 12 years old. I was able to visit Ecuador, and the Ecuador that I saw about 13 years ago was an entirely different country than the Ecuador that I came to visit, last week. It was entirely different. Things have really changed. When I went to Ecuador at the age of 12, we arrived at my father and I, we arrived in Ecuador at about 2 in the morning. And when we got off the plane, as we walked out, there was like a space between the entrance to the airport and the street. And outside of the airport, in this space in the sidewalk, this was 2 in the morning. There was a crowd of thousands and thousands of people who would come there all the time, begging for anything. And there was a group of cops whose job it was to keep all the starving people away from the tourists. So I remember that at 12 years old, walking out, seeing this crowd of starving people, and just having the cops push everyone back. I remember as a youth, we went, I got on the, when I was 12 years old, we went from site to site. We went to some historic churches in Quito, Ecuador, and everywhere we went, there was a crowd of starving, desperate people everywhere. Now, I didn't know this at the time, but at that time, Ecuador was suffering under what's been called neoliberalism. And this is a word we should all, as revolutionaries, understand. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the capitalist, imperialist class of the United States felt as if they had no opposition. There was no one who could challenge them. And so in Asia and Africa and Latin America, they said, we're going to go for it all. One of the most famous examples is, they set up these institutions, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization. And in countries all throughout Latin America, Africa, and Asia, they forced people to just give up everything, just take everything. And of course, they justified it. They had a lot of rhetoric, Milton Friedman and all of them. If we just introduce this complete free market capitalism, it's going to bring prosperity. But the results were mass suffering. Famously in Bolivia, they privatized the water resources. They sold the water resources to U.S. corporations. They made it a crime for people to even collect water on their roof, because if you collected water, rainwater on your roof, they said that was stealing from Nestle and Coca-Cola, and people were jailed for collecting rainwater on their roof. And in Ecuador, probably the most extreme example of what was done was that the Ecuador for a long time, just like many countries around the world, had its own currency. It had the Ecuadorian dollar. Well, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization said, you don't have the right to have that anymore. And so now, today, as a result of the policies of neoliberalism and imperialism, even today in Ecuador, people carry around the bills they carry around in their pocket. They don't have people from Ecuador on the bills. They have George Washington. They carry down the same currency we have. And when they switched to the U.S. dollar, when they forced the people of Ecuador to switch to the U.S. dollar, it wrecked their economy. And that's when I was there 13 years ago, just after their economy had completely wrecked. Indigenous people were thrown off their land. There was mass starvation and hunger. And as Marxists, we understand that nothing is permanent, and that oppression breeds resistance. And all over Latin America, this neoliberalism, this go for the kill that the capitalists and the imperialists had kind of forced, it bred a fight back. And the Cubans, the Cuban government, the revolutionary socialist government of Cuba had a key role in that fight back. They had conferences against neoliberalism. And in Ecuador, one of the great victories was in 2006. In 2006, a president was elected, President Rafael Correa, who identified with the movement and the uprisings and the protests and the strikes against neoliberalism. And Rafael Correa was elected. And, it's important that when we talk about Latin America, we don't, we have to keep in mind these countries were not always poor. That's one of the myths we always hear, is that, these countries have always been poor, they've always been suffering. Latin America, especially Ecuador, was a center of the Incas, a vibrant, powerful, rich civilization that was destroyed by Spanish imperialism and colonialism. We have to keep that in mind. But these countries, they've been exploited, and President Correa took office, and his election was essentially a referendum on imperialism. That's what people were voting on. It was, you could vote for the candidates who'd supported the policies of the international banks and neoliberalism, or you could vote for Correa, someone who identified with the protest movement. Now, Correa has taken office, and he says his goal is to take Ecuador to socialism. But we know socialism is a word that has a lot of different definitions to a lot of different people. The government of Ecuador at this point is a coalition government. It includes a lot of social democrats, people who think that gradually we're going to fix up capitalism and eventually it'll become socialism. It also includes communists, people like us who want to overturn this capitalist system and build a new world. And it also includes a lot of capitalists, because think about it. The capitalists of Ecuador are being just pummeled and defeated by the imperialists. And if they want to stand up for themselves and fight against the imperialist capitalists of the United States, the only choice they have is to enter a coalition. With the working class and the oppressed in Ecuador. So that's the situation. It's a coalition government. Their goal is to lead to socialism, but, will they do it? We don't know. It's a process that's going on in Ecuador. It's a process. And it's not enough simply to point out that Ecuador is still a capitalist country, because it is. Because something's happening there. Something's happening in Ecuador, and also in Bolivia, also in Venezuela. Things are happening. Conditions are changing, and we need to pay attention to it. As Marxists, we're scientists. We're studying the world. We're studying things as they change and develop. develop. We can't just, it's not like there's some holy book that says on the 5th day thou shalt seize this bank. It doesn't work that way. We're scientifically analyzing, and something's really happening. While we were in Ecuador, one of the things we saw was that, there's free dental care. Now think about this. Here in the United States, the dental care is being cut. Even the highest paid workers don't get dental benefits anymore. This is part of the cutbacks that are going on. But in Ecuador, if you're an ordinary working class person, you can get in line. They have these tents set up, and when it's your turn, you go in and they give you free dental care, no questions asked. That's one thing that's going on. In Ecuador, the Cubans, they've had an arrangement that the Cubans have set up healthcare clinics in which Cuban doctors are there providing free health care to the people. One of the things we also saw is, crime is a big problem in Ecuador. And one thing we saw is that the government provides free martial arts and self-defense training to all the youth. And so in the morning, at the park where the World Festival of Youth and Students were, there would be the young people, and they'd be doing their, karate and learning how to defend themselves, and they'd be wearing uniforms with the flag of Ecuador on it. And, I was able to interview, and there's a video on YouTube you can watch of one of the instructors explaining how, self-defense is part of the Bolivarian process, and how this is one of the great reforms that President Correa has brought about, is the free martial arts classes for the youth. When I was in Ecuador, things had really changed from when I was there as a child. I mean, the streets are paved. There was homelessness, there was poverty, but it was nothing like the Ecuador I saw 13 years ago. And it's not just because of these popular reforms that that's come about. It's important to keep in mind that, when the imperialists, when the U.S. imperialists, the British imperialists, the German imperialists, when they trade with a country, the result is impoverishment of the country. It's an exploitive relationship. But now with Correa, an anti-imperialist leader, now they're trading with China, and they're trading with Russia, and they're trading with Iran. And these are trades in which the colonized and oppressed countries of the world are trading with each other. And it's not an exploitive relationship. There's a new kind of global market developing of oppressed countries trading with oppressed countries, no longer being forced to trade with the imperialists. And that has resulted in a lot of economic development. And that's part of what's going on as well. One thing to keep in mind about the Bolivarian process in Latin America is that it's highly inspired by the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution is very key in it. They're paying very close attention to what the Cubans are doing, and that's kind of guiding them. And so, we don't know where the Bolivarian process is going to end up. We know that there are a lot of different class forces involved, a lot of political forces. We don't know where it's going to end up, but it's a very exciting thing. And it's improving the lives of working people in Ecuador, and that's very, very clear. And, after President Correa was elected, in 2009, the police worked with the CIA, and they tried to overthrow him. He was kidnapped by the police. And all the workers and the people poured out into the streets to protect President Correa. And there was an uprising of the people to defend their president, who identified with their anti-imperialist protest and their movement, and they defended him. And they were defending something. They were defending a government that tries its hardest, is moving to break the chains of imperialism. And that was very, very significant, and that's important to point out. So this festival we attended, the World Festival of Youth and Students, the first, they have them every 4 years. The first World Festival of Youth and Students was held in 1947. And it was held in Prague, in Czechoslovakia. And it was communist youth from all over the world gathered in Prague. And they gathered, and they founded an organization called the World Federation of Democratic Youth. Now, it's important to point out, these were all communists. It was the Young Communist League of the United States, the Young Communist League of the Soviet Union. It was all communists, but they gathered and they called their federation the World Federation of Democratic Youth. You think, why didn't they call it the World Federation of Communist Youth? Well, that was a different time. 1947 was very different than the United States. And nowadays we hear a lot of nonsense. You go to school, you turn on the TV, people tell you that communism and fascism are the same thing. 1947 people didn't think that. Why? Because the communists had been known as the most militant and revolutionary anti-fascist fighters. And the capitalists of the world had loved Hitler. The King of England was actually forced to resign because he'd been so sympathetic to the Nazis. Henry Ford, a very prominent capitalist here in the United States, he would give away pro-Nazi literature with every car. Hitler had given him the Iron Cross. Coca-Cola, there's Fanta Orange and there's Coca-Cola. Well, the reason there's Fanta Orange was that was the drink that the Coca-Cola sold to the Nazis, had a business relationship with them. And when the Soviet Union, marched into Berlin, when they unfurled the hammer and sickle flag over Berlin, when they defeated the Nazis, everyone knew that it was the communists that were the anti-fascists. Even in Germany, where the communists had been it was totally illegal to be a communist. The communists functioned as an underground group, and they would get jobs. They would get jobs in the defense, not defense, but the armaments industries, and they would make sure that some of the shells got garlic or something like that poured into them instead of gunpowder. They would do everything. And right after the Second World War, the Communist Party of Britain, the Communist Party of France, the Communist Party of Germany, they were growing by leaps and bounds because people knew that the capitalists of the world had supported fascism, and that it was the communists who had been the real anti-fascist fighters. And everyone knew that. And that's why, at that time, they called this international grouping of communist youth, they called it the World Democratic Youth Federation. And every 4 years they would have these great big festivals, and often it was in a country that was building socialism. In that time, Czechoslovakia was building socialism. They've had them in Pyongyang and Moscow and elsewhere. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, they stopped having them for a little while. But it was the Cubans in 1997 that revived the World Festival of Youth and Students very historically with a call. And they said, we got to keep this going. We're not going to surrender. The imperialists with their neoliberalism and all that, they think they've triumphed, but communism needs to fight back. We need to be on the march. And they convened a World Festival of Youth and Students in 1997. It's been going ever since. One of the most exciting parts of the trip was when we met with youth from socialist countries. We had meetings with the Cuban youth, with the youth from Vietnam, with the youth from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I mean, some of those meetings, you heard some really inspiring things. I know at the meeting between the U.S. delegation and the Young Communist League of Cuba, I know somebody asked, they said, what's the conditions for, what are the conditions for the youth in Cuba, the homeless youth, they asked, what are their conditions? And they said, there are no homeless youth in Cuba. We have a government that works very hard to provide housing for everybody, and especially the youth. The future of the revolution would never be allowed to be homeless. We had a conversation about LGBT rights and the struggle for women's liberation in Cuba, and they were very frank with us. They said, there are some Cubans that still have the patriarchal idea, this idea that the man is the head of a family or something like that. That's something we struggle against. They talk about how they have ad campaigns promoting LGBT equality. They talked about how if there's a family and their youth comes out as LGBT and the parents are not being accepting, the Young Communist League will intervene on behalf of that youth and work with the family to be more accepting of their child. Very exciting. One thing that, and it was interesting because we asked them what socialism was like in Cuba, but it was interesting because they had a lot of questions for us. They wanted to know about schools in the United States. And when we told them that in the United States, in the schools, there are actually cops walking through the halls, arresting people, they were just horrified. They said, how could that be, to have police in schools arresting people? They were very, very horrified that existed. And one of the major tasks that they communicated to us was the task of the Young Communist League of Cuba is winning young people in Cuba to support the revolution. And they said that one of the big mistakes that was made in the former Soviet Union was that the young people weren't reading Marx and Lenin in school. They were instead just reading textbooks, and that they weren't really engaging with the ideas. They were simply kind of just repeating what was told to them. And they said that in Cuban schools today, the youth, they not only read Marx and Lenin and Che and Fidel, they also read the writings of Abraham Lincoln and of Kennedy. And that they work really hard to win the young people, to see the path that Cuba has taken, and ask them to actively engage with revolutionary politics and revolutionary ideas, because at some point they will be leaders of the revolution, and that it's important to unleash young people as leaders and revolutionaries. That was one point they made to us. Now, we met with the Kim Il-sung youth of the DPRK, and it's really one thing that was really the DPRK. They really were kind of the stars of the whole festival. I mean, they did these musical performances. They had like singing quartets who got up on the stage, and not only did they sing Korean music, they sang Guantanamera, song of the Cuban Revolution. They sang Latin American revolutionary songs. They were just full of energy, and they wore suits and ties the whole time. They were very formal, and when they were reading statements, they were very formal. But when they were relaxed, you could see that these were the happiest people ever. They were just so affectionate to one another. It was just so happy to be with the Koreans. And when we met with them, I remember they told us, they said, we have hatred for what they called the fascist government of the United States, but we have no hatred for ordinary working people here in the United States. We want ordinary working people in the United States to see that we're allies. And you know, they met with us. They said to us, "You are our comrades now," which I thought was a very, very touching statement. One of the most interesting meetings we went to was actually a reception we were invited to by the Ho Chi Minh Communist Youth Union of Vietnam. And we went to it. We were invited as Youth from Workers' World Party and FIST, and it was a very, very interesting meeting. They gave a presentation in which they talked about how Vietnam, it'll take over 300 years, probably, 300 years to repair all the damage done by the U.S. imperialists in terms of landmines, in terms of chemical agents that were sprayed on the country. And one thing that they said to us very frankly is they said, we're not a socialist society at this time, but we'd like to become one. They said, you know, we're moving in that direction. We'd like to become socialist, but they said, you know, we have to have the market forces. But, you know, and they talked about how they have programs there and how they provide, they're not in a position to provide free health care to everyone, but that's what they want to do. And at this point, they only provide free health care to all children. How they've taken measures, they've eliminated illiteracy, and how they're really struggling to build socialism in Vietnam. And Comrade Bao Han was very key in that meeting, because Comrade Bao Han speaks Vietnamese and was able to speak to them and give a message of solidarity. And we talked about how we feel one of our jobs, one of our demands as communists in the U.S. is to demand that reparations be paid to the Vietnamese people, because millions and millions of Vietnamese people were killed by the U.S. government during that war, and that they need reparations. Now, we met with so many different youth from so many different countries, and one of the beautiful things that was that we were able to compare notes. You know, we met with the Communist Party of Mexico, the Communist Party of Brazil youth, and you know, in Brazil they've recently had a round of uprisings, an upsurge, you know, in response to the transportation cuts. You know, there's cuts. The price of transportation is going up, of public transportation, and so all of a sudden they said it was just like out of nowhere. All these people were in the streets fighting back, fighting against capitalism. And you know, we had similar conversations you know, with youth, and everywhere, you know, it'll be like, you know, everything's just going on normal, and then all of a sudden people are protesting. It kind of reminds you of Occupy Wall Street. You know, where did that come from? It just kind of came out of nowhere. But one point that I think every youth delegation that was in a capitalist country made was that, you know, a lot of these rebellions are happening. People go out into the streets, all of a sudden they're fighting the police. But in so many cases, you know, it just goes away, you know, and that you know, these rebellions, they can't just be a place for youth to blow off steam and then go back to their low-wage jobs or go back to unemployment. These rebellions have to be fighting for something. They have to have a purpose. They have to have a destiny. And in order to do that, you know, they need Marxist-Leninist ideology. They need communism. And it's a big struggle, is how do you bring communism to the fighting youth movement? Because youth all over the world want to fight back against capitalism, but how do you give them something to fight for and not just something to fight against? That's a question that, I mean, all these communist youth were wrangling with. You know, and it was interesting because we met with some youth from Britain, the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist. Their youth group is called Red Youth. We met with them, and they said that you know, that all over Britain there are young people who see them on the internet and read about them. But it's a kind of a question: how do you plug people into the work? You know, especially if they're somewhere far away from any other communist grouping. We met with the Revolutionary Communist Group, another grouping in Britain, and I know they're experiencing very, very extreme police repression right now. You know, one of their youth was just simply selling a newspaper, and the police attacked him, and now he was convicted for assault on a police officer. And one thing we've noticed is that everywhere there is a crackdown. There's a big, huge, heavy police presence. It's because the capitalists of the world know what's coming. They can see what's coming, and they can see the people of the world are angry, and they're ready to fight back. A lot of exciting meetings went on. So many, I mean, so many to talk about. But one thing that I did, you know, just really got to me while I was there is that, you know, we're from the United States, and this is a country that has killed millions and millions and millions of people all over the world. It's a country that has bombed and destroyed and murdered so many people, especially people fighting for socialism and fighting to break out of this system of imperialism. But people didn't spit on us. They weren't hostile to us. They embraced us. You know, they were so happy that there were youth in the United States who had communist views and were thinking about Marxism and thinking about trying to change it. And it just struck me about how important our task is here in the center of imperialism. How important it is that we strive very hard. I know we go out, and a lot of times, you know, it's a small rally. It might be 4 or 5 of us with a sign, but it occurred to me, and I do know now that I was there, there's 15,000 people that are there with us. You know, it's these youth. They were there with us, you know, and they're depending on what we're doing. And they're very carefully listening to everything we do. We may be small, communism may be small in the United States, but the communists of the United States have an exceptionally important role to play. We met with the Syrian delegation from Syria, and some of the folks on the U.S. delegation didn't want us to meet with the Syrians, but we met with them anyhow. And the Syrians, you know, they're under extreme attack, you know, under threat. I know there was a huge delegations from Angola and from Namibia, from countries that have been fighting for independence from imperialism. And Comrade Danielle was very key because you know, she's of Ghanaian heritage, from Ghana, and she was able to speak with them, and that was very important. The whole festival was actually dedicated to the memory of Nelson Mandela, the great anti-imperialist fighter against imperialism. And that was very important. And I guess I want to end by talking about something that happened, because during the opening march of the parade, you know, they have every country march, right? It's the parade, you know, the youth from every single country march. And, you know, our delegation from the U.S., there was only 30 from the U.S., only 5 of us from FIST and Workers' World Party. But, you know, a lot of these countries had hundreds of people. Angola, hundreds of people. Namibia, hundreds of people. Cuba, hundreds of people. But, you know, we were a small delegation, and I know that when we marched, they gave us a U.S. flag, you know, to be the symbol of our delegation. So, you know, we carried this U.S. flag, and when we got towards the end, where all the people were in the stadiums all watching, we took that U.S. flag and we ripped it up. And we ripped it up. We ripped it to shreds, and we got huge applause from the crowd. I mean, you wouldn't believe. They were so happy to see us ripping up this U.S. flag. And, you know, it was weird. Not everyone else on the U.S. delegation was too happy with us for doing that, but the people of the world were quite happy about it. And I remember Comrade Colleen was very bold in making the point to them. She said, the only people upset about this are the other people from the United States. Look, the people of the world are happy about this. It was quite an exciting festival. So many meetings went on, so many youth, you know, struggling against imperialism. Very, very exciting, and, you know, it really made me think, you know, the amount of affection we received, the amount of support we received, the amount of meetings where we learned so much, the amount of insight we were able to get from various communist youth groups from around the world. You know, I'm still processing it all. You know, this is a little quick to give a report. They say, you know, it takes you a long time to process things. So, you know, we're going to have a lot of reports and conversations about what went on the trip, but we learned a lot, and it just made me think, you know, when we ripped up that U.S. flag, to think about, you know, what would a world be like without all the things that quote-unquote America, or the United States, has come to represent? What would the world be like without military bases all over the world? What would the world be like without this country with a huge prison system, with cops? What would this world be like without U.S. imperialism on the world, on the face of the earth? That's something we should all be thinking about, because that's what the people of the world, the youth all over the world, are thinking about. This is an exciting time we live in. You know, there's a block of countries that are mobilizing to fight against imperialism. The imperialist system is doomed. It's collapsing of its own contradictions, of this crisis of overproduction, and there are thousands and thousands of youth who are actively fighting against it. I came back from Ecuador very inspired, very excited to go out and do what we keep doing, going to the youth saying, you have the right to a job, you have the right to an education, and the reason you don't have it is because the billionaire capitalist class in this country, and there's a global movement, millions of people that are ready to fight back, to oppose it, and to bring this system down. It was a very exciting trip. I wish you all could have come with me, and the next one's going to happen in 2017, and that'll be the 100th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. So my goal is I want to bring a delegation that's about 5 times the size of the delegation we brought this year. I want to recruit youth in the United States to fight against capitalism and imperialism and go to the next World Festival of Youth and rip up another U.S. flag. That was probably the most educational part of the conference, was hearing, you know, the struggles that the countries that are trying to build socialism are going through, right? Now, if we as Marxists, we look at human history, right? You know, you start out with the majority of human history, people are hunter-gatherers, there aren't any classes, you know, but eventually, you know, you get, private property is developed, eventually you have feudalism, and out of feudalism, you have the capitalist class that arises, is produced by the feudalists, and then overthrows them, becomes the ruling class, and now the capitalist class has produced the working working class, and the working class were the grave diggers of capitalism, and we're eventually going to overthrow and overturn the capitalist class, create socialism and eventually communism, right? That's how history works. It's like a train speeding forward. But this is a process. It's never been isolated in one country. It's never been just like, well, just one country, has feudalism, one country has capitalism, one country has socialism, communism. It just doesn't work that way. This is a global thing. And the question is begged: what do you do when there's a global capitalist system, a global capitalist economy, and you take power, but you only take power in a very small country like Cuba or Korea or Vietnam or China? I mean, even China's a huge country, but it's still part of this global capitalist system. So what do you do? And that's a question. And it's what all these countries that are building socialism are wrangling with. And like Sarah brought up with Lenin, with the new economic policy. Right after the Bolshevik Revolution, Russia was a very, very impoverished country. The surrounding countries that made up the Soviet Union, all the different nationalities, it was a very impoverished country, and they had to have capitalism. And Lenin said, this isn't state capitalism, this is capitalism we have here. It's led by a revolutionary party, but we have to allow, capitalism to take place. And this capitalism is going to take place, and we're going to tax these capitalists, and we're going to highly control them. We're going to make sure that the workers are protected. We're going to allow this capitalism to build up and develop, so then we can use capitalism to then build and centralize, and we saw that in the Soviet Union. The results, and finally then in 1928, after the new economic policy was finished, they began the 5-year plans, and they constructed socialism in the USSR, and you saw, a booming world economy. You saw it was probably the most rapid industrialization of any society in history. When the 5-year plans, when the Soviet Union became a world industrial power, producing more tractors than the United States, more steel than any other country in history. It was a booming world economy, and the rest of the world was having a Great Depression. It's funny, they don't tell you that. They talk about the Great Depression like it was a world depression, but the fact that there were thousands and thousands of U.S. workers who couldn't get work, who lined up outside the Soviet consulates and missions to try and get work in the USSR because they had a labor shortage. There was so much work to be done in the USSR, and that's a fact people don't talk about. But that's the question. We did meet to answer the question. We did meet with folks from the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. There was also something called the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that was there. There were probably, I think, 3 to 5 different organizations. And as far as what's going on in the Ukraine this is a classic example. I mean, Ukraine, for whatever reason, Ukraine, the officials, the leadership of the Ukraine, was saying that they would rather align with Russia, rather align with Belarus and other countries, and not join the European Union, which is an imperialist body. And every country that's joined the European Union has resulted in the life expectancy and the standard of living of the workers going down. Whether it's even Britain, British workers have been hurt by the European Union. France, everywhere workers are hurt. The European Union is a racket. It's something the imperialists do. But, the imperialists very much wanted Ukraine to join the European Union. So, if you turn on CNN, you would think that there's some kind of glorious uprising of the people, against this evil government in the Ukraine. They just want the European Union so bad. But that's not true. That's not what's actually going on the ground. This is a coup. This is an imperialist coup. They overturned, and they're trying to force the Ukraine to join the European Union, mainly because the Russian government at this time is playing an anti-imperialist role. It's anti-U.S. It's trading with China and with Iran and with Ecuador and countries that are independent, and they want Ukraine under the dominion of the U.S. bankers and the U.S. imperialists and the U.S. capitalists. They don't want it pursuing a course of independent economic development, and that's what's happening there. And in order to do that, they know that some of the most militant anti-imperialist fighters in the Ukraine are, of course, who? The communists. And so what's going on now is you're seeing communists all across Ukraine are being rounded up and killed. And it's awful, and they're and this is something that's happened so often. The media is whipping people up about some glorious revolution, but if this quote unquote glorious revolution that CNN and Fox News and all these capitalist media is talking about, but if it's in a country that happens to oppose the United States, and you should be really suspicious, and that's kind of our understanding, and that's what the Ukrainians and the Russians told us about what was happening there, was that this was not a revolt of the people, this was a revolt fomented by the imperialists. And it's really interesting because we went to a presentation by the Cubans. The Cubans gave a presentation in which there was a Cuban leader named Capote, and he spoke, and his job, he has just written a book, and it will be published soon. What he spoke about was how he had infiltrated the CIA in Cuba. And this presentation he gave was really powerful, and I really hope, and we had some video of it, but I hope the book is available and we can get it out here and sell as many copies of this book as possible, because he talked about, this guy Capote was a Cuban, talked about infiltrating the CIA in Cuba. And they talked about how, you know, there was this whole plan that the CIA had in Cuba where they were going to invent a dissident section in the Cuban Communist Party that was for socialism but against Fidel. And then they were going to fake that this section of the Cuban Communist Party was going to be persecuted. And then the U.S. was going to have to intervene to rescue this independent section. And they had this whole plan worked out. And Capote, when he spoke to this crowd, he said, this is the plan. This is exactly what they did in Syria. This is exactly what they did in Libya. And the only reason they didn't carry it out in Cuba is because the Cubans had infiltrated and exposed it and got it out before they were able to carry it out. But, you know, they've discovered, you know, when Bush invaded Iraq, he just got up there and said, we're sending the troops in and we're invading. And that was quite unpopular. And it caused this kind of outrage around the world. And that there is this method, and they've used it for years, where they kind of fake. They fake it. They fake an uprising or something. Or, you know, these are methods that they use. And the Cubans' presentation was very, very powerful when they talked about how media is so key in revolt. And I think that's another thing that came out of so many of the meetings that we had, was about how, you know, the means of communication. You know, for so long, you know, the television, right? TV media is owned; it's private property. You know, MSNBC. You know, they're kind of liberals, I guess. They're supposed to be liberals, but you know who owns them is General Electric. Who's General Electric? Is the biggest military contractor ever. You know, I mean, no one makes more money from war than General Electric. So, I mean, even MSNBC, you want to believe what they say when about Libya, about any country, about Syria, you know who they're working for. But you know, now with, you know, the capitalists, they developed. It was the capitalist military that invented the internet. It was the Pentagon that invented the internet to further their communication so they could beat down the people of the world and develop their strategies. But now the internet is something that they don't control. All over the internet, there's progressive forces. There are people utilizing the internet to expose them. You know, videos of police brutality are all over YouTube. You can see what the U.S. cops are all about. And it's a very frightening thing, is that the internet is beyond their control. And one important thing about Ecuador is that the role that they've played for Julian Assange. Right? Julian Assange is in the Ecuadorian consulate in Britain. Right, and that's something to point out now. You know, the imperialists, they've developed technology, they've developed all this, but they don't control it. You know, and you know, you look back at the revolutions that happened in the past. You know, the printing press and all of that developed in Europe. You know, it was developed and it was eventually used to bring down the feudal class. Despite they're the ones that invented it. They invented it to print their Bibles and their indulgences, and then it was used to overthrow them. You know, and this is what Marx is always talked about, you know, the old system creating the seeds of its own destruction. And you know, this is the reality. We're seeing the laws of Marxism unfold before us every day, and that's why there were three different tendencies. I won't name any of them, well, other than us, who was on this delegation, and we have different views as parties. You know, different Marxist tendencies are going to have different views, but you know, it was so important, you know, for people to just kind of dismiss Ecuador and just say, oh, it's not a socialist country. That's not enough. It's not enough. You're not doing your job as a Marxist. You know, socialist, capitalist. That's too easy. You're not doing your job, right? Because something's happening in Ecuador, something's happening in Bolivia, something's happening in Venezuela, and we have to be paying attention to this. And we always have to be going back to the drawing board and studying, because if we're going to make a revolution in this country, right, which is going to be a really difficult task. I mean, it's, you know, if we're going to make a revolution in this country, we have to constantly be questioning everything we do, constantly changing our methods, constantly figuring out new ways to get the working class in motion and doing what we're going to do. And that's something we have to wrangle with. You know, Lenin said that if the conditions change in 24 hours, the activities of the Revolutionary Party must also change in 24 hours, right? We have to constantly be struggling and figuring out how we can do it. We need new methods and new approaches, new tactics, new propaganda, new agitation, different ways to approach the workers. This is something that revolutionaries are doing. They're doing it all over the world. The communist youth groups we met with, they're all doing this stuff. They're wrangling with the very same questions that we're wrangling with. So that's why the festival was important. That's why, you know, the Vietnamese, the Cubans, that's why they were all so excited to meet us. Why? Because we're in the center of imperialism. Because until imperialism is brought down, these socialist countries are always going to face extreme difficulty. To really see socialism blossom into what it's meant to be, into a society with jobs and schools and education, and then moving toward communism. Communism, the higher stage, where we don't even need a government. We don't even need a state, because there's such a material abundance. To move in that direction is going to require imperialism to be eradicated. And we're in the center of imperialism, and we have a very, very important task to do. So that's what I want to end with. Thank you.
There are a whole array of politicians who don't approve of Nicolas Maduro. But one of the labels that he's given is worth exploring. According to them, Nicolas Maduro is a dictator.
Nicolas Maduro is a dictator.
Tyranny of the now defunct Maduro regime.
Dictadura de Venezuela.
Brutal dictator Nicolas Maduro.
And his mayhem.
So what exactly is a dictator? Now, the term generally refers to authoritarian leaders who crush their opposition and have absolute power. But what's been happening in Venezuela lately? At this point, we've got a minor opposition figure, Juan Guaido, declaring himself to be the interim president. And at this point, he's got the United States and Britain backing him. He was then banned from traveling by the Supreme Court. So, what did he do? He then went on a speaking tour of Latin American countries, rallying support from those who want to violently overthrow the Venezuelan government. After that, what did he do? He stayed in exile, fearing for his life, knowing that if he returned, the harsh regime would kill him, right? Well, no, he actually felt safe enough to get on a commercial flight and go back to Venezuela. He still has not been arrested, and the United States itself forbids people from doing this kind of thing.
Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion against the authority of the US shall be fined or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both.
Imagine that some kind of fringe activist pulled a Guaido in America and declared himself to be the president with, say, Venezuela or Iran backing him. Well, Guaido hasn't been arrested, and he's walking around giving speeches freely in Venezuela.
I was able to enter Venezuela thanks to you and your mobilization in all of Venezuela. We feel that today we've made a decisive step towards the conquest of our freedom.
Leopoldo Lopez, Guaido's longtime ally, was actually convicted of inciting violence against the Venezuelan government. His trial received huge international attention, and after a brief stint in prison, he was in house arrest. And from his home, he was once again rallying people to overthrow Maduro. This is how Lopez's wife described his treatment by the supposed dictatorship.
Leopoldo's in contact with everyone, every day, constantly. He's been sewing together an opposition that's totally united and strong.
Now, some people might say that it's only because of the immense pressure on Venezuela that Maduro hasn't swept in and crushed the life of Juan Guaido. However, that doesn't exactly add up, because at this point, only 25% of the countries in the world recognize Guaido as the president. The rest of the world says that Maduro is the legitimate leader. Now, in any other country in the world, arresting this kind of provocateur would pretty much be standard practice. However, Juan Guaido is free. He's walking around Venezuela giving speeches, inciting people to engage in violence for his made-for-social media revolution.
Hope has been born and it will not die. Things are going well.
In Venezuela, opposition rallies and protests take place all the time. There are many things that you can say about Nicolas Maduro, but brutal dictator is a profile he just doesn't fit. Caleb Maupin, RT, New York.
On Tuesday, Maduro took part in a ceremony commemorating the 6th anniversary of the death of his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. His rival, Guaido, meanwhile met with public sector unions, urging them to take strike action to help bring down the government. Political science professor Colin Esquivel believes America's us-them rhetoric is not healthy.
What the Trump administration is doing is forcing U.S. allies and other countries to choose. Are you going to support this aggressive attempted coup to overthrow the elected government of Venezuela, or are you going to go and support this government that the United States does not like? So it is internationalizing the Venezuelan conflict on a very dangerous basis, because countries now are being forced to choose. Are they going to go with an aggressive imperialist action, or are they going to support democracy and the rights of the people of Venezuela?
Sí, bueno, el comandante Chávez, en 1989 hubo el debacle, salió Fukuyama y dijo: el fin de la historia, ha triunfado el capitalismo sobre Guerra Fría, toda esa cosa. Y exactamente en 1989, el 27 de febrero, Venezuela da en el mundo el primer símbolo de rechazo contra políticas neoliberales que pasó acá, que se llamó el Caracazo.
So in 1989, Fukuyama talked about the end of history, and how capitalism had triumphed in the world. But also in 1989, the 4th of February of 1989, el 4 de febrero?
27 de febrero.
I'm sorry, 27th of February of 1989, Venezuela gave an example to the world that that was not true, with the Caracazo, with the rebellion.
Sí, fue la primera expresión contra el neoliberalismo.
So that was the first battle against neoliberalism.
Y el 4 de febrero de 1992 insurge Chávez, hijo de esa conmoción de lo que fue el 27 de febrero.
So in February 4th, 1992, Chavez led a rebellion that basically came out of that insurrection in 1989.
Con mucho tacto y muy inteligente, Chávez no se iba a poner ortodoxo, dogmático, anacrónico, de encasillar el modelo soviético, agarrarlo y copiarlo y pegarlo y ponerlo en Venezuela porque nos iban a decir, ustedes están locos, crazy.
So in a very tactical and intelligent manner, without any dogmatism or any orthodox ideology, Chavez knew that he could not take the Soviet model and copy that here because he knew that people were going to think he was crazy.
Entonces Chávez utilizó su carisma, su esencia, su espíritu, lo venezolano, nuestras creencias, nuestra cultura, y empezó a darle ese símbolo, ese espíritu indoamericano, estilo José Carlos Mariátegui, expresión socialismo indoamericano. Ni calco ni copia, sino creación heroica de los pueblos, decía Carlos Mariátegui. Entonces Chávez empezó a vivenciar, no hacer estilo eclecticismo, ¿no? Pero sí decir, bueno, vamos a hablarle a nuestro pueblo venezolano del socialismo. Si nos metemos con el tema de la religión, va a ser un entrompe, o sea, como que un problema muy a fondo. Vamos a realmente a tratar de solventar las reivindicaciones, las cosas esenciales de la vida, y desde allí hablar del socialismo.
So Chavez, using his charisma, his very Venezuelan way of being, and he started talking to the people about socialism, but also using, understanding that there's a religiosity here in the country, so he used that as an entryway to talk to the people about socialism.
¿Viste la Mariátegui?
No.
Ah, pendiente, repito.
Ah, que fue muy largo. So dime de nuevo.
Bueno, que Chávez adaptó ese socialismo indoamericano al estilo José Carlos Mariátegui.
So basically, Chavez adopted the ideology of the Indo-American, or our American socialist ideology of Carlos Mariátegui.
Y dice, no es calco ni copia, sino creación heroica de los pueblos.
Okay, so this is not a copy or plagiarism. This is a creation that comes from the people themselves.
Entonces, él, desde lo que somos, empezó a construir el socialismo del siglo XXI.
So from where we stand, he started building the socialism of the 21st century.
Entonces no se iba a meter con Dios. Es más, él decía que Cristo fue el primer socialista del mundo.
So, he wasn't going to mess with God. He used to say that Christ was the first socialist in the world.
Y Ana Caona, que es mi nombre, la creyente, la que me dijo que era creyente, cree en ese Cristo.
And Ana Caona, which is her name, believes in that Christ.
En el que reparte el pan.
The God that, that gives the bread.
El que ama al prójimo como a sí mismo.
The one that loves thy neighbor as yourself.
El que expulsó a los mercaderes del templo.
The one that expelled the people from the market.
El que fue justo.
The just.
El que visitó al enfermo, no al sano.
The one that visited the sick people.
Y el que murió por su idea.
And the one that died for his ideals.
En ese Dios creo. En el Dios del humilde.
So that's the Christ, that's the God that she believes in.
Y en ese fue el Dios que creó Chávez.
And that's the God that Chavez believed in.
Money for jobs, not racist mobs. Money for jobs, not racist mobs. Money for jobs, not racist mobs. USA, CIA, hands off Ukraine. USA, CIA, hands off Ukraine. USA, CIA, hands off Ukraine. USA, CIA, hands off Venezuela. USA, CIA, hands off Venezuela.
We're out here to show the links between the U.S. support for fascist gangs, right-wing groups in both Ukraine and in Venezuela that are attempts at regime change, really takeover, so dangerous and resisted in Venezuela against a popular government. In Ukraine, it's absolutely a movement for the expansion of NATO right up to the borders of Russia, an extremely dangerous, aggressive move. And again, what the U.S. is using and what they're using in Syria, what they used in Haiti, Ecuador, we could go on and on, the number of countries where the U.S. arms, finances, trains extreme right-wing and fascist groups.
Sisters and brothers, you might have heard that the Pentagon is supposed to be cutting back. Well, don't get the erroneous impression that they're not interested in war anymore. As long as they got drones, they're going to be bombing people fighting for their freedom. And they also got the CIA and plenty of money and the State Department, and they are very experienced at fomenting fascist coups. Anytime you see the children of the 1% demonstrating in the streets of Caracas against the poor, against the ongoing socialist revolution in Venezuela, you know what you can count on? The U.S. hands is behind it. The U.S. hands is behind it. They have not given up overthrowing the revolution in Venezuela. They've been trying to do that for more than 10 years. And we're here to say to the world, and especially the people of Venezuela, you have allies all over the world, on every continent, and we will not stand by while the U.S. and other counter-revolutionary reactionaries try to wage war on poor and working people and overturn your revolution.
That's right. I just came back in Iran. From Iran, there was a big meeting in University of Tehran in support of Venezuela. This is what the solidarity of the people of Middle East with the people of Venezuela.
We want people everywhere to know, from the East to Europe to the West, that the sisters and brothers who are fighting for freedom, fighting to remain independent of U.S. imperialism, they have allies right here in the belly of the beast, right here on Times Square, in the middle of the financial, commercial world of U.S. imperialism.
So many times we've heard it. They say, oh, people are suffering in some country, and the CIA and the Pentagon, they've just got to go in to rescue them, and they care so much. Look at the people of Iraq. Are they any better off now that their country's been destroyed? Look at the people of Afghanistan. Are they any better off? How about Libya? Have these people ever brought peace to any country? Have they ever brought prosperity to any country? Have they ever brought a better life anywhere? U.S. bombs don't bring freedom. U.S. bombs don't bring happiness. It doesn't work that way. The Pentagon serves Wall Street, not the people.
Right now we have 1 million students here in New York whose transportation need is being threatened by budget cuts, by layoffs, by 2,000 matrons, mostly oppressed women from the Latin and Haitian community, and white workers who are facing cutback in low wages, $8 an hour, denied social service. In Venezuela, we have a president who's a bus driver who gives the Venezuelan government and their children and their youth their social, economic, and civil rights needs. We support Venezuela by deeds.
And I want to talk today about why young people need to be active and vocal in the fight against intervention in Venezuela and intervention in Ukraine. My whole generation has stuck with low-wage work, no jobs, debt after college, year after year, and we have grown up in the generation of warmongering, and we are fed up. Not another war, because we know that the only profit that will happen when U.S. invades or intervenes in the self-determination of the Venezuelan Bolivarian Revolution is opening up a new market for low-wage workers, opening up more markets for low-wage products in this country and abroad. We will not take it. We will not listen to the lies. We're here to say, USA, CIA, hands off Ukraine, hands off Venezuela, and that our generation is not a generation that believes in the promise of the American dream no longer, because we know that we are under the global struggle of young people fighting against austerity, fighting against unemployment, and we should model after the Bolivarian Revolution in this country. Thank you.
9% of those incarcerated worldwide are black and brown people. That is a damn shame, and that is a crime. They are locking up youth. They are shutting down schools. Tuition has skyrocketed across Michigan. In Wayne County alone, where I live, they're snatching the food literally out of people's mouths while talking about what other countries are supposedly doing. All of it is speculation by the UE, the UN, and NATO. But they can cut food stamps by $11. The Farm Bill is starting to cut more back from families like me and my family who live on Section 8, who depend on the system that says we don't care about you. We don't care about your education. We don't care about your health. All we care about is profit and war. The more we can occupy, the more we can give to the 1% who say squash the workers, squash the oppressed, squash those working women and mothers who can't afford to feed their own children. Fight Imperialism, Stand Together says no. We are youth 16 to 25 who have banded together, and we stand with our brothers and sisters nationally and internationally to fight this system. Fight any president who's just going to stand for the bourgeoisie, from Obama to any president who comes after him to any president who came before him. This entire system must be put asunder, and that is why we stand with the people in Venezuela. We stand with the anti-fascists in the Ukraine. We stand with the DPRK. We stand for any oppressed nation that fights this imperialist, parasitic system.
Let me tell you something. Venezuela has the highest rate of access for healthcare in South America. Yeah. Venezuela has the best access to education in South America. You cannot tell me that the Bolivarian Revolution is against the people, because from day one, the Bolivarian Revolution has been for the people. That's right. And the vendepatrias, the gusanos, the people who want to privatize Venezuela's oil industry, they're tricking us. They're dressing like us. They're owning our means of production. They're trying to hijack all of our access of communication, and they're trying to create this image that these U.S.-backed leaders are fighting for democracy. They're fighting for their pockets. They're fighting for their own money. They're not fighting for the 99%. Venezuela, before the Bolivarian Revolution, was a neoliberal disaster. There was no access to education, no access to healthcare, and no rights for the people. But now Venezuela has that, and it is our duty to defend the revolution. In Ukraine, the fascist mobs have worn swastikas. The fascist mobs have openly spoken against the Jewish community in Ukraine. People need to wake up.
And so we're here in Times Square, New York, as anti-imperialists, anti-war activists, to say that we're not fools. We know what's going on, and we know that the dirty hand of U.S. imperialism, the Pentagon, the CIA, and those who it works for on Wall Street are behind these events, and we will not tolerate it. We may be thousands of miles away from the Ukraine and from Venezuela, but we know what's going on, and we stand with the people of these regions in their opposition to U.S. imperialists or European domination.
I just can't not point this out, all right? And this has to be pointed out. Maduro supports Trump, okay? Maduro supports Trump. And can we just acknowledge this? Like, there's no reason to pretend otherwise. Nicolas Maduro supports Trump. And if you don't want to believe that, which I'm sure a lot of the people don't want to believe that, right? But I will show you two clips of recent speeches from Nicolas Maduro where he makes it blatantly obvious that in the upcoming election in the United States, he sees Trump as the lesser of two evils. He sees Trump as the lesser of two evils. He's made that clear. I'm going to show you two clips where he says that, right? In this first clip, right? This first clip is more recent. And in this clip, pay attention to what Maduro says. This is him recently talking about the people claiming that he's not the legitimate winner of the election in Venezuela, trying to claim that he's somehow, he's a fraudulent leader, that he stole the election, right? This is Maduro.
Polo patriótico y el Partido Socialista Unido de Venezuela estamos listos para entregar todas las actas del 100% de mesas a la sala electoral cuando así lo requiera el contencioso electoral que se introdujo el día de hoy por mi persona. Diría un dicho popular venezolano, más claro no canta un gallo. Han querido convertir la elección de Venezuela en un evento mundial. ¿Cuántos gobiernos del mundo, señores de la Unión Europea, metiches de la Unión Europea, señores del Centro Carter, cuántos comunicados sacaron ustedes cuando Donald Trump denunció fraude en las elecciones donde nombraron presidente al presidente Biden? ¿Cuántos comunicados sacó la Unión Europea, el Centro Carter? ¿Cuántos gobiernos del mundo pidieron que se revisaran todas las mesas de votaciones de Estados Unidos? Díganme ustedes. El gobierno de Londres, el alto comisionado de derechos humanos. Y Trump se quedó con su grito de fraude. No se sabe si fue chicha o limonada en Estados Unidos. La potencia más poderosa del planeta, fraude, fue el grito. ¿Cuántas actas revisaron? ¿Cuál es la autoridad electoral en Estados Unidos? ¿Cuál? Hay un poder electoral, hay un CNE. ¿Quién organiza las elecciones? Las gobernaciones. ¿Y si en Venezuela lo organizaran a partir de hoy las alcaldías y se cambiara toda la ley? Grito al cielo.
So there we go, right? He's calling out the European Union and all these countries for not taking seriously Donald Trump's claim that the election was stolen from him in 2020. Now, that's a pretty bold statement to make, and it indicates, support for Trump. You wouldn't say that if you didn't support Trump. And this is another statement that he made. Again, people can choose to ignore this. I'm sure Ben Norton and Danny Haifong are ignoring this because it doesn't fit their narrative. This is Maduro's own words.
Ellos ponen una sonrisa de frente en su diplomacia por engaño, pero por detrás tienen el puñal. Y si les crees a su sonrisa, te descuidas, te volteas, te apuñalean. Así ellos han actuado casi 200 años, asesinando presidentes, asesinando líderes en el mundo, asesinando presidentes en Estados Unidos. John F. Kennedy. ¿Quién lo mató? El sistema. Comprobado. Crearon lo que hoy se conoce un falso positivo, con un tal señor de apellido Oswald. Eso es conocido. Bien denunciado en un documental película llamada JFK, bastante documentado. Kennedy lo mata la mafia criminal de Miami y lo mata la CIA, porque él pensaba y estaba trabajando por acabar la guerra de Vietnam y por entenderse con Cuba y cesar el bloqueo y la agresión contra Cuba. De hecho, se conoce que el mismo día que lo matan, a la misma hora que se sabe la noticia, un 22 de noviembre de 1963, Fidel Castro estaba en Varadero, en una casa protocolar, y estaba conversando con un enviado especial del presidente Kennedy. Y le estaba entregando 2 cajas de puros, de habanos, para que se lo llevara de regalo, porque al presidente Kennedy le gustaban los puros cubanos. Y en ese momento entró uno de los asistentes del presidente Fidel Castro, el comandante Fidel Castro, creo que era primer ministro para entonces, y le dio la infausta noticia. Prendieron el radio y se enteraron de las noticias. El mismo día, a la misma hora, estaba Fidel recibiendo un enviado especial para conversar un plan de regularización de las relaciones. El sistema lo asesinó. Tiene un largo historial de asesinatos, golpes de Estado en el mundo y mucho dinero de por medio. Recientemente condenamos el intento de asesinato del expresidente Donald Trump y hay muchas dudas de quienes protegían a Donald Trump, de que por qué permitieron a ese tirador pararse ahí. Hay muchas dudas que se han expresado en Estados Unidos. Ahora están tratando de tapar eso. Así que ese imperio, acostumbrado a la violencia, a los golpes de Estado, preparó un escenario sobre Venezuela.
So now there he is saying that the same people that killed Kennedy and the same people that are trying to destabilize Venezuela right now are the same people that tried to kill Donald Trump. I mean, that's pretty blatant. Trump's enemies are also Maduro's enemies. That sounds like he's supporting Donald Trump. What we got, was his official response, when it was that Trump was shot at. He gave his official condolences.
Iba saliendo de Guanare, recibimos una noticia que en los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica hubo un atentado contra el expresidente y candidato presidencial Donald Trump. Quiero a nombre de Venezuela entera, de nuestro pueblo, rechazar y repudiar el atentado contra el expresidente Donald Trump, desearle su pronta recuperación y que Dios bendiga al pueblo de los Estados Unidos y le dé la paz y le dé la tranquilidad. Hemos sido adversarios, pero le deseo al presidente Trump salud y larga vida. Y repudio ese atentado. Yo también fui víctima de un atentado. Y decían intentos de matarme. Pero siempre Dios puso su mano. Y aquí estamos, sanos, vivos y victoriosos, listos para verle la cara al futuro.
Now, for those of you, that one didn't have subtitles. What he said was, as I was leaving Ganare, we received news that the United States of America, there was an attack against former president and presidential candidate Donald Trump. I want, on our behalf of all Venezuela and our people, to repudiate the attack against former President Donald Trump. I wish him a speedy recovery, and God bless the people of the United States and give them peace and tranquility. We have been adversaries, but I wish Trump health and long life, and I repudiate this attack. I was also the victim of an attack and 100 attempts to kill me, but God always extended his hand, and we are healthy, alive, and victorious. Nicolas Maduro supports Donald Trump, right? So anybody who claims to support Venezuela and repeats the line that Trump supporters are Nazis or Trump is Hitler or, oh my God, we have to vote for Kamala Harris because they're just full of it. He says very blatantly that people that are trying to overthrow the government of Venezuela tried to kill Trump. He says very blatantly that he is sympathetic to Trump against the assassination. He highlighted Donald Trump's claims
that the election in Venezuela was stolen, or in the United States was stolen. And he said, why were those claims not treated as legitimate? Maduro supports Donald Trump. That is very clear. He obviously is not meddling in American politics. He's obviously not trying to, rig our elections or anything like that. But it's pretty clear that he considers Donald Trump to be less of a threat to Venezuela than Kamala Harris. And that's because the people on the streets of Venezuela right now trying to overthrow him are from the same color revolution machine that Kamala Harris has been created by. And that's what I wrote my whole book about. Let me show you a picture of Kamala Harris's niece. Right? Kamala Harris has a niece. Her name is Mina Harris, right? And here is Kamala Harris with her niece. Right? Here we go. I will show you this. Right? Hold on. This is Kamala Harris with her niece, Mina Harris. Now, that's really great that Kamala and her niece can have such a great relationship. I am obviously not against people being close to their family. But what does Mina Harris do for a living? Mina Harris lives in India and runs NGOs trying to overthrow the government of Modi in India. She is a regime change, color revolution activist trying to destabilize one of the largest countries in the world. Right? Mina Harris lives in India. And because India is friendly to Russia, you can read all about it. Right? Mina Harris gets money from George Soros and gets money from the U.S. State Department to stage protests in India to try and overthrow the government of India. Just like people in Venezuela get money from the United States to try and overthrow the government of Venezuela, right? These are facts. Kamala Harris is a complete purchased product. She is a completely manufactured lock, stock, and barrel product of the color revolution George Soros apparatus. Donald Trump is a demagogue. Donald Trump is a populist demagogue who serves his own interest. Kamala Harris is just their puppet and their creation. The people on the streets of Venezuela right now and Mina Harris, Kamala Harris's niece, work in the same job with the same paymasters and the same employers. They get paid by the Rockefeller Foundations and the Ford Foundation and the U.S. Endowment for Democracy to destabilize countries. And so the people on the streets of Venezuela rioting right now and burning food warehouses and trying to prevent their people from eating because they want to bring down the government, the rich kids of Venezuela that hate Maduro, are being organized by the same group that employs Kamala Harris's niece, Mina Harris, and she does the same thing in India to try and bring down Modi. These are facts, folks. These are facts, right? These are facts. Kamala Harris, Mina Harris, the anti-Maduro protests are all the same thing. It's a family business. I'm telling you, that's why Maduro says, look, Trump was an awful president. Trump did bad things to Venezuela, but I've got a better shot with Trump than I've got with Kamala, because Trump eventually had a falling out with John Bolton, and Trump eventually got tired of trying to destabilize Venezuela. Whereas Mina Harris and Kamala Harris, they are regime change activists. They are part of the regime change lobby for a living. And that is what you need to understand. Okay? And that's what I would like you to understand. Maduro supports Donald Trump, or at least considers Donald Trump to be the lesser of two evils. And he's making that blatantly clear. So anyone who claims to be a friend of Venezuela, but also has Trump derangement syndrome, is a fraud, right? They're not listening to what Venezuela is actually saying, if that is the case, right? Because Venezuela is making it blatantly clear who they consider to be more of a threat to them. I just want to make that clear. I want to get that out of my system, because there's a lot of confusion about these kind of points. There's a lot of deceptive actors out there that want to reframe the conversation and want to confuse you. And I'm not saying that Donald Trump is a big supporter of Maduro, and I'm not saying that Donald Trump might not do awful things to Venezuela if he becomes president. But I'm telling you, based on President Maduro's own calculations, they consider Kamala Harris to be a greater threat than Donald Trump. These are facts. So what the Communist Party USA is doing right now, and what is being said by the Workers' World Party, and what's being said by Brian Becker and the Party for Socialism and Liberation, does not match what Venezuela is saying. That's because these groups don't work for Venezuela, and they don't work for the global anti-imperialist movement. They work for the CIA, right? They got their foundation money to get their fancy offices and to run their liberal woke protests, and they are doing the exact opposite. North Korea is also saying that if negotiations start up again, that negotiations can start up again with Trump in office, right? It is blatantly obvious that the global anti-imperialist movement sees Donald Trump as the lesser of two evils right now. And there's a huge amount of effort to hide that from you, right? On the one hand, you have the Trump people that accuse the woke people of being communists and want you to think that China and woke are the same thing, or Venezuela and woke are the same thing, and they're lying. And you have the fake left that are trying to equate what they're doing in supporting the Democrats with what the anti-imperialist countries are doing, and they are also lying. We are being lied to by both sides. The neocon wing of the Trump camp is trying to equate overthrowing Venezuela with, supporting Trump in the United States. And the woke left is also trying to equate, being a communist with being, having Trump derangement syndrome, etc. There is a lot of layers of deception going on here, but it is very, very clear that at this point, the global anti-imperialist movement considers Trump to be the lesser of two evils. Iran, maybe not. Iran is in a little bit of a unique position. China, maybe not. But outside of China and outside of Iran, it's pretty universal that Kamala Harris is a bigger threat.
Joining us now is Caleb Maupin, political analyst, journalist, and writer, author of several books, including Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, The Whole Story, and the Houthis. Who are the Houthis? What are they fighting for? Those two books are readily available online. Welcome to the show, Caleb.
Sure, glad to be here as always.
So let's start with what's happening in Venezuela. The United States Navy and the Marine Corps have a significant military presence in the Southern Caribbean, more specifically in the vicinity of Venezuela's coast. We heard yesterday that the Trump administration is claiming that they bombed, to all intents and purposes, a boat seen leaving the coast and claiming it was part of a gang that was transporting drugs. What do you think is the real objective behind this build-up?
Well, the first thing that needs to be pointed out is it's very unlikely that this boat was actually involved in the drug trade, because if that was the case, they would have, rather than just sinking it and killing the 11 people on board and having all the evidence go to the bottom of the ocean, they would have seized it and arrested the people on board and used whatever evidence was on that ship to further make their case that Maduro is a drug trafficker. But they didn't do that. They instead just decided to just destroy the evidence and the people, which is very, very interesting. Maduro has made clear they are not a narco state, and he has the confirmation of that from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. They have done many reports showing that Venezuela is really an insignificant country in Latin America's drug trade. 70% of the drugs produced in Latin America come from Colombia. And if you look at a map, there is no reason that they should then go through Venezuela to get them to the United States. It just doesn't make geographical sense. And that there is a big problem with drug gangs throughout that region, South and Central America, no doubt. But the idea that Venezuela is somehow heavily involved in the drug trade or a narco state, it just doesn't add up. And, many other international actors who don't like Venezuela, many other voices from the NATO countries and others have said these claims that are coming from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, being echoed by Trump, they don't match the reality. They do have drugs in Venezuela, just like any other country. There are criminal organizations that exist there. But the idea that there's some kind of important hub in the drug trade and that fighting Venezuela is a big effort to fight the drug gangs, that just doesn't add up. It doesn't match the facts, according to all the experts on the drug problem in Latin America.
The State Department has raised a reward for Maduro because they've accused President Nicolas Maduro of heading a narco cartel, up to $50 million, and boasted he was the first target in the history of the narcotics reward program, with a reward offering of exceeding $25 million. How unusual is this escalation, and what purpose does it serve?
Well, Venezuela, they had a president, Hugo Chavez, who put oil under public ownership and then used the oil wealth to build up kind of a state-run economy that is subsidized in the name of socialism of the 21st century, Bolivarian socialism. And they have been able to eradicate illiteracy in the country. They have lifted millions of people out of poverty, and they had a pretty severe food crisis as a result of the oil price drop and the sanctions put on the country. But that's over, and they've actually recovered very significantly. And at this point, they're producing their own food domestically. They have a very close relationship with Iran and with Russia and with China, and they're just kind of a bastion of the new economy that's arising in the world, the BRICS economy, on the continent of South America. And they're a country that has long been a target. And if you listen to what Maduro has pointed out, he has said that basically Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, who is, a Miami Cuban himself, from a Cuban family in Miami, that he is part of what they call the Miami Mafia, which is a layer of people who've been displaced by governments like the Cuban government, like the Venezuelan government, that have fled to Miami and fled to the United States, and they have a particular bone to pick, a particular grudge against the Marxist governments of Latin America. And one thing that these experts on drugs never want to point to is that one of the greatest examples of getting rid of the drug trade in Latin America is a country that's heavily aligned with Venezuela, and that's Cuba. Cuba has almost no drug traffickers in it. For an island nation in the Caribbean, Cuba has completely wiped out the drug trade. There is no drug problem in Cuba, and Cuba trains the Venezuelan military. The Venezuelan military goes to Cuba pretty frequently for military training. There are Cuban military forces in Venezuela cooperating with the Venezuelan military. So if anything, if Maduro continues to gain strength, he actually has the potential to cooperate with one of the most effective anti-drug countries in the region and perhaps wipe out the drug trade. So the idea that Maduro is a narco leader or something, this doesn't match reality. This is Marco Rubio's agenda, and that so-called Miami Mafia, that's what Maduro calls it, but the anti-Cuba lobby, that is particularly important in the Trump coalition. And right now, Trump is pivoting in ways those folks don't like, trying to, get closer to Russia, trying to move away from the NATO countries. So I guess it looks like, escalating against Venezuela, sending the U.S. military, the Navy off to the coast of Venezuela to threaten Venezuela. It looks like this could be some kind of compromise that's being made as Trump pivots kind of in the opposite direction of where those forces want when it comes to the global stage, but perhaps throwing them a bone, giving them something when it comes to their particular pet issues closer to home.
Right. This interest in Venezuela has occurred, it's gone on for several decades now. In 2019, Washington recognized this, obscure Venezuelan legislator, Juan Guaido, as the president of Venezuela, even though 81% of Venezuelans didn't even know who he was at the time. What about these past events and tactics that the U.S. has used to, try and get its hands on it's got the world's largest oil and gas reserves, and this is obviously of interest.
Well, the main thing is they've been trying to get Venezuela's oil off the market. Venezuela is now a competitor with Wall Street. They had a state-run oil company prior to Hugo Chavez, but that state-run oil company just kind of functioned as a middleman for Wall Street. But now Venezuela, they are selling oil on the international markets as competitors. And there has been a huge effort to drive them off the market because they want people buying oil from ExxonMobil and BP and Shell and Chevron. They don't like Russia for similar reasons. They don't like Iran for similar reasons. These are countries that used to be kind of captive markets, and now they're the opposite. They're competitors, and they don't want competition. The interesting thing, though, is that, Venezuela, they have been able to maintain a close relationship with China, and China is a purchaser of their oil. Another thing to point out is that, Venezuela has tried very, very hard to stay out of anything involving criminals, but it's the sanctions from the United States that have, to some degree, it looks like, been an effort to try and push them to cooperating with criminals. Because if you're blocked from transactions in major banks, you're going to have to negotiate with people that know how to engage in bank fraud and things like that. I mean, it looks like, as the USA was, pushing Venezuela out of the SWIFT system and out of the official banking apparatus, that Venezuela, who are they going to turn to, right? And that these criminal organizations in Latin America, they know how to manipulate the international banking system. And so if anything, the USA is kind of trying to push Venezuela into the arms of the drug cartels because that would be the only way they could make bank transfers and have transactions, et cetera. We remember that Alex Saab, who was a Venezuelan diplomat, a man born in Colombia, he was grabbed by U.S. officials and held by the Biden administration in Miami for several years before ultimately being returned to Venezuela. And he was somebody who, it was alleged, apparently had connections to organized crime. And the allegation was that he was helping Venezuela navigate the international banking system after the USA pushed them out. Well, if you don't want Venezuela to have to cooperate and do that, let them be part of the regular banking system, right? Let them just, trade on Wall Street and trade in the London Stock Exchange like any other country. So the USA is basically trying to push Venezuela into the arms of the drug cartels. But it looks like they have effectively resisted that. And what's being said by Marco Rubio and Trump just doesn't match what's being said by international observers and experts on the drug trade. Venezuela has problems with drugs, but nowhere near as big as Colombia, nowhere near as big as Ecuador. Ecuador is now increasingly becoming a major hub of the drug cartels. And that is something that's being ignored in U.S. media pretty significantly. But since Ecuador pivoted away from Bolivarianism, since Correa was removed, the current leadership of Ecuador has pushed Ecuador closer and closer into the drug trade, and drug trafficking in Ecuador is rising. And you never hear anything about that from the United States, of course.
Right. Now, if we could pivot to the other side of the world and talk about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin. Some people have called this a pivotal moment in the evolution towards a new world order. In your view, what makes this summit so decisive compared to earlier gatherings?
Well, the timing is important because it was timed to coincide with the 80th anniversary of the defeat of Japan, Victory in Asia Day, VA Day, the defeat of Japan in the Second World War. And there was just a parade where Russian President Vladimir Putin, Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, and Chinese President Xi Jinping all marched together in this big military parade that just happened to celebrate the victory over Japan. Donald Trump was invited. They wanted Japan to be there because it was American support for China against the Japanese that secured their victory. However, Donald Trump didn't appear. Even today, there's a phrase that they use in the U.S. Marine Corps, gung-ho. Well, gung-ho, that was actually the slogan of the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association. It means all together. And it was popularized in the U.S. military because the U.S. Marine Corps adopted some of the military training tactics of Mao Zedong during the Second World War. And there was a Hollywood movie called Gung-ho that popularized it. So when fascism was being defeated, and when Japan was the enemy of the United States, along with Nazi Germany, the USA and Chinese Communist Party were happy to work together. But now, obviously, that's not the case. And so this big meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization happened at the same time as the big parade. Now, Putin, the Russian leader, just has given a press conference at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization event. He emphasized that in a multipolar world, all countries should be treated equally and treated with respect. They emphasized technological advancement, the possibility. There was a discussion, apparently, between Kim Jong-un and President Xi and President Putin about how they're going to aim to raise the human life expectancy to 150 years, which I find to be very interesting. But they are arguing that now with AI and biotechnology, human organs can be replaced. And it could be very possible within the next 20 years that we have human beings who live over 150 years old. That's very exciting. And the focus of the new BRICS economy, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the focus is economic growth and development. These are countries that have been kept in poverty by colonialism, kept as captive markets of Wall Street, that have broken out as a result of the anti-colonial revolutions of the 20th century. And they've started on their own course of development, and their population is rising, and their life expectancy is rising, and they're setting up alternative networks of trade, alternative banking systems, alternative trade routes. The biggest thing that has happened, I will say, is that Russia and China signed an agreement to build a huge trans-Siberian natural gas pipeline. And that's a really big deal. There's going to be a huge natural gas pipeline connecting the Russian Far East and Siberia with China. And that is a huge deal. Donald Trump is kind of tap dancing and trying to downplay it because that's seen as kind of a loss for the United States. But the amount of natural gas that Russia is going to start selling to China is going to drastically increase. That's a huge win for Russia. A huge win for Russia because Russia has been, there's been efforts by the United States to isolate Russia, to prevent them from selling oil and gas on the international markets. China's purchases and energy relationship with Russia just greatly expanded as a result of this deal that was signed. And Donald Trump is almost kind of, backed into a corner here, looking bad because Russia and China are closer than ever before.
Right. Russian President Vladimir Putin has emphasized the Shanghai Cooperation Organization development program, saying it defines the group's strategic path for the decade. And now there's a call for an SCO development bank aimed at reducing dependence on Western financial institutions and lessening the impact of sanctions. Could this bank realistically rival the IMF and World Bank?
Well, China already has the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. That's the Belt and Road Bank that they've been using to fund infrastructure projects. And a Shanghai Cooperation Organization bank could play a similar role. But again, this kind of gets back to what we were talking about with Venezuela. This is the game that the so-called collective West or the NATO countries or the old British Empire, Wall Street and London economic system, this is the game they play. If you don't do what they want, they lock you out of the banking transactions. You can't do SWIFT transactions. You can't transfer money. Well, this is China and Russia saying, all right, we'll set up our own banking system. And, we can just trade with each other this way. And this is the kind of thing that infuriates the Western countries. And that, in the 90s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, if a country was at odds with the United States, like Iraq, like Cuba, or North Korea, they could just be devastated by sanctions. Sanctions could just destroy them. Iraq lost about 500,000 children because they were locked out of the global economy. They were unable to import chlorine for their water system. North Korea had a food crisis in the 90s. Cuba, they did not have a food crisis. They didn't have a crisis of malnutrition, but they suffered a lot. I mean, they had electricity for only a few hours a day in some cities. It was pretty bad in the 90s. But the 90s is a really long time ago. This is 2025. And nowadays, if America doesn't like you and says, oh, we won't trade with you, you say, fine, we'll trade with Russia, we'll trade with China, we'll trade with Iran and Venezuela. What are you going to do about it? And the USA doesn't realize that putting sanctions on all these countries just expedites the process of people taking their money elsewhere, right? And that they don't have the ability to just cancel countries anymore, and that the more they do it, the less it's going to be effective, right? I think in the movie Star Wars, Princess Leia says, the more you tighten your grip, the more they'll slip out of your fingers. And that's kind of the situation we're in, that if anything, the USA should be smart and stop using sanctions like this, because it's only going to lead to further expediting the process of a new economy emerging and making more and more countries pull their money out of the Western system so they can keep doing business with countries that the West has sanctioned.
Also at this meeting was Turkish President Erdogan, a NATO leader, and they've described it as symbolic of Turkey's strategic flexibility. Does his participation signal a deeper shift away from NATO, or is it more of a hedging? Because they're kind of in the center of this.
Well, Turkey is technically a member of NATO, but President Erdogan is very, very anti-Israel. He took power. He was elected as an Islamist, which is a big deal in Turkey because Turkey's government has historically been quite secular and nationalist. But he was elected on an Islamist platform. He's a supporter of the Muslim Brotherhood and the kind of westernized wing of Sunni Islam, and he's very anti-Israel, and that he has, to some degree or other, pivoted Turkey in an independent direction. Now, not always, when it comes to Libya, when it comes to some countries, he has, taken the U.S. side. So he's more of an independent leader. He's technically a member of NATO, but he's very anti-Israel, and he's very, very, very much willing to cooperate with Russia and China if they'll make him a better deal. And you can say the same about Modi. Modi, the leader of India, has a really big beef with China. China and India are not good friends. But if Russia will make a better deal, and even China, if they'll make a better deal for India, Modi is independent enough that he'll take the deal. And that's what we need to remember about Erdogan and Modi. And I think we should expect to see more governments like this that are not, fully on board with Russia and China, but are not fully on board with the United States either. And they'll go with either side that will make them a deal. And, Brazil is a country that plays a similar role to Turkey. And that this is kind of a third category that is rising of countries that will go either way. It kind of parallels the non-aligned movement during the Cold War, you could argue. And I think that Erdogan is very opposed to Israel. He represents an Islamic country. And at this point, he's looking towards the rising economy in the East because the Western system is tied in with Israel. And the Western countries are having big problems, not just the United States, but Europe, the refugee crisis, internal turmoil. So the West is not looking like the best place to do business necessarily. So he's playing both sides.
Got it. Caleb Maupin, insightful as always. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Sure. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.